Joe Joyce, Joe Parker. Why are these two giants with us here?
Because those two giants are going to fight each other and see who's the best giant.
Listen, I'm very excited to be signing with Boxer and you know, Sky.
You know, Joe Parker's not the ranked number one. He's not the mandatory. Joe Joyce is. This is the Joe Joyce business. You want to get that spot, you've got to beat Joe Joyce.
Look, taking the lead, we don't follow. We need it now, not tomorrow. Don't care what they say.
Why don't we just make the fight happen? Just because he's on BBC Sports and I'm on Sky doesn't mean we can't make it happen.
It's hard to be one of the greats, whatever it takes. Put that on the plate. Life is a gamble, we raising the stakes. Moving the bar up so high. Been on our grind for life. Bringing the light, you just so bright. We shining.
Edging closer to the inner circle. Just got Joe Parker to beat.
Changing the world with this rhyme and this price.
A lot of people don't want to fight Joe Joyce because he's got an engine on him and he can take a punch and he can do a lot of damage.
Every day we chasing. No time to be wasted.
Yes, hello and welcome to Manchester. It's a big fight week. It's Joe versus Joe. I'm Dev Sani and I'm joined by another Joe, Manchester's own Joe, Mr. Joe Gallagher. How are you, Joe?
Hi, Dev. Nice to see you, mate.
Nice to see
Good
you.
intro, that, mate.
That's all right, though, isn't
Yeah,
it?
not bad.
I only thought of that on the way in. I've actually got a Joe with me.
Yeah.
So he calls himself Big Joe.
Yeah.
Joe Parker is apparently Little Joe. So what are you?
Plain Joe.
Plain Joe.
Yeah,
Plain Joe. Big week, big fight week up here in Manchester. Joyce versus Parker, the main event on Saturday night. Give us your thoughts. How are you feeling heading into this one?
I think it's great. It always is in Manchester. Manchester's a great fight city, as is Liverpool, Belfast, London. And when the big heavyweights are in town, like you say, you can walk around the streets, people are talking about it. It's a great fight. Both fighters are familiar through fighting in Manchester. And it's... Someone got memories. Joe Parker had a good win here last time. I think one time against you with Fury.
His last 3 fights. Yeah,
exactly. So it's it's great. Like you say, we're all excited for big fight night in Manchester. It always is, and you hear on the radios this morning and in the press, and there's getting a bit of a buzz, and you'll see that in the public workouts today.
What do you make of these workouts? I mean, how many you would have done? Probably hundreds and hundreds over the years, right? Is it a bit of a like, oh God, we got to do one of them, or do you use it as an opportunity to put on a bit of a show with your fighters? How do you look at it?
Many things at first, when obviously you're first turn professional and you're doing it, obviously you want to go in there and you're impressed, and I've been doing so many now. When you see people going doing the first ones and everything, you think, oh, that's what I used to be like. But at the same time, obviously it's good because it's the first time fighters go in there and they have a little shake out and everyone has a look at them, and they say they don't, but opposition camps, you've seen it in the past, come and sit ringside and watch them do the workouts. I think it was Klitschko years ago, sat ringside. I think it might have been Tyson Fury, I'm not sure on that. They sat ringside and you just weigh them up and see what they're working on, and no one really gives anything away. Some coaches do sometimes, and it's amazing that so close to this fight, I'd be one that I'd be watching in detail what was going on in that ring. And for any set combination that they were working on or that they thought it was good with, you'd want to take that and think about, is that what they've got to throw in the fight? So you're looking for anything at this last stage before the big fight.
What do you expect to see from the likes of Joe Joyce and Joseph Parker? They're both very nice men.
Yeah.
The needle has been... It's been quite strange at times. Sometimes they do go at it a little bit.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's been quite awkward, funny moments. What about today? What do you think? Do you think they're going to... I don't know, go at it? Do you think they'll call each other names, or what do you think?
I don't know. Joe most probably do a somersault when he gets in the ring, usual.
He can do that. He
could do, and Tyson might borrow Joey's Batman outfit and he might turn up in that, so we don't know, do we? But listen, both fighters looking great shape. The mood in both camps looks really good, really positive. Joe Parker, former world champion, he's here, he's up there in Morecambe with Tyson Fury, and there's a good buzz around, a good energy around that camp. And also Joe as well, he's been over in America, he's got Salas on board with him, and he's a very good coach, Salas, and that's the thing with this, you've got Andy Lee versus Salas, very good coaches, very good teachers of the sport. and it's got to be a very good fight. As much as people might not think it's going to be tactical when there's two big heavyweights, I think this is. I think there's going to be more to it than what people think. I think last time out, Joseph Parker, having them couple of wins with Chisora, couldn't have better preparation for someone like Joe. Do you understand? It's just, couldn't, and it's good preparation for him, and like you say, camp's going well. He's on a high. He's familiar with the arena, familiar with the city, and same for Joe Joyce as well. He's on a high roll, coming off the wins over the wire and other fighters is like that. And I think sometimes people think Joe's just got to turn up, come forward, and roll him over. But I think with Joseph Parker, I think it's a bit different. I always look at Joe Joyce as our modern era, this heavyweight era of the old George Foreman.
Yeah, you're not the first to have said that. You've said that.
He's come in, Joe, and he'll swing and he'll swing. He might swing, but when he lands, and his knockout percentage is very high. And was it only got one or two fighters that haven't gone the distance with him? Yeah,
just the one. Bright Jennings took him the distance.
Yeah, so it's good. And then you've got Joe Parker. Has he got to implement Tyson Fury tactics? Jab and move, hit and hold. Has Joe Parker got the strength to hold Joe Joyce when he gets in close? Has Joe Joyce got the speed of hand? We've seen how well Joseph Parker nullified Derek Chisora's work. And Joe Joyce, like you say, he isn't going to be denied. People say he's got a great chin. I don't think it's the best title to have in boxing.
Well, isn't the best chin the one that doesn't get hit? Isn't that what they say?
Yeah, that's what they say. But I also say, well, if I was Joseph Parker, I won't be hitting his chin. I'll be hitting his temple. I mean, that's the area here, then around high above the head there, and that scatter anyone's legs and put them on Queer Street. And they're the type of shots that I'd be looking for. But it's an interesting fight. I think you're going to have to deal with Joseph Parker's speed, and everyone think eventually it'll get rounds 8, 9, 10, 11. I think that's where the fight will be won, either side, going into either a scorecard or a late stoppage.
A lot of people, I think we're about to get the workout underway now. I think Raven Chapman is about to get in the ring. She's 3-0. This is by far the most important fight of her career, taking on Jorgelina Guanini, former world champion, on Saturday. What do you know about Raven? Have you had a look at her?
I've not really seen much of her. I've just looked on her before. I've seen a lot of her on social media. I think this month now she's been professional a year now. This is a 4th fight, and it's a step up. It's a big step up. She's last time out, I think, won in the first round, and this girl that she's fighting, her opponent, she's coming off a good win. She beat Steffi Levi and also pushed Ellie Scottney really close in scorecards of like 96, 94. So if Raven's wanting rounds, this girl's got to give her rounds. If Raven can make a stoppage of some sorts, that's a huge statement. But this is a difficult fight for Raven Chapman, and it's a very ambitious fight so early on in her career.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is fight number 4. It was Stevie Levy that Guanini beat in the last fight. And for Stevie Levy, I think it was either her 6th or her 7th fight, and she clearly saw Guanini as someone that she could make a statement against, but the fight came too soon. So there is that risk here. I know Raven Chapman, former Team GB as well, so she's got that confidence, she's got that amateur kind of grounding to think that she can move fastly. But let's have a look. Let's have a look at her while we have a look at.
And like I say, her opponent, I think she lost to Rachel Ball, and that was quite wide. And Rachel Ball's tall, upright, and a boxer. And I think Raven will be mostly with a GB pedigree, who'll be looking to box, not get involved, and get involved. And I think that's what she did with Ellie, dragged her into a fight, didn't she, last time? But for Raven, a professional now, a year, this is a 4th fight, and she'll be loving it in there now, being part of such a big bill.
Well, this is actually Guanini herself. We were told that Raven Chapman was going to start the workout. Just turned around. It's not Raven Chapman in the ring. It's Jorgelina Guanini. And, I mean, looking good, Joe. You think? I mean, you called her Raven a few times. I did it as well, you know. But, no, this is indeed Jorgelina Guanini, former super flyweight world champion, biggest test of Raven Chapman's career on Saturday night.
Definitely, and like you say, she'll be familiar coming over to the UK now. We've been over here so many times, not nervous, and most of us got to know the team either here at Queensberry or other promotional outfits, and she's quite comfortable. And obviously coming off a good win last time out when she thought she was brought over as an opponent and scored a good win. The main one though was Ellie Scottney. Everyone had big finger for Ellie Scottney.
She gave her a hard fight.
Yeah, gave her a really, really hard fight. So, yeah, listen, she's took it and she'll be here, and she'll mostly look at Raven's resume and seeing that she's only 3-0. She'll know she's GB, but you know and I know it's all right being GB and what you've done as an amateur, but this is a different sport now, and you've got to go and produce and perform like you are as a professional. Amateur days are gone, so it's a professional fight, and this lady here will be looking to drag Raven into a professional fight on Saturday night.
Well, she's been 10 rounds 7 times in her career, Guanini, in her 16 fights so far. I mean, and Raven Chapman, she's only done 12 rounds altogether. Yeah. The experience difference is vast heading into Saturday.
Yeah, like I say, she's only, the last fight was a 1 round for Raven, so it's yeah, both fighters coming off good performances going into this fight. But as you're looking at it in the ring there, she's moving around well, in and out, looking over at Team Raven, who's come over here and come well acquitted. She seems very confident, very relaxed, and not really bothered having a watch or anything else. The team are on the phones, and and that's it. They seem very relaxed.
Well, the skipping rope is ready. Are we going to see any tricks? Let's see what Guanini's got up her sleeve.
I don't think there'll be any Lomachenko Usyk stuff going on.
Yeah, well, you just never know. That's fairly standard, Joe. You could probably do that as well, can't you?
Yeah.
That's light work for you, Joe Gallagher. I know it is.
Light work. So. It's a big thing for the girl as well. If she beats Raven Chapman, that's a couple of good wins back on ground. She becomes literally the who needs in club, especially for female boxing in that weight division. And a win here on Saturday night, she'll be most probably looking at herself at some type of world title shot with them at the Ebony Bridges, the Shannon Courtneys of the world. Do you understand?
Well, you got to think this is for a ranking belt. It's for the WBC International Featherweight title. Amanda Serrano, of course, contests, puts her belts on the line in a unification on the same night. She's got to have one eye on Amanda Serrano. If she wins this belt, she moves one step closer to a fight like that. And she's already been a world champion. She'll certainly want to become a world champion again.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, when you're looking at Amanda Serrano, I know it's hard to really talk about Amanda Serrano and then we're talking about this fight with her fighting Raven Chapman. But all fighters always have an eye on the big prize, and she'll be looking, well, I've pushed Scotland, I've won there, I've won here tonight, and she's gone up the ratings, like you say, it's for a ranking belt. And stranger things have happened in boxing. Serrano, whoever wants a voluntary defence or whatever, these opportunities can present themselves. Well, she'll be fighting on Saturday night in front of a huge crowd, a huge platform. It's a great chance for her to go out there, acquit herself, and show everyone that she is a worthy fighter and worth an opportunity if that came along.
Tell me a little bit about the Team GB, because I was speaking to Raven Chapman, and she said obviously she appreciated that she got to go there, she was part of it, but she felt like she never really fit in terms of her style. They tried to mould her somewhat. You must have had some Team GB guys in your gym over the years. What's it like, and what are the difficulties of being around that?
I think maybe in Team GB, I do feel, I think there's really good talent, but it's what the coach or whoever's coaching at the time. Obviously, Scotty Cardle was on Team GB. His hands were low hands. Callum Smith was tall upright. I always feel like a bit like a McCracken, Richard Woodall type of style, tall upright. Does that make sense? And at the time, it was very hard for GB because they were coming out of the computer scoring system where that was tall upright, what they call fencing at the time. So then for having people like Scott Cardle or Joel Cordina and them type of kids, hands down and throwing. And
Sonny Edwards, another one.
Sonny Edwards, another one. Charlie Edwards is up there as well. So it's hard for them to adapt them because it goes so one way to the amateur system to turn over pro. I think getting rid of the computer scoring, you see slowly that's changing over now, and you can see that in the result in the Olympics, and a lot of them when they turn over from GB now to professional, they're not wanting 20 fights, as they used to say, 20 to learn, 20 to earn. I think Frank put James DeGale in his 8th fight for the British title.
Yeah.
I think that the expectancy levels, yes it was, expectancy levels of them moving quick because of the GB pedigree is expected when they turn professional. To understand, we're having that with other heavyweights at the moment. Joe, obviously Joyce there, he's turned professional now, and if you look where he's got to already in a short time, he's number one in the WBO and beat Daniel Dubois, and
like you say, that pedigree stands him in good stead. Look at all the heavyweights that have come through that. Tyson Fury didn't know.
No, well, yeah, exactly. You can look at all those great heavyweights that have come through it, and then you look at someone, Tyson Fury, completely outside of the box, and look at where he is. He's top of the box right now.
It is. But then you look at Usyk, Lomachenko's, everyone that's come from that Olympic system. But GB, it's a different setup, isn't it?
Well, let's have a chat with Raven Chapman. Raven, join us, please. Join us in the middle. Let's have a look over there. Jorgelina Guanini behind you. What do you reckon?
Well, she's obviously a very accomplished boxer, you know. She's not to be taken lightly, and you can see she looks sharp, you know. What can I say? She's obviously good at the sport and stuff, but not worried. I feel very confident, you know. I've prepared very well for this fight, and just can't wait for Saturday night and get in there and show what we've been working on, really.
You seem super calm, super relaxed.
Yeah, I'm just taking it all in, really enjoying it all at the minute, but just like I say, I can't wait for Saturday night. Just having an opponent like Guanini who's going to be there to win and bring it, and it's only going to bring the best out of me, and it's what people want to see. People want those fights where both people are in there to win the fight, and that's why I know it's just going to be so exciting, and I'm excited to have a challenge. I don't feel like I've really been challenged yet in my pro career, so I'm really looking forward to that.
I think that this month represents you being a professional a year now.
Yeah. Literally to the day almost, isn't it?
Yeah. So do you feel you've really beginning to fit into the pro, adapt to the pro game, being to suit it a little bit?
Yeah, I do.
It's hard moving over from that GB to the pro. Sometimes stylistic wise it's ingrained in you too much, and then they say, oh, forget all that. But like you say, have you settled in? You come
definitely. I feel like even like you say, stylistically wise, I was never really suited to the GB style. So I feel
just been told to bring you in a little bit, come in a little bit closer. Let's all have it. Carry on.
Widescreen.
So I feel like stylistically, it's probably been an easier transfer for me going over from that amateur GB style to the pros. There has been tweaks, you know, like slowing it down, setting your feet, whereas the amateur is very quick movement, quick feet, but in the pros it's about getting those power shots landing and getting the work off and setting up the work rather than rushing in and rushing out. So just been learning that this last year, but I've been loving it.
And are you a professional? Because I have many fighters, some don't want to talk about their opponent, some don't want to watch their opponent, and some do. Are you one that has sat and studied yourself, or you just leave that to your team?
I sort of leave that to my team. I watch bits and bobs, but I prefer not to sit and study and watch. I like to go in there. Yeah. I like to go in, like I say, my team will watch it, we'll work on the game plan, so I don't need to watch what they're doing. I'm focused on what I'm doing, not what my opponent does.
What you're bringing to the table.
Exactly.
Well, can you take anything from what you're looking at right now behind you? Because is that just...
she's obviously trying to switch, show that she can go both orthodox and southpaw, trying to make me think what she's going to do, but she doesn't look very confident in southpaw, so I don't think she'll be trying that much.
Nothing to worry about for Raven Chapman, no?
I don't think so.
It's amazing. Even at world level, they'll go in and try and different style just to try and think, that's what it worked on, and it's just like...
You know, you're not
so a bit of gamesmanship from Jorgelina.
And of course, like, no doubt it's going to be, that's what they're trying to do, like maybe we'll do something to scare them in our workout.
Oh, okay, we're looking out for that. Stay tuned for that.
She's on a good run of form. Obviously, everyone knows she pushed Alice Scott really close in a 96-94 scorecard.
Exactly.
And then she's coming off a good win as well over
Stevie.
And you're coming off a good win, first round knockout. You want rounds. This girl, if you look at her record, is someone that's got to give you rounds. Is that what you're looking for tomorrow night?
Yeah, definitely. I think getting that experience in is obviously really important. I'm not too worried about rounds and stuff. You know, you get your rounds in the gym for sure. You do your sparring. You
showed that in your last fight, didn't you?
Yeah. So when you're in there, I know one thing maybe is that you want to kind of go as less rounds as possible, so then you get as less punishment in there as possible. But it is important. I do think it's still important to get those rounds in, because it's all valuable learning for those when you go into the deeper rounds, to know how you can survive and things like that. And but we'll see if it goes a distance this time.
Do you think you can get her out of there?
I'm very confident. I know with my power, I think I could get anyone out there. It's just whether I get the work off and get it in the groove to do it. That's what it'd be. I see that I'll win. It's just how I win.
When Natasha fought Chris Namis at the beginning of this year, Tasha was in training. We had her 3 or 4 weeks before it. She was looking for the one shot, the power all the time. So if you're looking for it, it'll never happen.
Yeah.
Go out and be GB, computer scoring, stay sharp, nice and relaxed and fast, and what'll be. Then it pulled off, because sometimes you're getting a man.
That's it. When you're looking for that shot, it doesn't come because you're telegraphing it. They can see it coming. Yeah.
So just go out, stay relaxed, and do what you do best.
Exactly.
Do what you do best, and I think we're about to see you go in the ring. I've been told that we have to unleash Raven Chapman on this workout. Thank you, Raven. Best of luck. Well, that's Raven Chapman, who is now going to take to the ring, and I'm not sure she's done a big public workout before, but she's about to. So let's see what she's made of. She seems confident, doesn't she?
Pardon?
Seems very confident.
Yeah, very confident, and obviously you can feel it oozing out of her. I think being in and around here and here, do you know what I mean? Fight week on this big show, big card, it's huge for her. And do you know what I mean? Like I say, a year into a professional career, and she's sounds like she's having fun with it.
The switch hitting then from Guanini, do you think that's just?
Listen, I think it's like anything. Many a time people in public workouts start doing southpaw pads and they go, what they're doing that for? You can go to find southpaw or orthodox. So listen, it might be just a thing. She might do. At this stage, it's a lot of bluff and smoke and mirrors and everything else. Do you know what I mean? So everyone's just looking at that edge. Will Raven go away and worry about that she's switched tonight? Oh, no, most probably. You've got to concentrate on what you're going to do and let them worry about you. So it's it's funny the amount of times we've seen it, and that's at world level. Do you understand? I think we've seen it with Dylan White going southpaw the first round of Tyson, but I don't think he did it in the public workout.
Well, here she is, entering the ring now, loosening up. Raven Chapman, unbeaten in 3 fights. Her 4th fight on Saturday night. By far the toughest, by far the most important, and by far the biggest fight of her career. Taking on Jorgelina Guanini, that we've just seen in the ring, a former world champion herself. Could it be a step too far? We don't know. She's taken her on very early. We've seen that Guanini beat Stevie Levy, who took her on very early in her career as well. It proved to be a little bit too much for her. Raven Chapman has that confidence, and we've just spoken to her. I mean, she's up for this. She's ready to go.
She really is. I wonder if she'll do a bit of reverse psychology and go switch hitting herself in here now. No, like you say, you hear her speak there. She's full of confidence, and if we carry on the conversation, she wish that was the ring now. She's ready to go, and she's in the ring, nice and relaxed, and she's aware of what she's done with Ellie Scottney and coming off a good win in a good run of form, and she seems switched on. Like she said, she leaves it all down to her team to study, and I'm sure they would have studied her, dissected her, and have a game plan for her Saturday night. It'll be a big statement for an early stoppage.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Big statement.
Big statement. Well, she's been sparring Ellie Scottney, and of course Ellie Scottney has been in with Guanini, so there's a little bit of an inside track that she'd have picked up there. Obviously it's great to get rounds with Ellie Scottney anyway, but an added bonus there.
Yeah, 100%. And listen, they'll be picking the brains as far as in like power and what was a bit bigger shot. Was that a left hand, a right hand? Is she strong up close? Understand? How was she? So little things. And it's years ago. God bless his soul now, Emmanuel Stewart, when we met him years ago, and he always says, come fight week, it's the little things that become huge things. And at the time I didn't get it, but it is. But it's little things like gloves. Do you understand? The things that you argue about. Corners, ring walks, fights happening, but everyone's arguing over this, and little things like that. Being in camp and having sparring, Ellie Scottney, and asking her little things and stuff like that. They become huge for a fighter's peace of mind. Anyway, on fight week.
Well, in theory, this fight should last longer than her Queensberry debut. That was over in 60 seconds. It was at York Hall. It was against Gabrielle Masai, and you'd imagine Guanini's going to put on much more resistance than that, and some. But there was a nice moment in there after she did stop her, Masai, where Raven Chapman went over and sort of bowed, kind of like an old martial arts kind of thing. And I asked her about that. She said she's got this warrior's sort of code instilled in her from years of like kung fu. Her dad's into and all of that, all that kind of respectful stuff. It was nice to see. It was a nice moment.
So I wonder if she's been watching Cobra Kai.
Yeah, maybe
as a box set. I've not watched it myself there, but in the gym some of the lads are watching it.
Oh yeah, I mean it's very popular right now. I've actually not seen it myself. I'm still more of a Karate Kid, early days man. Tell me about this, right? So she has dreamt about fighting Amanda Serrano ever since she turned pro, probably before that. But whenever we've talked to her, she says, like, that's the fight that I want one day, Amanda Serrano. She sort of manifested this, that Amanda Serrano all of a sudden is on the same show as her.
Yeah. Like you say, law of attraction, as I say, Dev, as well. Exactly. And the thing was, after a public workout, I hope she doesn't the team and go away. Stay around and watch Amanda Serrano, watch the team.
I think she will.
Yeah, of course it is. It's an opportunity.
Yeah.
I mean, she's a 7-time world champion, and take things on board and act and look for things, and they can't keep going forever, can they? And Raven in 18 months' time, and Amanda Serrano's still about. That could happen, but listen, we're talking well too far in the future. She's got a fight and a decent opponent on Saturday night, and she comes through that. It'd be great. But it'd be great for her also just to take in and try and being around Amanda Serrano and watch her and her team now they operate.
Well, I did ask her, because she's a fan of her as well, I did say, do you think maybe you're going to end up being a bit starstruck when you see her? And she said, no, I'm more inquisitive. I'll probably just sort of annoy her by asking her loads of questions. So I think she will stick around. I think she will grab a chat, grab a photo. She wants to take her to Nando's. Maybe that's on the cards as well. Probably after the weigh-in rather than today, Joe.
It'd be great for her to have a pitch with her because, as they say, when your idol becomes your hero, you can never know down the line.
Yeah, 100%. Idols to rivals. We've seen it so many times in boxing. Miles away, but this fight, she wins it. She picks up a WBC ranking belt, WBC international title, and it moves her a step closer to big fights like that. And when she does get her shot, it may well be Amanda Serrano that's still knocking about. You just never know. Boxing's a strange place, but all she can do is keep getting her head down and winning, Joe.
Yeah, and I also think as well, she touched on there being at GB, and she feels a little bit. She had a style for GB that she thought was good and could have won medals at a tournament, but feels that they didn't really think her style was suitable for them, and that's usually the case. There's always rivalries in GB. Some girl gets picked ahead of you, everything else. We've seen it with Nick Adams and Lisa Whiteside for years, and that's it. And she's most probably think, right, I'm going to show you now turn pro, and listen, not everyone wins a gold medal or becomes an Olympian and becomes a world champion, so she's like most of a bit of point to prove there as well inside her. Understand? She touched on it a little bit, and she has a style didn't really suit. She was banging in good body shots there, so.
Yeah, I think it got fairly bad from her. From speaking to her, she said that it did sort of affect her confidence. She thought about walking away from the sport, and it's just she ended up going up to Steffi Bull's gym to help out Terry Harper. And Steffi Bull saw something in her and said, hold on, you've got something here. Instilled confidence in her, signed her. He's now her manager, and it's all going swimmingly.
Well, they will do. Obviously, should be up that part of the world. Obviously, should be working and doing some work with Terry Harper as well, I'd assume, which is great sparring.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
She kept getting called back.
Yeah, exactly. She's got her own big fight coming up as well, so they're in camp similar time, so that would have been good sparring for her as well. And she get confidence with that.
Bit of Raven Chapman trivia, in case you didn't know, Joe. She makes bricks as well, so she's got a job actually making bricks. Did you know that?
As long as she's not throwing them, Dev. As long as she's not throwing them, mate.
Well, you could say the bricks are in them gloves, but there she is. She's sponsored by a company that make bricks, right? So they sponsored her, and she went down there just for like a bit of a shoot, and they got her moving about some of the bricks, making some, and she ended up being so good at it that they offered her a job.
Wow.
So
I thought you were safe for a minute. They started throwing a few at her, so could she move ahead?
Yeah, that's one test. It's a hell of a test of head movement there.
Yeah. I say she's putting some good whip into them body shots on the body belt of a trainer. Nice and sharp shots. Like I say, it's like this, I always say to fighters, these type of things are like a Formula 1 car. You're taking it out for a test drive, you're giving it a little purr, seeing how it feels, everything feels good, and that's it, you're done then, and then you head towards the press conference and the weigh-in. I think a lot of fighters, this is usually the last thing to do. Some have a shakeout the night before the weigh-in, just so they don't shut down completely. But she looks very sharp there, Raven Chapman.
Yeah, looks very sharp. This is also very different to the pads that I've seen her do. I've been up to a gym. They've got this thing called Pads of Doom, and that is 3 minutes, 10 times, 12 times of sheer hell, where Stuart's like leaning on her, he's pushing her back, etc. She's sweating up. She hates it, but she loves it. And I think there'll be a feature going up on the Queensbury YouTube page showing that very, very soon. But this isn't Pads of Doom. This is just a little pad workout for the cameras.
So I don't like the sound of that Pads of Doom. It's enough to stress you out and knock you out before you even start, doesn't it?
To be honest, I was exhausted on her behalf. Yeah. I was exhausted. Can't see Guanini anywhere. I don't think she's stuck around to
No, she's
watch.
Done her obligations and she's out there, isn't she?
Maybe she feels she's left a lasting impression with that southpaw switch and the move.
Like anything, some people have seen it so many times before, and she's like, I'm done, I'm out there, there's nothing here to see. And some fighters sometimes get nervous by watching stuff. You hear Raven, she says she was like watching her opponents, and I said, like anything, the butterfly's kicking a little bit, some don't, so it's each to their own, and it's different with some fighters. Some fighters can sit there all day and watch it and try and pick things themselves. You've also got to be careful when you're doing these things, that you don't leave something in. Daft as it sounds, what you're doing is emotions, adrenaline, nerves kicking in. You want to impress, you want to finish, but you've got to understand this isn't the fight. The fight's on Saturday night, and you don't want to.
What do you tell a fighter? You've had so many of these. Do you tell them, like, by the way, don't go too mad?
No, so I'm laughing the joke. Everyone will say, "God, that Gallagher's crap on the pads," and they go, "Why?" I said, "All he does is just the same thing." And basically, this is just 1-2s, jabs, move around, and that's it. Show anyone anything, and it's just the same cards, playing old. What you've done is in the gym and behind closed doors, so that's it. And obviously some like to shadow. Beefy just does a bit of pads. Mundo in the end just likes doing a bit of shadow and skipping. Mark Heffron, bit of shadow and skipping, don't really want to punch anything. Some fighters will get a little bit suspicious that they don't want to hurt the hand on the pads or anything else because they haven't got time to wrap the hands proper for coming to workouts, that you throw some gloves on and hit the pads for a bit. Canelo doesn't really punch much on public workouts, so you've seen that. You get a lot of people that do because they want to show or try and put a fear factor element across and showing everyone how hard they hit and looking sharp. Some feel good. Natasha Jonas loves it. She loves pads. She loves feeling good, sharp, and she feels, yeah, that's it, I'm ready now. And a round of applause that they'll get at the end of it when they're topping the bill and stuff like that. When we used to have Crawler down the road at the Football Museum, he used to love it. We used to bring a great crowd in for him, and it just set the tone then for fight night. Endeavour just set the tone for fight night. And I think when we see Joe Joyce and Joseph Parker later, it'll set the tone when you've seen the two of them. I hope they do some pads.
Yeah, we need something. We need
some pads because doing pads because it's quite juicy, isn't it? It's juicy. You think, oh, Joe was hitting that pad hard and this pad hard, but listen, at the same time, if they want to toss coins off their elbows like Usyk or whatever, it's down to them at the end of the day, whatever they feel best. Who knows? Tyson might take him on the pads. You never know.
Yeah, you never know. I remember hearing cause they all do different things, right? As you say, some of them try to show off their power. I remember hearing about Gennady Golovkin workout where all the music just sort of went mute, and you could just hear what sounded like gunshots in the ring. Just one man laying into the pads. But he's some monster. I think he puts on a bit of a show at these and shows off the power. Yeah. Guanini's back now as well. I wonder. Just going to get a quick look at Raven Chapman. Decided to stick around.
Yeah. That was not a bad little workout between the two of them, wasn't it? They both seemed very confident and relaxed. Raven thought our opponent looked a little bit nervous sitting there. Mm-hmm. Maybe. We'll soon find out Saturday night, won't we? But it's a good fight and a good test for Raven Chapman, and for taking an opponent such early on in a career in a fourth fight, I think credit's got to be given to a team.
We shall see. That is the Omen on Saturday night. Biggest fight of her career against Jorgelina Guanini.
Well done.
See you later, Raven Chapman. And I think we're just cracking on. I think I can see Jack Flatley warming up, ready to get in the ring. Big night for him. Big test. Campaigned largely at super welterweight, stepping up to middleweight to take on the Stoke hero that is Nathan Heaney.
Well, Jack Flatley, know Jack Flatley very well. We've had him in the gymnasium many a time sparring in the past. He's a solid fighter, solid operator. He's somebody that you don't sleep on come fight night. I think it was only a few years ago he got the draw with Troy Williamson after having a shocking first round, getting dropped twice.
And that
shows
draw
the character,
looks,
man.
Yeah, shows character.
Man. He got up in his hometown, close to his hometown, Bolton, here in Manchester, and came back, and look what Troy Williamson's gone on and done. Sydney was just put a brave performance out in Spain. Obviously he's just gone and lost at Metcalfe, but he's a brave fighter. He's a brave fighter, and he'll keep coming. And there's a lot of people talking in around. There could be an upset. Now I don't know who the favourite is. I'm sure you've got to tell me it's Heaney, but there's a lot of smart money being put in Jack Flatley in and around Manchester and Bolton.
Yeah, Jack Flatley's certainly the underdog heading into this one. Heaney is the favourite. But yeah, no, it will be very interesting. He's one of those fighters that he's been quietly sort of bubbling along, and that Troy Williamson draw looks fantastic. The more and more Troy Williamson goes on to do, the one blemish on his record is this man right here that we're looking at, Jack Flatley, who held him to that draw. Have you had him in the gym against Beefy over the years?
And Beefy and other people as well at the time. I think that being Crawler and Cardle and all that at that time. But he's always been solid. He's always solid. Comes, acquits himself very well, and keep coming. Got a good variety of punches, and it's a huge opportunity for him. Here he is, he's back on a huge show back in Manchester. He knows he's been here before with Troy Williamson. Didn't go off to the best starts. I'm sure he'll start miles better this time than he did last time. And he needs to quieten Nathan Heaney, him and his fans down very early, and not let him get off to a good start. But this is a fight. I want this fight. I want to see the later rounds of this fight, Dev. It's a fight that I want to see the later rounds because it lasts so much of Nathan Heaney. Do you know what I mean? And the desire still in this young man, which I feel the fire's still burning bright inside.
Well, that's exactly what he said. He said he has this renewed sort of energy. The fire is burning, and he had that loss to Kerman Leharaja. He's got lost to Harry Scarf as well. The Leharaja one, he went out to Spain, right? He went right into the Lion's Den, and he had all those crazy fans jeering him, and everyone was for the home fighter, of course. And I said that to him. And he said, well, yeah, I've had that. Do you think that a bunch of Stokies up in Manchester is going to affect me? He's been right in there, so he is the quiet storm.
No, he is. And listen, he comes from a good gymnasium as well. Alex Matvienko there at Elite Boxing up in Bolton. Alex himself a former professional. He's got a good corner in that fight as well. A lot of calm heads. Alex isn't a shouter in the corner. He's very calm, and he has a good presence about him. And in the heat of the moment, that's what young Jack may need on Saturday night. And key things like that, how you act in the corner on the night. And Alex knows him very well. He's had him for years. Surprised Alex isn't here tonight. He loves the camera, Alex.
I'm sure he'll be around. I'm sure he'll be around. But a lot of people are seeing this as the toughest test of Nathan Heaney's career. And as exactly what you said, that there's some money going on Jack Flatley heading into this. Why do you think that is? Why do you think a lot of people are actually picking Jack Flatley to win this one, and maybe Nathan Heaney's bitten off more than he can chew?
I think because everyone in the gyms in and around Manchester and Bolton know what a solid operator he is. He's a solid operator. I can't sit down here and say, oh, he does this well and he does that well. No, but he's a solid operator. He's a good all-rounder. He does lots of things well. Fights on the inside, fights on the box side, punches effectively, head on body, and I've got a good array of shots. And people know he's just a solid operator. And Nathan Heaney, he's coming here now. He's got all his support. He'll have his ring walk and everything else, but he's going to have to be switched on with this. He's got to be switched on. If they think they're coming up here, and I think it's got to be a walk in the park. This is where these type of fights and these undercards are brilliant, Dev, because this is where there's an upset that could happen where you're not expecting it. Do you know what I mean? People think it's just a turnout. Yeah, we'll fight him because he lost to him. But this is near enough in his hometown. He's got to come back here, and he wants to put a show on and get himself back in the rankings and get himself title opportunities again.
It's exactly that. He's been a champion before, and he took his belt to Bolton Wanderers to get to the stadium there. I asked him, are you here to sort of because Nathan Heaney wants to fight at Stoke, right? That's the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. I asked him, are you looking to sort of ruin his dream? Is that the plan here? And he said, not really, I've just got my own dreams. And he wants to get back there in front of Bolton. Let's forget about Nathan Heaney for a minute. He wants to get out there in front of his fans. He wants to take some gold there. He wants to have big nights.
100%, and that's the attitude that you want, and you heard that with Raven before as well. They're just concentrated on themselves, and that's what they want to do. They're not really bothered what Nathan and everything else. Listen, deep down it'd be good, do you understand? To derail that, and it's not mission impossible, Dev. It's not mission impossible. So it's a good fight and one I'm really looking forward to. And sometimes some of these fights that are on the undercard sometimes get overshadowed. But this is a good domestic fight. We had Morrison Bentley the other week, Heffron fought Lennox Clark. There's some really good domestic fights that sometimes don't really need titles on the line. And I think, what title is this one for? Is this a belt?
It's an IBO International Middleweight title.
That just adds a bit of a but it's a good domestic fight, Dev. Do you understand? It's a good domestic fight. One fighter is wanting to push on, another fighter wants to come back and push on.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. It's definitely a lot of people are seeing it as a potential banana skin for Nathan Heaney, and something that could set him off that track of fighting at Stoke City. He's got a tattoo, Jack Flatley has, of Sugar Ray Leonard and Roberta Duran. The tattoo says "No Mass." I asked him, "Do you think you can make Nathan Heaney say no mass?" He had to say yes, really, but he did say yes. He wasn't going to say no, I don't, but he does think his pressure that he puts on him could potentially make Nathan Heaney wilt.
It has the thing with Jack, he's got to use smart pressure. You can't just walk in and go up close to Nathan Heaney, or he's got to get punched up on the way in. He's got to be smart with his work, know when to counter shots, counter jabs, counter right hands, when to push in and push out and do nothing. And just keep on that preferal of just making Nathan be nervous and burn nervous energy, keep the adrenaline going, and keep him moving his legs. And then Jack will be thinking, I'll get you around 6, 7, 8. He's got to keep Nathan using them legs early on, keep him moving around the ring. If he can't do that and he allows Nathan to dominate from the middle of the ring, and that's got to be a very hard night for Jack. It's about getting the middle of that ring. Listen, Jack can box on the outside, but to do that for 10, 12 rounds against someone like Nathan Heaney is a hard task.
We've seen Nathan in his last fight took on Diego Ramirez, a former Bradley Skeet foe from a few years ago, and he was put over in the first round by Diego Ramirez. So there are signs there that you can get at him, and there's no doubt that Jack Flatley would have looked at that and taken a bit of confidence from that before accepting this fight at a higher weight.
Yeah, no, listen, as soon as anybody, listen, the famous Mike Tyson line when he used to stand in the middle of the ring and look at the eyeballs and the eyeballs and the eyeballs, as soon as they move down, blink, he's got them. And I think fighters look for any type of thing, and the fact that Nathan got dropped, they'll see that as a little chink in the armour, that he isn't invincible. Like anything, this is why boxing, we love it so much. One punch can change anything, and it doesn't matter who you are, whether it be on the chin or on the temple, body shot, one punch can turn around with. And this is why it's such a beautiful but brutal sport at times, because we're dealing with split seconds and inches and millimetres from landing the shot, from being out of distance, riding shot, ducking, slipping, missing. It's amazing how it all comes together, fight night, and them seconds and minutes and rounds tick away, and you're just praying for that one shot to land. And sometimes it just doesn't. It's not got to be your night, but in boxing anything can happen.
Well, you're watching Jack Flatley on the pads now at this workout, media and open workout here in Manchester ahead of Joyce Parker on Saturday night. Huge heavyweight fight live on BT Sport Box Office at the AO Arena, and Jack Flatley is in a very, very intriguing fight. Nathan Heaney, the unbeaten Stoke hero, we'll be seeing him in the ring very shortly, and it's Nathan Heaney defending his IBO International Middleweight title against Jack Flatley. Jack Flatley, a kind of like a career super welterweight, really, but this opportunity's presented itself.
Is this at middleweight?
Yeah, this is at middleweight. He said yes.
See, the thing with Jack having, maybe he was struggling to boil down to make a little bit of weight, and you know, and I know that when people are struggling to make the weight, first thing that goes, the shot resistance goes, everything else. You see fighters get beat at a low weight division, then they move up a division and they're taking shots that they wouldn't have usually took because they're not dehydrated. moving up to middleweight, he hasn't much have to struggle with the weight. He's got an extra £6 to play with, so he'll be buzzing with that. He's not having to make last-minute runs or pad sessions or anything else like that. So being there, fully hydrated, and he's mostly been sparring at the weight that he'll be fighting at.
Well, look, you'll see Nathan Heaney on the scales tomorrow. He is shredded, absolutely shredded to the bone. There's no way he could take anything more off. It's the way he looks. So yeah, he's certainly had to cut to get down to 160 pounds. He's a big guy, big thick guy, and as you say, Jack Flatley could be very comfortable on those scales. Will it mean he'll be more comfortable than Nathan Heaney on fight night?
He will do. I suppose mostly down the championship rounds as well. He's having to struggle to make the weight, and he hasn't. That's what I'm saying. He's got to be smart early on. He can't just walk in now and walk on the big shots. If Nathan has struggled with it, well, he wants to keep him moving his legs and looking rounds and hit body shots low, take the air out of the tyres, and then hopefully by rounds 8, 9, 10 he's brought him down into his type of fight. I'm sure that what the game plan will be. That's what mine would be, and I think a lot of other people's would be. But listen, remains to be seen. Nathan might want to come out, and this is the thing with a crowd. You want to perform to the crowd. Nathan comes out performing to the crowd and walks on up a shot. Could be a good night. He's got to stay disciplined, Nathan, when he fights in there and get off to a good start. He'll be aware that he got dropped early last time.
Well, that's always going to be the case. Nathan Heaney brings so many fans. I think he's done 1,600 tickets for this. That they're always going to be screaming his name. There's always going to be that pressure when that first bell rings for him to kind of play up to the crowd a little bit, and that's what he's got to close his ears to.
100%. You've got to stay in there, you've got to stay focused. You listen to the one or two voices that's in your corner, and that's it. And sometimes fighters, they listen to fellas sat on the front row shouting instructions, and you're like, so what are you listening to them for? Like, they're half cut. No point talking to them. Do you know what I mean? That means they do, Dev. Believe it or not, they do. Some fella will say jab the body, and I've seen fighters go and jab the body. Well, where's he come from? As Conor McGregor used to say, who the hell's that guy? Well, I'm just thinking, who are you listening to here? So, yeah, that's what he's got to do. He's got to pay attention to his corner, come out, and I think he will be a bit cautious early on because of getting dropped last time, Nathan.
Yeah, that might help him.
100%, and prepare him better, and they must really know themselves. It's got to be a big fight down the straight, and they'll save themselves that when he wants to go to war, they can go to war with him.
Well, a final pose to the cameras here from Jack Flatley. Big fight.
Hi, Phil.
Big opportunity.
Where's Alec?
On Saturday night, and I think we're probably going to bring him in for a quick chat before Nathan Heaney gets in the ring. Look, I look forward to chatting to Jack Flatley. He's a quiet storm. He's a quiet guy, but let's see if he's got something to say.
Yeah, no, definitely. Don't know who. Should we hold the mic for him? Someone got to take the gloves off him?
I think he's going to get given a mic. Okay. Quiet storm. Let's bring you in. We'll get the gloves off first. They never like doing interviews in gloves. They rarely do. Rarely do. Big middleweight fight on this show on Saturday night. Cracking show from the AO Arena, Manchester. It's live on BT Sport Box Office, and let's bring him in. The Quiet Storm, Jack Flatley. How you doing? Let's jump in there.
Hi Jack, you okay? Good to see you, my friend.
How you feeling?
Yeah, so you're facing this.
Yeah. Have a chat with me, whatever you want to do. But you feeling good in there?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, feeling sharp. I felt sharp all week. Felt sharp all my training camp. Obviously, everyone says they do, but yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm ready for go. Yeah.
Joe was saying the fact that you don't have to make 154 for this is a bit of an advantage to you. You're going to be comfortable.
Yeah, I feel pretty comfortable. I'm feeling strong at my weight now. Got an extra £6, so £6 is a big advantage to a fighter. So I'm ready for go now. Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying to that beforehand, the 154, you're not having to do the horrible stuff that you usually do fight week now, a session at night and a sweat session in this, and you can walk into the fight, you're hydrated, you're most probably sparring at the weight that you've got to be fighting on the night. Yeah. And when you see Nathan, and he's been dropped early last time out, looks very big, will be tight at the weight. Your plan, I'm sure, is to try and get him in later rounds, try and kill them legs.
That's what I mean, yeah, feeling fresh. Whatever happens. I'm prepared for anything that Nathan brings. I'm more than ready. Yeah.
This is a huge opportunity for you. You obviously had a fantastic fight with Troy Williamson back here. Ended in a draw. You didn't get off to the best start, but you acquitted yourself well, and it showed the character of you as a fighter and as a man. back here on a big show like this, before the lights, after experiencing Spain and that big spotlight, there's plenty of fire burning still with you, Jack, isn't there?
Yeah, even more fire's burning now. I mean, I was speaking to my coach on the way here, Phil, and I was saying, the losses that I've had, and obviously the draw with Troy, I'm kind of not glad that it happened, but I am glad in a way that it happened, because I hated how that felt. So I mean, I don't want to feel that again. So
you want to be a champion again as well, don't you?
Yeah,
I was saying to Joe, you want to take that belt to Bolton.
Yeah, exactly.
I was saying to Dev, there's some smart money, not putting pressure on, there's some smart money, there's smart people in and around the boxing area, Manchester, Bolton area, that know you. I've had you in the gymnasium, and anyone would be a fool to overlook you in this fight. Do you understand? A lot of people who know the boxing are half picking you on this fight.
Yeah, that's what I've done a few interviews with a few people, and they said, how does it feel that you expected not to win? And I'm like, I fully expect to win. Yeah. My team fully expect me to win, and the people that are around me know what I'm capable of. Know that I've got a good chance of winning. At least that's what they believe. So I'm fully confident.
The big thing as well, Dev, I've just saying to Dev, it's he who keeps us cool in that ring tomorrow night. And you've got great trainers with Phil and Alex in the corner that are very calm, very composed. Where Nathan will be trying to play to the crowd.
Yeah.
Screaming. Try to put performance on for them. That could be his undoing. You've got a very good corner.
That's right. Yeah, I've got a very good corner team. Alex, Phil, Tom. He'll keep me calm on the night. I'm always calm anyway. I mean, it's in my back garden, but I've not got the pressure on me. So.
What do you see when you're looking at him? He's doing a little bit of pads there. If you want to have a little turn around and have a look, what are you thinking when you're looking at Nathan Heaney getting to work in there?
It doesn't matter what I see, and I'm literally oblivious to it. I can turn my back and not watch any of it now. I'm just going to do me, and I'm going to get on with it, crack on with it.
Brilliant. All right.
Yeah, sounds brilliant.
It's been great speaking to you, Jack. I think someone will grab your mic off you, and we'll let you get back to it.
Yeah.
Cheers, Jack. Thanks, mate.
Jack Flatley there, cool, calm, quiet storm. Wasn't really bothered about watching Nathan Heaney or anything he was doing.
No, like I said to you, a lot of fighters can't be bothered. They just want to get out of there, get home and get something to eat. Getting a weighing time, isn't it? But like I say, Nathan, the size of him, the big thighs on him, big legs on him.
I told you he's a big guy, and you'll see that on the scales tomorrow.
Well, there's looking at there's still some weight to shift there. Be interesting to see how he looks tomorrow.
So do you think this will be a bit of a natural shakeout here?
Yeah, a bit of a natural shakeout. There'll be work to be done tonight by the looks of him. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not. Do you understand? Some kids carry the weight really well and have no problems making it big. But I think Nathan knows himself. This is a huge breakout opportunity for him and his fans here in Manchester, and for Frank to come back up here again to Stoke and to the Stoke football ground, or back here to Manchester or wherever. He's got the right opponent in Jack Flatley to look good against, a very good solid pro, and that draw with Troy Williamson looks brilliant for Jack Flatley. But Nathan, I think in his 15 fights, I think 9 of them are 10 round. He's had 10 round scheduled fights.
Yeah.
For someone who've only had 15 fights, that's quick procession. Do you know what I mean? Progress very quick. Do you understand? In a short space of time. But you must be hugely confident in him. Do you understand? As well as sell tickets. What we need to do, I think boxing at the moment is becoming a little bit too much cartoon characters, and there isn't enough proper solid fighters. What Nathan doesn't want to become is one of them cartoon characters. People want to be talking about his boxing. We all know he's got a great fan base. We all know there's a great entrance song and everything else. And it's helped him to get to where near. Now Nathan needs to be known for his boxing and the way how he fights.
But I think he's aware of that. I recall some of the earlier fights that he's had where he's just blown guys away, and he's not been particularly happy with that either. He wants to be tested. He wants to show what he can do.
Yeah.
But it's the whole balance of how much you jeopardise that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, which is that fight at the Bet365 Stadium, at the Stoke City Stadium, where he lights it up, fights for a British, fights for a, who knows what he could end up fighting for, but that's the big fight, and it's how much do you want to jeopardise that, and it feels like it is being in jeopardy a little bit now.
Yeah.
With Jack Flatley, he's going to come to win. Diego Ramirez had him over in the first round.
Yeah. No, we did that. Listen, Nathan knows the torch paper could be lit here Saturday night,
and it's like anything. It's like trying to grab bread underwater. And you're like that, you just can't grab it or try to cold water in your hands. You know what I mean?
What a great thing to say.
Do you understand? And I think there he's nearly there. He's nearly there. He can grab it, and he needs to go out there, as they're saying, seize the moment, carpe diem on Saturday night, and grab it and put a performance in and go. Listen, told you can back it up, and listen, I'm sure everybody at Queensbury, BT will be pleased if he did that.
I'll tell you what, he is going to light up the AO Arena Manchester on Saturday though. When Delilah comes on and he stood there at the top and he puts his arms out and he starts singing, it is a moment. Have you been part of a Nathan Heaney ring walk yet? Have you seen one?
No, I've not. I've seen him on social media when he was fighting and stuff. I've seen him on social media coming out to it at the beginning at first. But it's like anything, all fighters, it's great when you come out, you have that ring walk. And we've seen it for years in America and even in Ricky Hatton days. It can be quite a bit intimidating to your opponent when you're fighting. But unfortunately this time it was Jack Flatley who's been there, seeing it all. He's been over in Spain. That's not going to bother him one bit. This is about a fight of two solid kids. One that's out about to go and test himself against a good solid pro in Jack Flatley.
Yeah, a bit of a crossroads fight. If Nathan Heaney wants to keep on going the way he's going, he needs to get past Jack Flatley. And Jack Flatley, if he wants to come back and, fulfil his dreams and his ambitions in the sport, he needs to get past Nathan Heaney. He's had a few setbacks. Jack Flatley, of course, but he's only lost at at a good level.
It's big Nathan, isn't it? Sat in here, stood looking at him here now. He's a big middleweight.
He's a big guy.
He's a big middleweight. When I looked round then and seen him in the ring off camera when we were talking to Jack, I thought, bigger than what I thought he is.
Do you think that the size is going to play a factor here? Do you feel as though that's why the fight is happening?
I'm not too thinking about size. It's skill that wins fights, not size. Size can play a little part of it at times, do you understand? But I think it's all about skill set. But I feel Jack, like you say, 101.54. He's moving up to 160. But I'd be interested to see what Nathan gets in the ring tomorrow night. I reckon he's most really easy to put a stone on.
You reckon?
Not sure. I'm not far short of it anyway.
Should we grab a track? Yeah. The Hitman. Do you want to get your glove off? He's going to get his glove off first, and then we'll have a chat with the Hitman.
Play the game.
Nathan Heaney, the unbeaten Stoke hero, the middleweight, putting it all on the line on Saturday night against Jack Flatley. And yeah, what are you thinking now? You're looking at him. You said he looks big. How big does he look?
Big middleweight.
Yeah.
So you're a big middleweight. Yeah, Nathan.
Nathan Heaney.
Nice to meet you.
How are we doing?
Yeah, it's no problem.
Jump in. Let's have a chat. Joe keeps saying you look absolutely massive, and you're a massive middleweight. And Jack Flatley doesn't really have to make weight, really. He's coming up a weight a little bit as well. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good, but I wouldn't say he's a particularly small lad himself. We're on par in terms of height and stuff. So yeah, I've got quite a big frame on me. Yeah. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, Jack's nice and tall himself, so there's not really that much disparity in terms of the height difference. But yeah, I've got a big frame on me. So, but yeah, I'm looking forward to obviously the fight and stuff, and I think it's going to be really entertaining.
Are you treating this like the toughest fight of your career?
It is my toughest fight of my career, absolutely no doubt. And like the training that me and Steve have done has been a testament to that. To be fair, I've shared nothing online of what I've been doing training wise, absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I've noticed you've been fairly quiet.
I've been very quiet. I've just kept everything we've been doing behind the scenes. No one needs to know what we're doing. I know what we've done, and that's all that matters.
And that's the trouble with social media these days. I was saying to you, fight week, everyone's looking for that last little thing, what they're doing in the workout, what shot they're practicing on, everything. So I call it radio silence. Everyone shuts off, locks down, and don't get on with it. So it's really good. I was saying to Dev before, in your 15 fights, it's quite unusual that 9 of your fights were scheduled 10 rounders.
Yeah.
That just shows the ambition and progression of them wanting you to move quickly and get in there and get into the titles and the big fights. And Saturday night you have a huge opportunity to light the torch paper.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, for my 7th fight is when I had my first 8 rounder in my 6th fight, and I fought for the Midlands area title on my 7th fight and won it. And yeah, I've been in 10 rounders ever since. And obviously I've stopped a few on the way, but yeah, they've all been scheduled for 10. And that's obviously people say, oh, he's aging, he's rushing this. Well, yeah, to a certain extent, but only the right way. And I think my career's been guided really well so far. But now this is the bit where I am. This is
proper fight.
Good proper domestic step up where I've got to prove myself.
How many tickets this time?
Me personally, 1,600.
Goodness me.
Yeah.
Goodness
me. Yeah, it's good.
Do you want to box on one of our shows, man?
Yeah, so no, it's very good. You know what the sport's like. They're incredible. So in front of travel as far as they have, as they always do. It's just, and Manchester's a great place though.
Have you watched at Manchester Arena before?
Never. I've obviously
You've
been
always
here
wanted to, haven't you?
I've been here to watch the fights, but never. In my opinion, it's the best arena in the UK.
Yeah, to walk out. Yeah.
For boxing and everything. So yeah, and Steve loves Manchester. He loves a good night in Manchester. So it's perfect for us, really. Yeah.
Are you still doing all these tickets on your spreadsheet?
Well, actually, I'm a bit old school. I go Word documents. I do. I should do it. I should do it at a spreadsheet because then they make counting up a lot easier. But I'm old school. Just put Word documents. But yeah, my last ticket was dropped off 10 days ago. It's So it looks like I've been dropping tickets off, which I have. But there's a lot of graft that's been going on behind the scenes.
You don't need telling Sunday morning. You want people to be talking about your performance and not about your ring walk.
1 million. Well, that's it. 1,000,000%. I know I'm a good fighter.
Yeah.
And I can be a very good fighter if I listen to what Steve tells me to do.
No,
and yeah, it's just my supporters who got me on this platform. Yeah. It's for me to prove why I deserve to be on this platform.
Exactly.
And I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I said to Jack as well, in the arena with all your fans, and same with Jack, it's got to be a big atmosphere. It's about who's got to keep the head amongst all that, and he's got to have to be cool and calm in there and not get giddy. And sometimes I was saying to Dev, people can be shouting advice that have got nothing to do with your camp, and some fighters listen to it, and you just need to know what's going on. So you just need to listen to the one man in the corner that's been with you all your camp.
Yeah.
And stay focused, stay calm, and go in there and do the best that you can do.
Absolutely.
I'm sure that's what you're into do.
And for me, I'm used to this now. I'm used to the big. I mean, probably the weirdest thing for me was when I fought behind closed doors, which when I had such a big,
and you were like,
support base, and I'm singing Delilah, and it's complete silence. It's like I sound like a right idiot, but no, it's I keep calm with it. My crowd will support me all the way through it, regardless. But yeah, it's just like you say, Steve's the man. Steve Woodvine's the man that I need to sit down and listen to between every round and just do what he tells me to do, and then.
Before we let you go, give us your Joyce Parker prediction.
I love both the fighters, but I can't see. You would assume technically Joseph Parker's the better one and will box around him, but I just can't see how he would be able to keep Joyce off for 12 rounds without marauding him the whole way. So for me, I think it would be a Joyce win. I think it's going to be Parker leading it for the first 5 rounds, but then I think the pace will get towards Parker, and then Joyce will take over and possibly stop him.
Now, before we really let you go, give us your Heaney Flatley prediction.
There was no prediction for that. I'm a very on the fence kind of guy. I'm like, I mean, all I can say is I think it's going to be a fantastic fight just before Amanda Serrano and Joyce. Obviously, I think it'll set the crowd up. I think it'll set the atmosphere up for the main event.
No, definitely.
Jack's going to bring it 1,000,000%. Yeah. I know he's trained like a just like I have, and I think it's going to be a great fight. We'll both give her all. And whatever happens on that happens on the night.
You're already the buzz, the feel, electricity off you at the moment.
You can feel it, can't you?
You can feel it. You can feel it with Jack. I'm going to say, enjoy Manchester, enjoy your ring walk, all right, and good luck.
To be fair, that buzz is probably the sweat on me. Get a good warm up in there. But thank you so much.
No problem, mate. Cheers, thank you.
Cheers.
Take that, Mike. I think we're going to have a look at Samuel Antwi in the ring, British title challenger on Saturday night, British and Commonwealth welterweight championships on the line. He takes on Essuman. It's a former English and Southern area champion himself. As Paul Speak just pops by and says hello.
Popping
Paul
along.
Speak.
Manchester Fight Night is the Manchester Fight Night of Paul Speak turning up somewhere along the line, is it, Dev?
Oh yeah, exactly.
I'm surprised he didn't have a bag of gloves once signing somewhere along the line.
Well, we should actually. I'll probably have to double check with him. We should have Ricky Hatton with us on Friday for the weigh-in, for the Queensbury live streams. Paul said yes. I think Ricky said yes as well. So just going to double check with him today. But we should have the hitman himself standing alongside me on Friday to go through and weigh up what's happening at the weigh-in as we watch a welterweight himself, former English and Southern area champion Samuel Antwi. Only one loss in his career so far. He takes on Essuman on Saturday night. Well, break down this fight for me, Joe. What do you reckon? Good fight, right?
Do you know what? We don't want to sound corny or cheesy, but we just seem to be moving on to another fight that's a good fight, potential of an upset, another good fight, and then we've just spoke to Jack and Nathan, and here we have now this. Obviously, it's a great fight. I really am looking forward to it. It's a really good fight. The question is, as people say, does he have the power to trouble him? Yeah, but he's got the stoppage winning common opponents.
Yeah.
And
He's been brought through well, been brought through steady, he's had his upset, he's had his loss, he's had his bump in the road, as I call it, but he's come back and he's put himself here in this position now to challenge for the British and Commonwealth title on Saturday night. In what's becoming quite a sexy division in Britain at the moment, welterweight. Always is anyway, but it is a good division, and he'll be wanting to cause the upset.
But yeah, you mentioned there the common opponent, Darren Tetley. Samuel Antwi was able to stop Darren Tetley, and Essuman boxed him at Wembley Stadium on the Tyson Fury Dillian White undercard, and he was extended the full 12-round distance in that fight. I mean, can you read much into that, or is that just something for us to talk about, Joe?
No, it's something for us to talk about to kill a bit of time. No, but it's no, Samuel, listen, he's a good fight. You can see him moving around there. He's well schooled. And like you say, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes people can get carried away by records and what the knockout percentage and everything else. At the end of the day, it's about winning fights and boxing and winning rounds. You win the most rounds, you'll win the fight. If you carry the power and carry a shot and deal with it and finish it, then that's great. But he's a very live underdog for this fight. Very live underdog. It's a very good fight, and I'm really looking forward to this.
He's a very live underdog, and you talk about how there's Queensberry versus Boxer in the main event when Joe Joyce takes on Joseph Parker. This is another Queensberry versus Boxer fight. It's a mandatory fight. Antwi is the mandatory challenger for Essuman's British and Commonwealth Championships, and there'll be I'm sure Ben Shalom and Frank Warren will be cheering on their men on Saturday night.
I think Ben will be up where the pigeons are, won't they?
Oh, he won't doing that dirty. He won't doing that dirty. I'm sure he'll be all right.
No. Listen, his mandatory is his opportunity to fight for it. It's not someone who's come along and given him a lifeline.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? He's done it the hard way. And listen, he would have been studied and watched him, and for the champion himself, this is a chance for him to be his third successful defence of the British title, if I think's right, and he'll be just one away then. That'll be one away then from becoming owning the belt outright. So there's huge motivation on his behalf as well, and that's something. So I don't think he'll be taking his eyes off the ball.
No, of course not. 100% proper fight in a proper. I guess it's one of the glamour divisions, right? Welterweight. Yeah.
It is well. There's lots of noise being made out. We had Michael McKinson just go abroad fight recently. Obviously, there's huge talk of the Conor Benn situation, who he should fight and hasn't fought. Do you understand? And then you've got these boys, Samuel and also Essuman, the champion, the British champion. It's a shame that fight didn't really happen, did it? Do you understand? You want fighters
Which one?
For Conor Benn to come through and fight the British and Commonwealth champion, and a platform that his dad knows so well. He went and fought Michael Watson for the Commonwealth. He came unstuck, but it wasn't the end of his career. He came back and rebuilt. And these fighters, Essuman as well, thinks, seeing Conor Benn coming through, well, there's a bit of a payday for me and a big opportunity and a big night, and they bypassed him. So Essuman will be wanting to make a statement here and start calling out the likes of Conor Benn. And
well, that's just it. I feel as though he's a statement or a couple of statements away, Essuman, from being in the frame for more glamorous fights, because he's boxed at Wembley Stadium now.
Yeah.
He lit up Wembley Stadium, didn't get the stoppage, but he had a good win over Darren Tetley, who's game as they come. Yeah. He's now at Manchester Arena on Saturday night. He's live on BT Sport Box Office for the second fight in a row. It's time for him to put in a big beat your chest, look at me performance. 100%. Forget about all the other welterweights that you heard of. I'm your man, I'm the champion, I'm unbeaten.
100%. And you're saying there where he's boxed this year, what a year he's had. 2022, he boxed at Wembley. Here he is at Manchester Arena on another big show, and they've been given the platform, and he's got to go out there and deliver. And everyone's coming to watch Joyce Parker, everyone's coming to see Heaney, Mark Heffron, this fight. But you want people to go away talking about you, that kid that was on the undercard. God, he's a good fighter. I'd watch him again, I'd go and see him again, and that's what he'll be wanting to do. Do you understand?
He's got some good wins on his record, Samuel Antwi. He took the unbeaten record of Jez Smith. We talked about Darren Tetley. There's Sire Osgood on his record as well. Beaten plenty of good fighters.
No, Samuel is a really good fighter. He's learned his craft. Like I said, we were saying before about fighters, some wanting to do pads, some don't want to do pads. I don't think there'll be no pads done by Samuel here today. He just wants to come in, and you can tell him he's got a good sweat on already. Do you know what I mean? He's well hydrated. I can't see any
pads in the ring. So.
No, he's well hydrated, looks well, and he's just going through a few set things that most have been working on for his fight on Saturday night. But no one wants to give away too much. No one wants to lift the skirt up at this point, Devon, show them what they've got, do they?
I'm not sure anyone wants to lift their skirt up on Saturday night.
But you know what, do you understand? That's all Kerry Kay saying that.
Oh, yeah.
So
Absolutely.
blame
Well,
Kerry for that one, don't come at me.
I think we'll grab a chat very shortly with Samuel Antwi. Again, former English and Southern Area welterweight champion. This is his chance at the British and Commonwealth welterweight crown on Saturday night, live on BT Sport Box Office against the Engine, Nottingham's Echo Essuman. It's a tough fight. It's a proper fight.
Samuel's nickname is it the True Sensation?
This is the True Sensation. So you got the True Sensation against the Engine. Proper
Great
nicknames,
fight,
Joe.
great
You love a
fight,
nickname, don't you?
Great fight.
Yeah.
I love a nickname. I'm still trying to think of a couple for some of mine, but not done too bad with them.
Let's grab him. Let's grab him for a chat. Samuel, proper workout that. Proper workout. Sweating up. How you feeling?
Good. You can see, man. I'm still
Yeah.
getting a bit sweat on this. We're 3 days away from the fight already.
So you've been the Southern Area champion. You've been the English champion. Why is now the time for you to become the British and Commonwealth welterweight champion?
Why not? You know, I never even imagined the Southern Area title. I never imagined the English title. My goal was always above these titles, but I've had to prove myself along the way. This is just another stepping stone, and yeah, hopefully we get this British fight out of the way, grab the titles, then move on to bigger and better things.
They call him the Engine, Echo Essuman. He's right there behind you. Have a look. But well, you're just mates, aren't you?
No, he's a good guy.
He's a good guy. Of course he is. Yes, it's hard to dislike Echo Essuman, but they call him the Engine, right? What happens when the Engine meets the True Sensation on Saturday night?
Well, when the Engine meets the True Sensation, he's gonna come across a few difficulties, I'm guessing. So, yeah, so he's gonna come across a few difficulties.
Okay.
Afterwards, we're gonna send him to the garage, get fixed up. But you know, he's a good guy, you know. But
I was looking for you to say something like that. Good thing to say. Tell me, you've got a stoppage win over Darren Tetley.
Yeah.
That's a common opponent with Echo Essuman.
Mm-hmm.
He took Echo Essuman the distance.
Yeah.
Do you read into anything like that?
No. Every fight's different. Every time a fighter gets in the ring, he fights differently. So
exactly what Joe said.
Yeah, I'm not gonna underestimate him at all. We're going in there knowing that we're coming in for a firefight. I know he's ready. I know he's prepared for this fight. So we're coming in there all guns blazing.
Yeah, training seems to have gone very good. You're talking very well. You're well hydrated. In your career, you've only had the one speed bump.
Yeah.
You've regrouped, you've come back really well, and you find yourself not someone who's just been given a voluntary shot, but someone who's a mandatory. You've earned this spot.
Yeah.
Are you looking forward to going out there, Manchester, for a big crowd, the ring entrance, the big stage, and performing and showing everyone, being like the quiet man, not saying much, and go in there and listen, this is mine.
Yeah, normally we don't talk much, you know, we let the actions speak for us, and every time we go to a show, we try to steal the show. You know, I think the last show we was on, we got fight of the night, even though it was a bad performance for myself, but we still got fight of the night. Same with this one, it's the biggest stage so far. It's the biggest stage of my career, and we're looking to steal the show once again.
This is going to be Boxer versus Queensbury. There's two fights that are Boxer versus Queensbury, yourself and of course Joyce versus Parker.
Yeah.
What's the score going to be at the end of the night? What do you reckon?
As long as it's 1-0 and roll with me, then that's all that matters.
You don't care. Can we get a prediction on Joyce Parker from you?
To be honest, I want to get this belt out of the way. All I care about is grabbing these belts, bring it back.
All he wants is his fight. That's how it fights.
And afterwards, maybe I'll make a wager on it. But
100%.
Say no more.
Before many fighters turn up, they just want to be here. They're not interested in looking. They don't want to do pads. They want to come in, do it, and just get away. They're too in the zone. They're too focused, and they can't be doing with half-ass and chit-chat. Does that make sense to a little bit?
Well, I'm the king of half-assed chit-chat, but I am going to let you go now.
Sorry for language.
True Sensation, we'll see you at the press conference tomorrow for more chit-chat.
Yes,
so
definitely.
We'll see you then.
Cheers. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Cheers. Good luck. Nice to meet you, Samuel.
You too. Let's have a look at Echo Essuman. That's quite a sweat on he had there, Samuel Antwi.
Well hydrated. There's nothing problem with him making the weight, and he looks quite lean as well. So it was good. Obviously, they seem to be quite familiar with each other. I'm sure there's been sparring sessions with each other in the past. The Engine.
Well, we are looking at the unbeaten British and Commonwealth welterweight champion, Echo the Engine Essuman. Won those belts against Chris Jenkins. It was quite the statement performance because the way he dealt with Chris Jenkins, nobody does that to Chris Jenkins. It was a big win, Joe.
massive win. Listen, he's a good fighter. I really like him. Like I say, he's British champion, Commonwealth champion in a sexy division, the welterweight division, which is obviously a good division where a lot of history to it. This is, I think, it'd be his third defence of his British title, very successful. So he knows a win here is one away from winning that Lonsdale belt outright.
So did it used to be 3 and now it's 4?
Yeah.
In terms of successful
defences? Yeah, I used
defences?
to win it, and then it was a couple of defences, now it was 4. I had Scott Cardle win it, defend it 3 times, but they wouldn't give it him because one of the defences was a draw.
Right. Gotcha.
How does that one work?
Okay.
When the fight afterwards he gets in the ring as the champion? Sure, that's successful defence.
Little caveats here and there. I mean, it's a lovely, expensive belt.
I know, but you can't say a kid hasn't earned it for 4 defences and to say it isn't a defence and a draw when he's still classed as a champion and making another defence of it. But listen, how it is, it's a lovely belt and it's a little bit harder to get hold of, and not many fighters stick around these days at British level that win it, defend it, and then they want to move on.
You like this route, don't you? The traditional route to go through
all the time. English, British, Commonwealth, European. The European are sort of like, I wouldn't say being diluted. Well, I would do. It's been diluted a little bit now for all the other belts that have come into play into boxing, whether the intercontinentals and the silvers and the diamonds and everything else. But you still can't beat a good European fight. And I do feel now all of a sudden the European titles are coming back into favour again, because that's what the traditional route was. Your English, British, Commonwealth, European champion. So and that set you up then well for a good world title fight.
Well, the European champion is, of course, David Avanesyan, a Queensbury stablemate of Essuman. I'm not sure that they want to fight. I think they're quite friendly with each other. I know they've done plenty of rounds of sparring up in Carl Greaves' gym as well. But give us a word on David Avanesyan. I mean, he's a monster, isn't he?
He's a monster. Listen, no wonder they don't want to fight each other. They want to be paid well for that type of fight. I mean, that's just a brutal fight. You just call that brutal, wouldn't you? It's that'd be a great fight. But like I was saying to you, it's a great division. You've got a great, solid British champion, a great, solid European champion, and Samuel, like you say, has earned his opportunity to come up here and face the British champion, and he seems very confident. And I'm sure the champion, they've known each other, so what's ever gone on in the past in the sparring, people psychologically will know what will happen when it goes in there. The fact that you said that there's a Queensbury boxer rivalry, so this just adds that little bit more. Usually Ben Schlom's asking to come in as a bucket carrier or something else for part of the team, anything to get in the changing rooms. So it just adds that little bit of spice as well. I wouldn't say there's pressure, but it's an underlying current there that Frank would obviously want the win on his platform, and also Ben and his platform boxer, they'd want to be seen to go in there and smash and grab and come away with it.
Look, they'd want nothing more than to.
But it's good though that they're working together. It's good that they're working together, Dev. It's good that they're working together. These fights are being made. There's 2 of them on the bill here tonight. That's how it should be. We've got to. Boxing's got to evolve, and for it to have legacy and to continue moving forward, we've all got to work together. Literally, it's a village, and we've all got to get on with each other.
Well, I think when it makes sense for everyone, things start coming together very nicely, and it certainly makes sense for this fight. Essuman is taking on his mandatory challenger in Samuel Antwi. Antwi, former English, former Southern Area champion. It's the next step in his progression, he feels, to win this British title, to win this Commonwealth title on Saturday. But the engine that you're looking at, Essuman, is looking to hold on. He wants that British title belt in particular. Wants it outright. It's a lovely belt. Wants to keep hold of it.
It's a lovely belt. It's interesting that Samuel chose not to do pads, but Essuman, the champion, has decided to do some pads. And listen, like anything, sometimes people want to do a little pads just to take off that little bit of nervous energy that they're feeling, that they get what I call itchy knuckles now, and they want to do a little bit sometimes. Sometimes they think, well, I've got to do a session later on, so I don't want to do too much here. But it's good. He wants to show everyone he's up here in Manchester. He was on a huge platform there at Wembley, and he wants to impress. And he's got a huge opportunity to do this. Will this one be just before the main event?
I'm not sure the actual official running order's been released yet. I've seen a couple of strays knocking about on social media, but I don't think anything has come out from the Queensbury and BT accounts yet. But no doubt this will be part of the pay-per-view.
Well, I'm saying it's a good fight to warm the crowd and get going. They've got plenty of oohs and ahs in the crowd with this fight.
Yeah. Well, the engine will certainly be bringing it on Saturday.
Well, the engine needs to be finely tuned on Saturday night, Dave. I'll give you that much.
Good. Yeah, I'm trying to think of more engine gags, to be honest.
Oh, right. Okay.
Because what did Antwi say? Antwi said he's going to send him off to a mechanic or something like that afterwards.
Yeah,
So great, great engine-related gag. I'm all for him.
There's huge respect between both fighters as well, as you see when he got into the ring there, the acknowledgement that they're on, the smile. It was a case of, you're not starting to try and trash talk, are you? I thought we're not like that, do you know what I mean? There's just a mutual little nod there to each other, wasn't
Yeah,
there?
exactly. I mean, we've got the press conference tomorrow, and after seeing that nice nod at each other, after seeing that Samuel Antwi didn't really want to get drawn on a fight prediction, it tells me that there's not really going to be much beef between them, but they're going to save it for the ring on Saturday.
Yeah. Looks very sharp on the pads. Like I said, to hit your knuckles, he's British champ. I'm sure he's getting used to them ring walks, having them belts all around him in them changing rooms and them coming back in. And I want them going back to his changing room after the fight on Saturday night. And winning belts as well, Dev, brings a champion on, it brings confidence on, it brings a bit of belief on, and it brings improvement on as well, because they know they're about to go and have to step up to another level soon, where they go from British to European. It improves them. It gives them a confidence, and like Essuman in the ring there is moving around like a champion, with an air, a bit of a swag, bit of confidence, someone that's like whatever they bring, I've got.
Well, I know Frank is keen on matching Echo Essuman with Conor Benn. I don't know how possible that will be. You don't know what's going to happen with Conor Benn, win or lose his fight against Chris Eubank, but there's no doubt that a fight with Echo Essuman would certainly present a big challenge to Conor Benn, and also give him the opportunity, of course, to become a British and Commonwealth champion, a belt that he has targeted in the past.
Yeah, I touched on earlier, it's a shame that Conor hasn't come through the traditional routes and be fighting. He could be here Saturday night fighting Echo Essuman, do you know what I mean, the British and Commonwealth champion, and it hasn't that, but I'm sure Conor Benn there most will be looking at the payday, and then setbacks pave the way for comebacks, and most will be come back and look at the British title and a Commonwealth title then after fighting at that level. So yeah, big nights ahead for Echo Essuman. He's got to perform Saturday night.
Yeah,
he's got to win first and foremost. Looking good and doing it was secondary. The win's most important. If he can do it in style, it'll be a big bonus.
You can see plenty of style in the ring at the moment from the engine. 17-0, 7 knockouts so far for Echo Essuman, and it's Samuel Antwi that will be in the opposite corner. Former English and Southern Area champion on Saturday night live on BT Sport Box Office. As part of the undercard, a stellar undercard for Joe Joyce against Joseph Parker, the heavyweight giants colliding with the WBO interim heavyweight championship on the line. Joe, I just want to, I mentioned there the WBO interim title. That is a title that you are familiar with in your gym. You've had one very recently with Paul Butler, who then became a full world champion.
That's right, Dev. It was there's politics in boxing sometimes, and all fighters want to win the title in the ring. They all want to be crowned and the new. Like I said, there was an opportunity for Paul Butler. Casemiro failed weight, Sultan Jonas, and then obviously the belt was on the line. Interim, Paul Butler won, and it became full world champion. I had it years ago, Scott Quick, but with the WBA, he won the interim at the end of beating Rendell Munro. That's just the way boxing is now. So it's a shame to say everyone wants to win and be called then the new. But this for Joe Joyce and Joseph Parker. Whatever may happen in the next few months, the winner of this could be elevated to full world champion.
It's exactly that.
Full world champion, and I think they are well aware of it in the way that they've prepared in camp, and they know Joseph Parker could be a 2-time world champion, and Joe Joyce could be a first-time world. Literally, this is the world title fight, and if it isn't, you got to make, well, your next one is going to be, but you got to make sure the case this is, you do win this because you are going to become world champion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the status of the fight being elevated to a WBO interim title has really upped the ante. And I'll speak to Frank Warren tomorrow, I'm sure, in a bit more detail as to what it means. But you can see things are moving around in the heavyweight division. You can't really keep track of what's happening from day to day, but having that WBO interim title, whoever is that champion on Saturday night will be in a fantastic position to either challenge immediately the full world champion, or just be elevated if the chips fall their way. So it's a very important fight on Saturday night. It could be a new world or the next world champion crowned in there.
Yeah. No, like you say, and another world champion from Britain, UK, to add to the mix. That engine's purring in the ring at the moment. I told you before, didn't I? He had a swagger about him, everything about him, and you could see the combinations. He was letting his hands go on the pads there, his shadow boxing, his dancing. It took him a minute or two to warm into it, and everything else now is flowing. There's someone here, Dev, now that if we went for a coffee, we'd come back, he'd still be in there. He's enjoying it that much.
He's just chilling out, isn't he?
Yeah. It's got warm in here as well, Dev, with the people that's coming in. Head for the main event. There's people beginning to come in here now, and it's warm.
Yeah, he's not quite putting on the sweat that Samuel Antwi had. As we can see Mark Heffron over there off camera.
Mark's,
Are you going to get in the ring with Mark Heffron? Is he going to do any pads with you?
No, Mark's doing no pads. Mark's doing no pads.
What's the reason for that?
And listen, some fighters can be quite a bit superstitious. Some don't want to knock the hands. Not saying he's got bad hands, but they just don't want to. They feel all the work's done. You've seen it with a few people in here, Samuel as well. They've come in, they've shadowed, they've skipped, done something like that. So Mark's, that's how he feels. He had a session in the gym this morning, and he's done his work. It's just a case of coming here, doing media obligations, and then getting ready to hit his weight. But he's a fighter that the chains have broken off, the shoulders back, the collar's up. There's a bit of an Eric Cantona about Mark Heffron at the moment.
I like that.
He's walking into that gymnasium like he walked on that pitch at Old Trafford, looking around. He feels now, I can train with Tasha, Charlie Edwards, Paul Butler, all them. I've become British and Commonwealth champion.
There's no imposter syndrome.
No, there isn't. And Mark, he's very dangerous at the moment. Mark has been firing in the gym, and he's just like a different kid whatsoever. It's just that belief. It's amazing. That signature win, that breakout win. It's took a long time coming, but he's got there at the end, and I predict for the next 12-18 months for Mark. I think Mark managed right, moved right. I think we could be at some packed stadiums with that kid.
Well, Echo Essuman, of course, unbeaten British and Commonwealth champion. He's being moved just fine. I mean, he's got some good names on his ledger as well. Chris Jenkins was his breakout performance where he became the champion, where he stopped Chris Jenkins, and not a lot of people stopped Chris Jenkins. It was a hell of a statement from Echo Essuman. Darren Tetley on the record as well. Tyrone Nurse, he went over there. Tyrone Nurse isn't the sort of guy that a lot of people just choose to fight, but Echo Essuman took him on.
Echo Essuman had a really good win early on in his career against Tyrone Nurse.
Yes, exactly.
That was a huge win. Tyrone Nurse is a very talented kid.
Let's see if we can have a chat with the engine.
Hi, champ.
Let's bring you in. How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Thought you were gonna leave me hanging on a live stream, but thanks for not doing that. How's it going? How you feeling?
No, I'm feeling good, man. You know, fight week, you've got all those endorphins coming in, you're resting a bit, you're getting all that tapered sessions. I feel good.
You look like you enjoyed that in there.
Yeah, we just came in, didn't take it too serious, just enjoy it. That's what this week is about. I've done all the hard work, I'm here to enjoy it now.
That's exactly what Joe said.
The engine was purring in there near the end, then you were a lot more looser shadow boxing, the combinations were flowing. Said to Dev she would go for a coffee, because it'll still be back in an hour here, like, do you know what I mean? But I was just saying to you, it's another huge platform for you this year. Obviously fighting at Wembley, not many people have done that.
Yeah.
And when you look at your career, you're a solid British welterweight champion. There isn't many of them these days. You're a fighter that would fit in the 70s and the 80s of British boxing, do you know what I mean, era. A solid fighter, and full credit for you. A lot of people have the British titles and then vacate them. I think this was probably your third defence, is this right?
Yeah,
for your fight? Third defence, third and final. So that's huge. But early on in your career, you had a very good win over Tyrone Nurse.
Yeah.
And people oversee that Tyrone Nurse was a very good fighter.
No one wants to fight him, really.
Being in a big stage, and for someone to do that, the signs were there early. You were here now on another platform. Want to go in there against a good fighter in Samuel, who's earned his opportunity. It's a good fight, and it's a proper trade fight, what I like to call the trade fight. There's huge respect from the pair of yous, from what I can see, and I think you want to go in there, impress, And I'm not saying move on, but own that belt outright and bring that home with you and go, Joe, I own that.
Well, I'm going to be the King of Britain.
There you go.
Do you feel like you need to make a statement on Saturday night? You had Wembley Stadium in your last fight. As Joe said, it's the AO Arena, Manchester, two of the best venues in this country. A real opportunity, a real stage for you to say, hey, I'm the #1 welterweight in this country. Don't worry about no one else.
Think of it as touring. You go rallying, you go as a touring car, you're touring different countries and that. I've done it in the amateurs. I've learned my trade the hard way. I've fought those Olympian champions, double Olympian champions, world champions, all sorts. I'm here for it.
I did say to Dev, and we're not going to try and take anyone's thunder away or anything else. For you, as a fighter and a British champion and a Commonwealth champion, and you see people coming through, and they think, well, for them to get anywhere, they've got to come through me. Listen, and then to be leapfrogged or gone round the side another way must be a bit frustrating, because you're thinking to yourself, I can make a statement. That's the name on my resume that I can say I beat him and I'm the British champion. And they've got it, but things happen in a roundabout way. You win, move on. People sometimes have setbacks to pave ways for comebacks, and paths may cross down the line. Sure, that fires you down inside to go. Don't everyone's overlooking it. We've got some solid operators at welterweight in this division, haven't we?
Yeah, no, you know what, Britain it's got so many welterweights. It's such a busy weight. I think to be the British champion at a welterweight, you're really proven. 100%. And to defend it so many times, I'm proving myself. There's certain people who have gone round the ways, and you can't call yourself a legitimate British kind of
challenger or whatever,
or prospect, whatever you want to call it, if you haven't come up through the ranks the hard way.
Well, Samuel Antwi's certainly come up through the ranks the hard way. Former English, former Southern Area champion. And I said to him, what happens when the engine rolls into town on Saturday night? He said, you're going to need a mechanic, mate. What do you think about that?
Bulletproof. Bulletproof.
Yeah.
Don't think of me as the engine, think of me as a fighter plane or a tank. You can put holes in me, but I'm going to be the one standing at the end of the match, and he's going to drown in the energy.
Oh, there's your prediction. Give me your Joyce Parker prediction. How you seen that one going? Go on.
Joyce.
How? Why?
Later on.
Yeah, why?
Because Joyce is a bit like me, but he's completely different in the same aspect. I think he just has no filter for pain. He just hit him with everything, and he just keeps going, and he breaks people. That's what I like to do.
Oh yes, nice, like it. Anything you want to?
I was just saying, this fight, I was hoping it's high up on the card, possibly made it more than because this is a fight. This is a good, solid domestic trade fight that will have the crowd oohing and ahhing with it. It's a good fight. I think these fighters deserve it. To go in there and defend the British title and show themselves on the biggest platform in there. You've had that with Wembley, and you most probably think to yourself, yeah, I fought well and I did well, but there's more still to come, and I want to do that this Saturday night and go in there and make a statement and let people know. I know the respect. You want to start making yourself as a household name, that your name reels off people's tongues, not an afterthought. And that's what you want to do Saturday night, isn't it?
That's exactly what
you go do it and take care of it and enjoy Manchester, enjoy fight week, and enjoy the ring walk, and continue enjoying being British champion.
I will do.
No problem.
Good luck to you, Echo Essuman.
Thanks, guys.
No
Cheers,
problem.
Mate.
Nice to
Let me
meet
grab
you.
that mic off you. We'll grab it. Echo Essuman speaks well, looks well. He wants that British title. He wants to keep hold of it, doesn't he? And nice little pep talk you gave him as well at the O there. At the end there, Joe. You like him, didn't you?
Like I said to you at the beginning, Dev, he's a fighter that you can put into the era of the 70s and the 80s. He's that era, a solid fighter that's proud to be British champion, Commonwealth champion. It means a lot to him. You hear him saying there he's got to be the king of the welterweight division on Sunday morning. It means a huge thing for him to be British champion. He's proud to it. And the fire's burning bright in here at the same time. That's a good fight. I'm really looking forward to that fight.
Well, the fire's burning, and the fire is burning with this man that you're looking at right now. He's the IBO Super Featherweight Champion, unbeaten in 21 fights, Michael Magnusi. And he takes on Antwi Kakatchi. It's a very interesting fight on Saturday night. IBO Super Featherweight title on the line. He calls himself the Lone Wolf. You said you liked a nickname. What do you think of that one?
Yeah, it's not a bad one, the Lone Wolf, mate. Doesn't look like a Lone Wolf. He's got right pack around him here, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, true.
Come on, Dev, we're here all night. Come on.
The Lone Wolf has
on a
been
sponsored talk here, aren't we?
It's actually it's a bit of trivia. Here's a bit of Magnusi trivia for you. He's married to Alessandro Branco, who is the daughter of former world light heavyweight champion Silvio Branco. How
Wow,
about it?
really?
How about
He's
it?
got to
Joe?
behave himself, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Getting a clip round the ear.
Yeah, that'll be some chat, that.
Yeah.
wouldn't it?
Oh, do you remember you see the films? I don't know, it's the bad guys and
Yeah,
they bring them
yeah.
into the living
Bad
room. I
Boys.
wonder if he had that, bad boys. I wonder if he had that type of conversation.
Have you had that conversation yet, Joe? Anyone come in and try to have
No.
a chat with you?
My daughter's at university at the moment, so.
So it's imminent.
Oh, stop
Oh,
it, Stop
Joe.
it, stop it. I've got empty nest syndrome at the moment, mate. I'm missing her like mad, but like you say, I've got to go and spread the wings, haven't they?
Yeah.
Listen, here again, we keep talking as we've gone through with Raven Chapman, and we've just been with that and the one before it, with Flatley and Heaney. It's like, here's another fight, a good fight. Anthony Kakatchi, a good fighter.
Yeah, very good.
Everybody talks about Anthony Kakatchi. Everybody who's had him in the gym knows what a talent he is and what a puncher he is.
You had him in the gym?
Yeah, I've had him in the gym when we used him for Jorge Linares when Anthony Crollo was fighting him, and we used to joke we went a bit too far there. He looked a bit like him, the way that he's set up.
Yeah, he does actually. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah, so...
Huge compliment to Kakatchi, that. I mean, Linares is, yeah.
No, but Kakatchi's a very good fighter. He's a good right hand. I just think Anthony Kakatchi is a kid, I don't know, maybe with COVID, and a lot of fighters like this stuff, they're still recovering from COVID and they're still recovering getting going, and the promoters, obviously, when COVID has finished and the shows are back on, they've got a backlog of fighters that they've got to look after. There's obligations, contract obligations, and everyone's rushed to the front of the queue. But Anthony Kakatchi is sort of like there, but his opportunity's here now, and he's got to make sure that he delivers on Saturday night and gets everyone talking about him. He's a solid operator, Anthony Kakatchi. His opponent, how do you pronounce him? Magnusi. He's undefeated.
Yeah.
He's coming over here. He's usually confident. He's got a big entourage with him. Don't know much about him. I think his knockout ratio isn't the best. I think, but he's undefeated. I can't see really any stellar names on his record that he's beat. So full credit to him coming over here and wanting to fight Anthony Kakatchi. But Anthony Kakatchi, this kid that he's fighting is a form fighter. He's been fighting regular and often. Anthony Kakatchi now, he's been in the wilderness. He's got to bring himself back into it now with this performance on the bigger stage. And if Anthony Kakatchi doesn't beat this kid, where does he go with his career then after that?
Well, he's a Lou DiBella fighter, Team Magnusi over here, and the way this fight came about was, it's the power of social media. Some people like it, some people don't, but I tell you, Anthony Kakatchi probably wouldn't be fighting this guy if it wasn't for social media. What happened was a tweet went out. I think it was Lou DiBella saying, we can't get work for this guy, we can't get him a fight. They talked about trying to fight Joe Cordina, and somebody, I think it was Sean Coombs or Sean McCombs, somebody tagged in Kakatchi saying, he'll fight you. A couple of messages later, here we are.
Wow. Well, for Lou DiBella to rate this kid very highly, we have to sit up and take heed. Lou DiBella doesn't usually put his name. Lou DiBella's got a track record of bringing kids in and doing well with him. Didn't you look after Serrano?
Did a lot of Serrano's career as well.
So he hasn't got to take
Sergio
people.
Martinez, so many great fights.
He's got to take people under his wing that isn't no good. Do you understand? So there's Paul walking past again. Where's the bag of gloves, Paul? It's usually a bag of gloves for Paul, but not here today. So you've got to take him quite seriously. Listen, he's sharp on the pads here. Maybe underestimate a little bit the power on his record. But we've got some Lou DiBella putting out that there's no one for him to fight, and that's in America, where you've got Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, Americans. Do you know what I mean? There's lots of people for him to fight, and none of them want to fight. Maybe is a secret that we don't really know about, one of the best kept secrets, and most probably we will find out about that on Saturday night.
Well, it's only his second fight outside of Italy. You would think that if he picks up the win on Saturday, this is his chance to now start kicking on. He did quite well as a junior amateur in Italy as well, but hasn't really kicked on at world level. He's got this IBO title as well, which is kind of one of the outsider kind of belts. It gives you a seat at the table, but kind of at the end of the table. Big opportunity for him to make a statement, especially beating someone like Anthony Kakatchi, who's only been beaten once.
No, exactly. And listen, we're saying about them keep a secret. I don't know whether they're aware of really how good Anthony Kakatchi is. Everybody in the gymnasiums up and down the country know he is. And Anthony himself will most of the half agree that he's really got to show in the ring is where it matters, under the spotlight on Saturday night. He says he's from Italy and he's only boxed once out of Italy before. This is his second time. Gives you a little
everything's been in his favour at home all the time, and how's he got to deal with adversity, how's he got to deal when Kakatchi lands that right hand early on. And usually the rule of thumb, I'm not talking out of turn then, but they don't usually travel well. The Italians don't usually travel well.
We shall see. Well, look, he's travelling over from Italy, Marco Magnusi, and we've got someone who's travelled over from New Zealand, and now he calls himself Morecambe Joe. His name is Joe Parker, and that's the reason we're here today. Joe Parker challenges against Joe Joyce, the big main event Saturday night, live on BT Sport Box Office. It's a cracking heavyweight fight. Two of the best heavyweights in the world for the WBO interim title, and it's one that I've got Joe with me now. You know, I've got another Joe. It's one that Joe Gallagher, you can't wait for, huh?
No, I'm really looking forward to it. The Battle of the Joes. It's great. And listen, both fighters here. Joe Parker's been there before. He's been world champion, beat Andy Ruiz. He wasn't given a title, he beat a solid operator. We've all seen what Andy Ruiz has gone on and done, and is still a major threat in the heavyweight division. Joe Joyce, his progression from the Olympics, robbed of a gold medal, coming through, had a real breakout win over Daniel Dubois. A lot of people were picking Daniel Dubois to win that. He broke out, and he just seems to keep coming on. What amazes everybody, when we talk so much of Joe Joyce, we're looking and expecting, well, he's not a Usyk, and he's not a Tyson Fury, and he's not that. But like I said to you earlier, he's like our modern era George Foreman. He's our UK George Foreman. He comes forward, he does well, but the people that spar him say he's very intelligent, he's very crafty, good skill set, good mindset, sets traps. He's got a fantastic trainer with Salis with him in the corner, who's very passionate and knows the game very well. And then obviously you've got Joe Parker, who's come over here, set himself over here, took himself away from his family, set up there with Tyson Fury, they call Mike Tyson, then Tyson Fury up there, and really welcomed Morecambe and the ways of Morecambe, and they've welcomed him. And like I say, he's had a good training camp over there. The key seems to be very vibrant, very confident. He's got a great trainer in Andy Lee as well. And Joe's been in around Tyson's camps with Sugar Hill, and he would have picked stuff up. I think for Joe, this is a huge opportunity for him to become a two-time world champion. I think he does have the skill that he could cause the upset. He's a good boxer, good long range. He's had great preparation with Derek Chisora. 2 fights before it, you couldn't get no better preparation for this type of fight. But with Joe Joyce, is a man mountain, isn't he? He comes, and when he comes, you duck or you run.
Yeah, exactly that. Look, a lot of the chat about this is, can Joe Joyce box Joe Parker in the same way that he boxes someone like a Christian Hammer? And people are saying no. No, he can't do that.
No.
He has to be different. He has to be more cautious. He has to give Parker that respect. But I ask you, Joe, why does he need to give Joe Parker more respect than he gives someone like Christian Hammer? Because Joe Parker isn't a noted puncher. There's a few questionables on there where he's gone the distance with guys that other people are having easy nights with. I look at Razvan Kajanu, for example.
So I think with Joe, I like with boxing, everyone's always on a bush. Like I just touched on it, Joe Parker's got a good skill set. He's got a good jab, good right hand. He knew how to smother Derek Chisora when he was up close with him. And I think he's learnt an awful lot being around Tyson Fury, as in skill set and mindset in the boxing ring. Do you know what I mean? He's learnt an awful lot. Holding inside. Well, I think, like I said to you, I think Joe Parker will have good success early on with his jab and his right hand. It's when you get to push to the ropes, you start feeling these types of big thuds on him, and then you soon realise whether you've got to be able to keep up with that for 12 rounds and take that.
Well, let's see. Let's have a chat with Marco Magnusi. Marco, welcome. English? You speak English?
Not speak English, I'm sorry.
We have a translation. Oh, you said sorry there. That was good. How you feeling? First, second fight outside of Italy. Big test in Antwi Kakatchi on Saturday. Tell us your thoughts.
Allora, è il secondo match che fai fuori dall'Italia. È un grande test contro Antwi Kakatchi. Come ti senti?
È un evento importante e sono fiero di essere qui. Anthony è un ottimo avversario. Ho visto il suo score, ho visto un po' come si muove, sarà un ottimo match, spero che sarà un match pulito sull'insegna del pugilato e della sportività.
Okay, Joe, you can translate that, can't you? No, you stick with it.
I'm proud to be here, it's a great event. We saw Anthony, his record, his style, we like him, so I hope this is a great fight with a sort of feast of loyalty and sportivity.
Okay, quick one. The Lou DiBella put a tweet out saying that nobody wanted to fight you. It was hard to get you a fight. Are you Lou DiBella's best kept secret?
Allora dice che Lou DiBella non trova nessuno che vuole combattere con te e quindi si domanda se sei il suo miglior segreto.
Che nessuno vuole combattere contro di me, questa è una buona cosa, significa che metto molta paura, quindi sarà una sorpresa un po' per tutti.
So probably yes, the fact that nobody wants to fight him, it means that I am a scary guy, so I hope to be a big surprise for everybody.
Yeah.
And tell me, I looked on your Instagram page and I saw a message from Andrea Bocelli. Is he a friend of yours, and what did he say?
Allora, hanno visto che Andrea Bocelli ti ha inviato un messaggio di auguri, vogliono sapere se è veramente tuo amico.
Abbiamo stretto, diciamo, il contatto è stato stretto da poco. Lui ha saputo tramite una mia conoscenza che io sono un appassionato della sua musica, e lui è un appassionato di pugilato, e quindi sapendo del mio grande incontro e dell'importanza ha voluto regalarmi una sorpresa.
So Andrea Bocelli has a friend in common. Michael loves Andrea's music, and Andrea Bocelli likes boxing, so they get the contact and start sharing some great things together.
Lovely. Well, look, best of luck to you on Saturday night. Big fight for you, and we will see you tomorrow at the press conference.
Buona fortuna a te, tanti auguri per il combattimento e ci vedremo alla conferenza stampa questo sabato.
Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you.
Good luck and enjoy Manchester. No problem.
Buona fortuna e buona
Magnusi taking on Anthony Kakatchi on Saturday night. We're having a look at Anthony Kakatchi now. He's in the ring. He's the British champion.
Still British champion.
I think so. I think he's still got hold of that.
That tells you an awful lot. Not a lot of people don't want to fight him.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. I mean, he won it against Sam Bowen. There was a feeling that was a bit of a breakout performance from Anthony Kakatchi. Hasn't really found the momentum. Hasn't been able to kick on. There was a good win over Leon Woodstock in there, but it's been a
good win, a very good win.
Yeah.
Leon Woodstock is a very good fighter, and that's a very good win for Anthony Kakatchi.
He's a tough guy. It was a good fight. It was a particularly grueling fight for Leon Woodstock. I think Kakatchi was very good that night. Very, very good, and it's good to see him back. Good to see him hopefully getting a bit of momentum. He was meant to, of course, fight at the Wembley Stadium on that show. He was there in fight week, and his opponent pulled out quite late in the day, and he was left with no one to fight. You remember? And that's where exactly. Echo Essuman ended up getting the shot. He was meant to fight at York.
Because that fight was due to be scheduled a few weeks later, and they brought it forward. But then doesn't that show you the professionalism of the British welterweight champion, that he could step in?
Yeah.
Tells you everything you need to know. Lives and breathes it. But Anthony Kakatchi, like you say, his opponent there, very confident. Very confident. You could tell it's flowing out of them. They've studied, as his trainer said there, and looked at him, or his interpreter, I'm assuming it's his trainer, has studied Anthony Kakatchi, and they're very confident of this fight. They've took the fight. They're willing to come all the way over here to the UK, and they've seen something that they think they can deal with and get the win.
Well, it's not been an easy career so far for Anthony Kakatchi, though. It's been real highs and lows, but you know, if he kicks into gear on Saturday, gets a bit of momentum going, hopefully this is the start of something with Kakatchi.
Yeah, he's been a bit of a stop-start career, Dev, and he's threatened to take off and have them performances and win, and for whatever reason he got them couple of wins, and then obviously COVID struck, and now we're back here again, and he's thinking to himself, it's got to be now or never. I've got to do this. I mean, he ain't got to get many more opportunities. He's got a huge stage there. He's got a good fighter. He's got a fighter that's got profile in America. He's got profile in Italy of what's he called?
Andrea Bocelli.
Yeah, Andrea Bocelli. So he'll become a name and raise his profile with this win. Anthony Kakatchi is a fighter that hopefully does fulfil what we all know and have seen glimpses of in his career. And he's got a perfect opponent Saturday night to do that.
Well, yeah, he's up against the lone wolf who we've just seen in the ring, Michael Magnusi. And with Kakatchi, he was the underdog against Sam Bowen that night. He was forced on Sam Bowen as a mandatory challenger, and it was a bit of a breakout performance, a bit of an upset performance, a great performance. I believe that it was Midlands Mayhem back in 2019. It was the same night that Zlani Tete we saw got upset by Jean-Real Casimiro in a couple of rounds. It was quite the night. what a random world level fight that was, just by the way, up in the Midlands.
Yeah, unbelievable. Casimiro, Tete. And look at Tete now, why we come back there and beat Jason Cunningham recently. And everyone thought he was past it and over it. But he's a dangerous fighter. He's a dangerous fighter, Tete. You won't pay fortunes to fight him.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, look, Kakatchi is
or
capable.
check your medical records or your health insurance, one of the two.
You'd have to check all
True,
of that.
Dev, it's true.
Big friends with Carl Frampton. Been in his camp for so many years.
I think he was with Shane McGuigan early on in his career, wasn't he?
He was
started off with the McGuigans.
in that camp as well.
And then he's moved
Frampton
on.
said at the time, I'm sure it may have changed since, but Frampton said nobody has hit me as hard as Anthony Kakatchi has hit
I remember
me.
that. I remember that.
He can certainly whack. I think his record is probably a bit deceiving in terms of the amount of knockouts on there, but it's probably one of those cases where once the opponent feels it in there, they don't want to feel it again.
No, and listen, Kakatchi is he's a good fighter. He's tall, he's lean. I tell you what would have been a great fight to see. We might see this after this fight, him versus Zelfa Barrett. I think that's a great fight. He managed to two super featherweights fighting each other, both talented. Now Zelfa's got his other agenda in it, but for a Manchester fight, and I'm sure Anthony will bring over a good load of support over with him. But that's a good fight. But first and foremost, he's got to win Saturday night. That's the task, and I hope he is treating it as his world title fight. Anthony Kakatchi's got to treat this as his world title fight. He can't be looking at a kid and he's saying, "Oh, he hasn't stopped that men in. He's not this and not that." That kid was full of it there. He was full of it, full of confidence. And Anthony's got to go in there and go, "This is it. If I don't win this, there's no way back for me here now." Does that make sense?
How's he looking to you, Joe? From what you can see,
Yeah, no, looks nice and relaxed. I won't say a little bit pensive, but it's nice and relaxed. You know what I mean? And like anything, fighters are getting near fight night. They just want to really get rid of this a little bit. He's not giving much away, just usual catch and return stuff, basic stuff on the pads. So he's not giving much away. We all know what he's like. He doesn't have to try and impress anybody here. He's not got to win titles or get paid money for doing this. Do you understand? So it's nice and relaxed. He's sharp. You don't want to give nothing away. It'd be interesting to see what they think. Like anything, when you're watching videotapes, when they're stood passing each other back and forth here, were they a bit surprised how tall Anthony was? Was Anthony surprised how thick set he was? There's them little things that we keep looking for all the time.
Well, you'll see that when we bring in Anthony Kakatchi for a chat, you can compare him to how Marco Magnusi looked. And he's a tall super featherweight, is Anthony Kakatchi.
Yeah,
Rangy.
no, he is. He's really tall. And it's like Zelf. I keep mentioning Zelf, but Zelfa's a tall super featherweight, so I think it would be a really good fight. But Anthony Kakatchi, big stage for him Saturday night. I know he's had to get over the disappointment of not fighting at Wembley, but you hear your Manchester Arena on a big heavyweight bill. It's on box office. He's got a great chance here to raise his profile and make his statement.
Yeah, 100%. He's just got to take it.
It's funny though, because I don't want to stray from it. Well, Natasha Jonas, she fought in lockdown. She fought Terry Harper for a world title. It's in somebody's back garden. Then she fought Katie at the arena, empty. It wasn't meant to be. But then when she won it, it was in front of 20,000. So it was meant to be. A family and friends could have been there and seen it. So sometimes you pick pig sick from what's happened in the other two occasions, but it's just that's where it was intended to be and to happen. You've got to go through them things, and I think Anthony's had to go through things in his career, in activity, being let down at Wembley. But this could be the moment. This is the breakout moment.
Yeah, you feel as though it's all part of the Anthony Kakatchi story, and I think when the story is told, when it's all said and done, it's going to be one hell of a story, and hopefully he's got some world titles to add to it.
100%. How old's Anthony now?
I think he's 34 now. He's 33, 34, around that.
It's now or never.
Time to kick on for the British champion, British super featherweight champion Anthony Kakatchi in action as part of the undercard on Saturday night, live on BT Sport Box Office from the AO Arena, Manchester. The show is headlined by the two hard-hitting heavyweight giants, Joe Joyce and Joseph Parker, battle it out for the WBO interim heavyweight championship. It's a stellar undercard. We've seen so many of the fighters in action on Saturday at the public workout here today. The likes of Raven Chapman in against Jorgelina Guanini, toughest fight of her career. There's a British and Commonwealth welterweight championship clash between Essuman and Samuel Antwi. There's Nathan Heaney in the toughest fight of his career so far against Bolton's Jack Flatley. And this is another fight here. We're looking at Anthony Kakatchi. A bit of a mouth-watering fight for me. Marco Magnusi's coming over with an unbeaten record, doesn't know how to lose.
No.
But he's not boxed anyone called Anthony Kakatchi.
No, he hasn't. And touching what you're saying there, look at social media and the build-up this week and today on all platforms, whether it be on Twitter or whatever, a lot of people saying this is the card of the year, one of the cards of the year, the undercard of it. It's just not a good main event. And a weak undercard. There's good fighters here. You've got a solid welterweight British champion, a solid super featherweight British champion, as well as prospects as well in the show.
Well, let's bring in Anthony Kakatchi, Anto, for a chat. Anthony.
Yes, Anto. Good to see you, my friend.
How are you? Been a while.
Yes,
how you doing?
I'm good, mate, I'm good.
Is it about time things started going your way?
Oh, well, things are going my way now, aren't they? I've got a great shot at a good champion, so I'm just running to go and ride a rock.
Did you have a look at him, Marco Magnusi?
I've seen him. I mean, he's not showing much off. He's a small lad. He's very small. He's there's no denying that he's a tough champion. You know, I believe it's going to be a great fight. You know, I could be the underdog here. I'm not too sure what way it works out, but I just don't care. This is my time. This is my time to shine and try and, you know, and do something with myself. And it starts on Saturday night.
I said how the fight was made. Deb was telling me of him, Lou DiBella, saying no one wants to fight this man, and I said to him, is it Lou DiBella's best kept secret? Because for someone not to fight him, and that includes America, where it's full of Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, Americans, I'm sure that would maybe a little bit hyping it. He's from Italy. He's only ever travelled outside of the country once before, but I know you.
Yeah.
And a lot of people and good boxing trainers and good boxing gyms in Ireland, in Northern Ireland, in England, the whole lot all know what a good fighter you are. This is a moment where me personally as well, having you in the gym, going way back, helping us for Jorge Linares and Anthony Crolla. I was saying to Dev how we said you look like him. People said a little bit.
You'll say that, wouldn't you? You'll say that.
I take it.
So we just needed to perform like him. Do you know what I mean? But I have, like I said to you, the kid's got talent, huge talent, and it's one of them. A bit like my lad Mark. He's been around for a while, and it'd be criminal if you didn't get that. You've been British super featherweight champion, and the fact that you've not been that just speaks volumes that no one wants to fight him. So he's got to go out there and make a statement Saturday night. It was disappointment with Wembley. You've had to get over that. But here you are in Manchester, in a great arena, and you've got a great opportunity. Lou DiBella's put him out there. You go out there and take him out, and that's a huge profile for you, and your name's back in action, and you're ready to go.
That's exactly it. You know, these boys seem to think that they're invincible. They seem that they're going to, on social media, they're going to take me out of there and around and whatever else. You know, his style is a style that I've fought over and over and over again. Even the amateurs the whole way through, that I would love to see that style, because I don't have to go looking for him. You know, he's going to be right there in front of me, and if he can take the shots in, fair play to him. We'll have to see how it goes, you know.
And the thing as well, the sparring partners you've had over the years, been in camp sparring Carl Frampton, sparring Anthony Crolla, you sparred better kids in this fight.
Easy,
but at
easy.
the same time, we can't have that bit of complacent.
No.
You switched on, you know, you do this, you're there,
Yep.
no one's you're there. Do you
That's
understand?
it, that's it. Yep.
You've got to do this, and you know the importance of it. I don't have to tell you. Your family, your friends, your trainers, everyone else all want it.
Yep.
But we all know what an exciting talent you are. You've just got to go and remind them that on Saturday night.
Well, that's a plan. That's a plan. So,
It's tailor-made for you?
I feel like that the style's tailor-made for me. He's, you know, he's relentless. He comes forward. But again, I feel like in the super featherweight division that I am the biggest puncher. I don't care who's there or whatever. It's like, at least in Britain and around in Europe, I punch harder than most of these guys. So when I hit him hard, and if he's still coming, I gotta take my hat off to him.
Before we let you go, let's get your Joyce Parker prediction. What do
Yeah,
you reckon?
it's a close one. That's a close one. Parker's more the boxer here. Joyce is a more strong, you know, resilient. He stay in there, hard man. I'm gonna say Joyce.
Okay.
Joyce.
Frank will be happy.
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Look,
All right, lads.
Good luck to you on Saturday. Good
Thank
to
you.
have you back.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Good
it.
luck. Good to see you again. Go and take care of business, son.
That's producer Jake takes the mic, but again, that compliment of you look like Jorge Linares. I mean, he loved that. If you
Oh,
sort of
he
read that,
remembered what we used to say in the gymnasium. So we used to say, flipping hell, this is getting a bit too extreme. We're getting someone that even looks like him, you know what I mean? But
he must have been good sparring, though.
It was brilliant sparring. It was ideal sparring. It was great sparring. And, style-wise, punch-wise, everything else. And he's a kid that you've seen, and he's been on the circuit, he's up and downs. And he's one of them that you think, when he wins Saturday night, you go, yeah, fair play, yeah, good lad, go and kick on now.
Yeah, it feels like it's his moment. It's all set up for him. There's an IBO world title on the line as well. It's a chance to make a bit of a statement at world level on a big stage, and look, we hope Antwi Kakatchi does it. He's threatened to break out for a little while, and that may happen on Saturday.
No, definitely.
Well, here's your man.
Yeah.
Mark
Right.
Heffron.
Paddy, are you taking the corner, son? He isn't doing no pads, is he? Or is he? Oh, he wants to do a bit of pads. See, they change all the time, don't they?
He wants to do a bit of pads. Joe,
Yeah,
you're
so-
you're
Have you got pads with you?
you're extolling the
Can't do
virtues
them.
of not doing pads. Don't need to do it and
No,
all that.
no,
He's
no.
just like, no, I'll do pads actually.
Okay, he told me in the gym this morning he wasn't doing no pads. He's half threw me under the bus here, hasn't he, Dev? Do you know what I mean?
Mark Heffron in the ring, the British and Commonwealth super middleweight champion. Of course, won those glorious belts last time out against Lennox Clark. It was an absolute cracker, a bit of a firefight, and a bit of a breakout again from Mark Heffron. He's had ups and downs in his career. There's an interview on the Queensberry YouTube channel, which I encourage you all to have a look at. He's got quite the story, and the story is currently going very well. I mean, he's got those belts now, and he could really kick on.
No, definitely. Like you say, he's been a long time a professional now, and like I said, a fantastic win last time out. Went into it a big underdog, got the titles, got the win, and since then there's like a weighted vest that's gone off him. Like I said, I touched on him before. The shoulders are back. Do you know what I mean? The collars are up, and he's walked into a gym. We don't walk in no more. He floats in the gym, and he's an exceptional talent. And he's believing in himself a lot more, that bit of belief, and it's great that Frank and Queensberry and BT could get him out again. Bit of a homecoming, really. It's a shame it wasn't a defence of the Commonwealth or the Intercontinental, but it's 8 rounds and it's getting his profile. He's sold huge tickets again. We were talking about Nathan Heaney before. Mark's done loads of good tickets again, and it's just to get him back out there and keep him and get people like when Frank used to work with Ricky Hatton. He fought 2 weeks and then he was out again, fought 2 weeks, and you build, and you know in this city with Ricky Hatton and Anthony Crolla, there's a gap, there's a vacancy for that type of kid. Mark Heffron could be that kid, and I've said to Frank and to George, we've got a kid here, he's got a great personality, he's got a killer smile, and he's got a knockout punch, and with his performance, the way that he performs, he's an exciting fighter. He's a very popular kid, and he is someone that we look at Heaney that he'd want to go to Boundary Park and fight for a world title next year, whoever that may have it, whether it's Andrade, Park or whoever. Understand? But they're the goals that we're looking at and what Mark's looking for as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's certainly on the upward curve right now. Brother Ronnie still on the scene. I mean, he was a good pro back in the day. He had a fight with Liam Williams famously. Does he ever come to the gym? Does he ever do anything?
I know, I haven't seen Ronnie for a while. I know he still talks to him. He was there when he won his British title and that, but boxing sides I'm not sure he does. I think he does a bit of training. I think the dad's got a bit of a gymnasium there, so that's what he does there. So yeah, that's it. Well, it's Mark, he's got a huge family, his sisters, everything else. His dad loves the boxing, so he's that's it. But as you see Mark there smiling, he's got a killer smile. This is Mark, this is a kid now that has waited so long to get here, do you understand? So many false starts, and he's here, he's smiling, he's got that confidence about him. And a bit like we've seen with a couple of fighters before, the British Welterweight champion, he's got a swagger about him and enjoying it.
Yeah, and this is as you mentioned earlier, a bit of a
put the gloves on
welcome
now.
home fight for Mark Heffron, a chance for him to show his fans those beautiful belts that he picked up in his last fight. But the last time I recall him fighting at the Manchester Arena, he was taking on Liam Williams. He was expected to win. There was a lot of pressure on him heading into that fight, and I talked about that with him in the interview that we done that's on the Queensberry YouTube page, and he said that his knees went a little bit funny. They're all cheering for him, etc., etc. They're all really gassing him up, and for the first time he was kind of, whoa, like, what's going on here? It feels like this version now of Mark Heffron that you said, collar up, going into the gym, no imposter syndrome, I belong here, can deal with that sort of roar from the crowd.
Yeah, 100%. He can't wait for Saturday night at Manchester Arena. He's been here for many years. I think one of our first fights together, this was going back 12 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, he fought 4-on-1. You think his 5th, 6th fight with a first, second round knockout. But he's seen Crolla grow on and Quigg go on, and he's thinking, I want this. And Manchester, once you start getting behind you and building, you've seen it in the past with great fighters, Michael Broder, Ricky Hatton, do you understand it, and Carl Thompson, and that's what they want to do here as well, do you know what I mean? So I don't know who you've got as my stand-in today, Dev.
Sorry?
I don't know who you've got as my stand-in, because I'm going to go in and have to pad him in.
You're going to have a
I'm
chat?
going to have a little pad
with him.
him.
You're going to go and do pads. Well, look, I'm sure we'll grab someone to have a little chat. If you need
I'm
to,
just see if Croller's still about,
if
or
you
is
need
he
to go and do some
disappeared?
pads, go and do your pads. As Joe Gallagher is about to exit
just a second.
stage left and leave me on my Larry to talk about Mark Heffron. But look at that, the jacket's off. Joe Gallagher's getting in there. There's been too much talk about the other Joes, Joe Joyce and Joe Parker. What about this Joe? Stepping between the ropes now, Joe Gallagher about to take his charge. Mark Heffron on the pads, a little workout. What a win it was for Mark Heffron against Lennox Clark last time out. Stopped him in that fight. Was quite quiet in the build-up in fight week. Didn't say much. For me, he seemed a bit subdued, but he saved it all for fight night, and he unleashed on Lennox Clark. Picked up those belts. Lennox Clark wasn't overly happy with the stoppage, and he contested it at the time, but Mark Heffron walked away with those belts. 8-rounder on Saturday night. Bit of a welcome home, bit of a welcome back to Manchester fight for the man they call Kid Dynamite. Put a fair bit of pressure on himself ahead of that last fight. He, as you can see, close by ringside, never far from his side, his fiancée and his daughter Poppy, fiancée Rebecca. And he told Poppy, I am taking these belts back, home to you. And look, he's done that before, and it hasn't worked out for him. He did it last time, and it did work out. And you go on his social media, there's plenty of pictures of the belts on his daughter, on his fiancée. Of course, he took those belts as well to his mother's grave, who he sadly lost in the build-up to recent fights as well. He's been through a lot, Mark Heffron. Long career of ups and downs, but it seems to be on the upward trajectory right now. British and Commonwealth champion at super middleweight. There he is, Joe Gallagher, doubling up as pundit and padman today. British and Commonwealth champion Mark Heffron in the ring now, ahead of his return, his homecoming on Saturday night, live on BT Sport. Box office, huge show from the AO Arena Manchester. Joe Joyce and Joseph Parker finally lock horns, finally battle it out with the WBO interim heavyweight championship on the line. Mark Heffron, part of a stellar undercard, full of title fights, including coming up very shortly in the ring. You will see her boxing legend, really. She's in the Guinness Book of World Records, Amanda Serrano, who makes her UK debut. She'll be in the ring very, very shortly. She's a 7-weight world champion, and she's taking on Sarah Mafoud, unbeaten Danish IBF featherweight champion, in a unification bout. So it's a hell of a show. Interim title fights, full title fights, unifications, everything you need really, and Mark Heffron is part of that mix. 8 rounds, a return for him on Saturday, and look, that's why they call him Kid Dynamite. Poor Joe's hands, he's not going to be able to hold the mic. They've got a banner up in the gym, in the Gallagher gym. All the champions, all the former champions draped in their gold. And Joe Gallagher was going to get a new one done. But before he did that, he said, wait, before we get this done, let's just wait until Mark Heffron fights Lennox Clark, because we might need to stick him on there. So they waited. Mark Heffron had that fight. He won those belts. And now Mark Heffron is proudly in the middle of that banner with all those great champions at the Gallagher gym, the historic champions that have come out of that gym over the years. Look at the Smith brothers, where else to start? You've got Anthony Croller, British champions, and Scott Cardle. And there is a bit of a vacancy right now. Joe Gallagher touched on it earlier in terms of a breakout star from Manchester. For years, Ricky Hatton carried that crown. There's no one really there at the moment who wants to take it, and maybe this is the man. You're looking at him. Mark Heffron looks the part, hits hard, British and Commonwealth champion. And there's Joe Gallagher. Oh, are we going to get him back? We may well get him back very shortly. Big night for him. Last time he boxed at the Manchester Arena, he was stopped by Liam Williams. It was a bit of an upset. Liam Williams stepped up to middleweight to take on Mark Heffron. And Mark Heffron had all the pressure in the world on him. And maybe it was too much for him that night. But this is a new man. This is a man who can handle that pressure. He's got those belts. He's improved. He's grown. 31 years old now. He's in a great division in this country as well. Stablemate, of course, Queensbury stablemate, Zach Parker, unbeaten, soon to challenge for a world title or a version of an interim world title. We hope to have some news on that soon. Demetrius Andrade. It's a busy, busy division, and before long those belts will probably start cleaning up at the top of it. Canelo will probably start dropping some, and guys like this, guys like Mark Heffron, they'll be right in there. They'll be right in the mix, and they'll want to get hold of them. And I think I've got Joe Gallagher back. Joe, you all right?
I'm all right, a bit out of puff there.
I was going to say, I mean, he was whacking your hands good and proper as well. You all right with the mic?
Yeah, no, Sam, Sam, good as gold, good as gold. He's in great shape. He just says, I'm buzzing. I want to do it in the end. He says, I love this. Told you, he's loving it. He wants it. He's really excited for Saturday night.
Let's have a chat.
Hey, Matt.
Let's have a chat with Mark Heffron. How you doing, Mark? Let's jump in the middle. Should we still do it like that? Yeah, fist bump. Yeah, you're right. I heard you weren't even going to do pads today. You just got here and got too excited and did them anyway.
Yeah, well, like you said, I just got excited when I got here and got wrapped up about Joe knowing, and pretty much still Joe doing pads, isn't it? Yeah, I was joking.
How's he looking, Joe?
But you can see for yourself there, he's a kid that's just wanting to be let loose Saturday night and cause havoc. He's a kid that's come in the gymnasium after being a British champion now, becoming British Commonwealth, and we're in the IBF Intercontinental. He's floats in the gym, as I say to it. He's a different kid. He's a kid that has his shoulders back now, the collar up, and he's like, nah, I'm a champion, I'm a British champion, and he carries that swag about him now, and he's training has just improved even more. The improvements in from when he first came in the door to where he is now are really good. His application, his dedication are still as good, if not more. Like I always said to you, when a fighter wins a title, wins a belt, it improves them that little bit more, and that's the case with Mark Heffron. He's an informed fighter now, and it's good that Frank BT could get him out here on a huge show in Manchester on Saturday night, and I'm sure Mark thinks himself walking out Saturday night and we'll be back here topping this arena in 12 months' time.
Are you looking forward to it, Mark? Because this is, remember last time you boxed there, we talked about it, how you had all this fan backing and you sort of like your legs went a little bit different now, right?
Definitely different. Yeah, I'm very excited to come back in Manchester and fight, and I'm like, now I've got the experience, and we said then about my legs going like jelly, and ready to expect all my fans to be there, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Someone needs to take the role of the Manchester star. Ricky Hatton did it for so long. There's no one there at the moment who seems to want to grab it. Are you the man?
Definitely I am the man, yeah. I'm just going to keep working hard now, and hopefully I'll get there.
Is this just an 8-rounder on Saturday, sort of a welcome home fight? Do you know much about your opponent? I guess I can ask you both. What are you expecting on Saturday?
No, it's a good fighter. It's a durable fighter. He's had some good wins in his career. Switch hitter, can sometimes change, orthodox southpaw. Throws in flurries, hits to the body very well. So you've got to give huge respect to the kid who's coming over here and he's wanting to fight. So that's it. We can't be, like we've said to other people, and take an eye off the ball and think this is it. We can't be talking the talk if we've not got to walk the walk. And that's what Mark Heffron's got to do. He's got to carry on from round 4-5 Lennox Clark on Saturday night at the arena.
Well, before we let you go, Mark, let's get your Joyce Parker prediction. How's it going to go?
I think it's a very good fight. I think it's a very good 50-50 fight. I'd have to go with Joyce. on that one with him being a teammate.
Yes, well done. Yeah, Frank will be happy. Frank will be happy. Best of luck to you. Best of luck to both of you. You'll stay, but Mark,
cheers.
Pleasure.
Nice one, man.
Well done, champ.
Nice one.
Good lad. Go and do some interviews over there, I think.
Yeah, chat to some media. We now have in the ring. She was introduced while we were having a chat to Mark Heffron. It's Sarah Mafoud. She is the IBF featherweight champion. She's coming over. She's unbeaten. She's coming over from Denmark. She is Amanda Serrano's opponent in a big world title unification bout on Saturday night. And look, she hasn't lost, Joe, since 2012. Amateur or pro. That's a winner, that is.
Well, like you say, there's been no speed bumps in them 10 years, and like you say, this is a unification fight at the weekend. Is that what you just said? Unification fight. Listen, like you say, she's as you can see in here, she's very confident. She's walking around, very nice and relaxed, and it's a huge opportunity for her. Obviously, Amanda Serrano, obviously losing to Katie Taylor, just showed that she is beatable, and she's most probably thinking, well, I'm going to do what Katie did. She's always fought at the lighter division. She's not like Amanda who's gone right up as far as I think 140. Amanda's won a title out. So she hasn't done that, but she knows where her place is and what her division is, and she's done very well now. And not to be beaten in 10 years needs huge respect regardless who you're fighting.
Well, Amanda Serrano was supposed to be fighting Brenda Carabajal on the Jake Paul Tommy Fury show. That's how she was scheduled to fight. And actually, Sarah Mafoud has a win over Brenda Carabajal. So this is a step up in level of opponent. Obviously, she brings a world title to the table as well. This is a good fight on Saturday, world level.
No, definitely. Listen, the fact is we've got Amanda Serrano. We've all seen her there in that epic fight with Katie there in Madison Square Garden. But to have Amanda Serrano, that's a coup to have her on the undercard. And I think having names like that on the bill has got to draw the people out to watch, as well as Joyce Parker as an opportunity to fight. We'll go and watch Amanda Serrano, one of the legends of female boxing at the moment, 5-7 times world champion.
7-weight world champion.
I'm sure she'll get a great reception when she's in that arena on Saturday night, and it's a good fight. Amanda Serrano, like I said to you, she'll want to win the belts and look at what her options is. There's talks of a rematch with Katie Taylor or the winners of Michaela Meyer and Bomberg and all them. It's such an exciting time for women boxing at the moment, and there wasn't really the body or depth of talent in each division, but it is beginning to grow and grow, and you've seen that. You've got Raven Chapman on this bill. Like I said, there's that huge card coming up, all female card. You've got some other females fighting as well for world titles coming up, so it's a huge time for women's boxing, and like you say, Amanda Serrano's played her part in it.
It's a good time to be a female boxer right now, and we've got a world champion that we're all looking at right now. IBF featherweight champion of the world, Sarah Mafoud from Denmark. In fact, she was actually this is another example of an interim champion being upgraded. She actually initially won the IBF interim title, and a few things happened, and she ended up being full world champion. Again, a nod to the significance of the belt on the line for Joyce Parker.
No, exactly. Like you said to there at the IBF, she's interim, won it, and now she's come for a world champion, and look where she is now. She's here in Manchester. She's fighting one of the red legends of the sport, female boxing, and Amanda Serrano. And like you said, look at Joe Joyce there and Parker with their belt being the way it is now for the interim belt. It's a huge opportunity for them. A phone call, a week, 2 weeks' time, there could be a full world champion.
She's really feeling herself at the moment. That must be some sort of ankle type warm-up. I don't know, but like that looks like me in the club. I ain't even going to joke. That's me in the club. That's one of my moves, that is. Sarah Mafoud there. So
what's it?
She's just sort of doing a little boogie. I'm all for it.
No, fair play. Listen, she's warming up for it, even though it's only a short little session. She's not got to pull anything or strain anything. She's warming up completely.
No,
for all we know, that's all she might be doing. I don't think there's got to be no pads. But like I say, she's from Denmark. Listen, we've had great fighters from Denmark in the past. Listen, Mikkel Kessler, do you understand? And like you say, boxing seems to be booming there, with Sarah being a world champion there now as well.
She's a bit of a star in her native Denmark. I've seen her, having a look at her Instagram, of course. She's all over the sort of celebrity scene. She's been in a few game shows. She's been in a bit of reality TV. There's a certain sort of sparkle about her. She's enjoying herself in there. I think she's okay in front of cameras, you know, Joe.
Yeah. Like I said, she's held her composure in there well. She's moving around well, looks nice and relaxed, warmed up well, and isn't phased. I don't know how many times she's not fought outside of Denmark. It'd be interesting to know that one. Do you know, Dev?
it's actually her first time outside of Denmark.
Okay, well,
so,
like I say, it's a big thing. This first time away, defending a world title in a unification for her and her team. Obviously, when you get used to being in your own country, you know where everyone, you know the gyms, you know the arenas, you know your food, everything else. Now they've got to come here. I'm sure they would have done the research and picked the right restaurants to eat at and where to stay and what gymnasiums to use without people sending video footage. So it's a whole different thing when you're on the road as a world champion. And that's why the likes of people like Alexander Usyk, with all his fights against champions all over the world. I mean, he's travelled, do you understand? That's quite a feat itself.
Well, Sarah Mafoud, you can see in the ring at the moment, just going through her paces a little bit. She takes on boxing royalty in Amanda Serrano on Saturday night, live on BT Sport from the AO Arena, Manchester. There are world titles galore on the line. It is a unification fight. It's also one of two female fights on the same night in the featherweight division. Queensbury's Raven Chapman takes on her toughest fight to date. She takes on Jorgelina Guanini for the WBC International Featherweight Championship.
I was just looking around then to see whether Raven stuck around or not, Joe, for her to get a picture, and I think she's there in the background somewhere, but it's a great opportunity to sit and watch people like this warming up, especially see Amanda Serrano doing a workout very shortly. I'm excited to see Amanda Serrano do a workout.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, we've talked about earlier how, you know, Raven Chapman will look at someone like Amanda Serrano as she wants to fight. She definitely wants to fight her one day. But there's also, of course, Sarah Mafoud. She's a world champion. Say she loses against Amanda Serrano, she will be a former world champion. That will be a suitable scalp for someone like Raven Chapman. So she should have a look at both.
Especially when you're just about to break into the world scene, and it's a good challenge and a good test to fight a former world champion. And I'm sure Sarah will have ambitions to crack on and have another shot and to become a two-time world champion. So it'd be good for her to sit around and watch, because she may have to fight in that type of fight.
Well, I think we're going to bring in a proud member of Team Parker, a man who we probably missed you at the first press conference. If you jump in here, we probably face this way. That's the one. We probably missed you at the launch press conference for Joe versus Joe. Joe Parker said to me that, if David Higgins was here, he'd have had a lot to say. How you feeling?
Yeah, good to be here. Thank you.
How'd you rate your man's chances heading into his fight with Joe Joyce?
I think really good. I think comparatively, you could call Joseph Parker almost a veteran now. Like, I've known him a long time, so I still think of him as young, but he's been through a lot of wars, like 12-round wars, with names like Andy Ruiz Jr., Anthony Joshua, Chisora twice, Carlos Takam, Dillian White. So that's a bucket load more experience than Joe Joyce, especially in those later rounds. So for me, this is a test for Joe Joyce.
Why is this the right fight at the right time then for Joe Parker?
Well, I think risk-averse boxers padding their records hurts the sport. Credit to both Joe Joyce and Joseph Parker for taking what some are saying is a 50-50 fight. I mean, Parker's never shied away from risk. We went hard at the title as quickly as possible, got the opportunity, backed up straight away with Dillian White, lost again, straight back in. So, our strategy hasn't been risk-averse. It's about taking the big fights as quick as possible. And, Joyce, a lot of people have avoided him. So this is a massive opportunity for both fighters, because obviously it's number one versus number two in WBO. You've got added kudos of that interim world title status. And so the winner is not only guaranteed a world title shot, you hear that a lot, but in this case deserves it. Like, the winner of this fight is a proper elite heavyweight, top three or so.
That win over Andy Ruiz, that looks better and better and better, doesn't it?
Well, it does, yeah. I mean, and especially the way Ruiz dealt with Anthony Joshua there. And Joseph is not the same boxer he was back then or against Anthony Joshua. He's really found his feet, comfortable in his skin. He's learning new things. He's just looking better and better in that new training environment. So this is a very confident, very fit, all-round skilled, very experienced Joseph Parker. So it's definitely the biggest test yet for Joe Joyce.
Yeah, I was just saying to him, heavyweights usually tend to mature late. That's always the gimme in professional boxing. And having the 2 fights with Derek Chisora, before this, you'd think if you wanted to prepare for him, you couldn't have asked for 2 better fights against one like Derek Chisora than against Joseph Joyce. Joe coming forward, especially on the way. Joseph dealt with him, dealt with the jab, smothered him. And I think being in alongside Tyson and Andy Lee, who's very knowledgeable, I think that's just benefited him, and his knowledge and expertise has come on. And I've said to you in the discussion, a lot of people here are saying, oh, Joe Joyce, and I keep saying, can't write Joe Parker off. I look at Joe Joyce as this modern era George Foreman. He comes slow on the feet, swings, but then, like you say, you've got Joe, who's great on the jab, knows how to hold, got good shots, and everyone keeps going on about Joe Joyce's chin, but once you get hit on the temple.
Yeah, well, I mean, and there's also Joe Parker's chin. The only time he's been down was a headbutt by Dillian White, if you recall.
Did Chisora have him down as well?
Oh, actually, he might have, but
Chisora had him down.
yeah, no, you might be right. But I've never seen him really hurt, like down straight up again. So I think both, and Joyce definitely has a granite chin as well. So I think both of them are very durable. And as you say, that style of Joe Joyce, the pressure coming on, you're right, Chisora was perfect prep for that.
Yeah.
And I know Parker's been sparring guys that bring that pressure.
Yeah.
And so the idea is just to keep his cool and deal with the pressure,
And on the night, obviously, it is an unknown arena for him. He's boxed here before. It's a good hunting ground for him here before. Beat Yui Fury here.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's excited to get back in there and win. And he knows he's 12 rounds away from the jackpot, as they all call it. And name who you want, when you want, who you want. Obviously, there's the Tyson Fury. That fight, I don't think would ever happen. Do you understand? But then
Parker said it himself. They're like brothers. They're not going to fight.
But isn't it great how Tyson Fury was brought in and how Joe's took to it as well? And I think when they go in that crowd, I think the surprise, the support, I think a lot of support will be for Parker than Joe Joyce.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting observation. For Parker, it's almost like a home fight.
Yes.
This is his 4th fight at Manchester Arena. He's had 3 fights, 3 wins. Going to his 4th, based in Morecambe with Tyson Fury. He feels very much at home. He doesn't feel like he's coming to a foreign land, to enemy territory, which is good psychologically.
That's a huge thing when you go on a fight. It's a good hunting ground. Gives you a bit of confidence. Good memories here, good hunting ground here. Just gives you that 1.1% in your head that think, yeah, do you know what I mean? And obviously the entourage that he's got having Tyson support him, and whoever Tyson's back in the crowd will most probably back as well, like I say. So it's not straightforward for Joe Joyce that everyone's saying. Everyone's thinking the second half of the fight is where this fight's got to be won. And I think that's the same thing.
How do you feel Joe Joyce is going to box Joe Parker? Because there's been a lot of talk about how he walks forward, he takes a hell of a lot of shots, but he can just keep walking forward. Do you think he can afford to do that against Joe Parker, or do you think he's going to be a bit more cautious, a bit more switched on?
Look, I have no idea, to be honest. I don't.
The club.
I'm a promoter and a manager in that. I don't pretend to be an expert on the technicalities, but we hope brings what he's always brought, because it's quite predictable, and there's nothing new there. Like if he suddenly switches stance or whatever, we'll be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, look,
we're not going down the Dillon route against Tyson, are we? Southpaw for the first round.
But yeah, that's the general observation is Joyce has to be a bit more cautious against Parker, because Parker's, he's cuter than someone like a Christian Hammer or something like that. You must feel as though if Parker's able to land clean on him, he's going to do a lot more damage than some of the other fellas in the past.
Yeah, especially, Parker's going to come in very lean but heavier. He's growing into his body. He's quick, Parker. Like, he's all round quick. And with that last Chisora fight, you saw uppercuts that dropped Chisora down. Yeah. So there's a wide range of fast punches and fleet-footedness that hopefully is hard for Joyce to contend with.
Do you think Joe Parker's got enough killer instinct at the highest level?
They all do, really. Look at Parker's record, 30 fights or so. I can't remember, 20-odd knockouts, a lot of vicious knockouts in there. Then he had a period where there were a bit less, he wasn't quite in the zone. You know how cricket batters are in form and out of form? I think against Chisora last time we saw some encouraging signs that Parker was beginning to find the middle of the bat again, and the trainer Andy Lee explained to me that gives a lot of confidence, and he said that Parker will come into the ring this time feeling a lot more confident in himself, which helps a lot. So, I think I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to Parker's way by stoppage.
That's the prediction. You think Joe Parker can knock out Joe Joyce?
You're forcing me to predict.
Well,
that's what I'm picking. Stoppage, Parker.
Okay. Tell us, how difficult is it for Joe, being miles and miles and miles away from home? And he's set up camp over here. He's become Morecambe Joe. We've seen him on FaceTime, on Skype to his family at home. He's got a beautiful young family as well. Does he ever speak to you about how he's sort of coping with it? Or?
Well, it's tough, but it's sacrifices. But he's on the modern technology, on the FaceTime daily, back to the daughters and the family, and then with the situation in Morecambe and Tyson, he's almost found a second family, and so that helps a lot to have the friends and the support of and being welcomed into that Tyson Fury's crew. So we as a team, and Joseph, I know, is very grateful for Tyson Fury and everything that he's offered to help.
Brilliant. Well, if you got anything else for Dave, we'll...
He was saying that the fight before him with Chisora, it helped them learn things in the gym and put into practice, and they worked. So now some fighters, they get to a point where I know it all, I've had 30 fights, you can't tell me, but there's a belief in that gymnasium. I mean, Andy Lee being around Sugar Hill and then around Tyson, it's not, you don't see nothing spectacular, but it's very small detail in the way how they throw the shot, the shoulder behind the shot, the way they hold the feet when they're throwing the shot. It'll be little things like this that'll give that leverage we've seen with Tyson Fury. No one thought he could do it to Wilder. That you'll see Joe bring into the ring, I think, anyway, on Saturday night. That'll surprise a lot of people.
Just another thing on this, Dave. There is a rematch clause. Yep. If Joe Parker does get the upset, he'll need to beat Joe Joyce again, in theory. Is that just great business on the side of Joe Joyce, or is it a little bit of...
Well, there's multiple ways of looking at that. So first of all, before the second Chisora fight, they were willing to fight Parker without a rematch clause. So they obviously thought, they're going to win and no challenge. It was interesting because we were negotiating back then. Then when Parker put Chisora away in such dominant fashion, suddenly they changed the deal and we won't take the fight without a rematch, was their position, which I get it, it's like an insurance policy, but look at Anthony Joshua and what happened with Usyk. Very similar. Joshua said, and his handlers, I'll only fight Usyk with a guaranteed rematch. It's quite almost, and whereas Usyk went in with no such guarantee, it's quite a weak way psychologically to go in a way. It's like a chink in your armour from Joyce saying, I might lose, I'm covered. Then in terms of the actual rematch, there's actually some positives, like these fights at Parker's level, if you're dominating, winning at that level, it's actually quite hard to make fights. Guys don't want to fight you. And you can dither around for 6 months, 8 months trying to fight. So looking at the positive, the rematch clause means we got a guaranteed big money fight only 3 months later in a big market. Without that, you might be waiting 6 months. So the positive is you beat him once, you beat him again, the money's good, the contract's already done. The other thing is, it depends on how the fight goes. Like Joyce might not want a rematch,
You think that
or
could
there
happen?
might be a world title fight opportunity, and there's step aside money. So it's all very well having the clause, but in reality, you need two guys that actually want to fight each other. And I guess you need the public. Ideally, the public want to see it. And so to answer your question, we're not worried about the rematch clause. We beat Chisora twice in a row. If we have to fight Joyce twice, again, the money's good and it's a guaranteed big show, and it's better sitting around trying to dodge and fight weaker guys. So I don't see what's wrong with taking big fights for big money and backing yourself.
David, a quick one. You just touched on the rematch I wouldn't say it's a pain in people's thorn, but it seems to be in the heavyweight division. Even when the mandatory challenges that they have a rematch clause, it seems like they've put in the heavyweight division on hold. When you look back to the 70s and 80s, Frazier, Foreman, Ali, they were all fighting regularly enough to fought. I think they all fought each other within a 5-year gap 3 times each, and we're being held up because of rematch clause. When do you think it's about time? We don't see it in any other division, but the heavyweight division, really, there shouldn't be a rematch clause. You win and you move on, and then you build your way and you get back up.
It would have been nice, because it's not like Joyce is the champion, right? So, and if anything, Parker's A side. Like, our side,
But
there's not much
it's the-
ego. Like
it's
we
the
could have
1-2
said
thing, isn't it?
Parker's a former world champion. No, that's rubbish too. Joyce shouldn't have gone to number one. Parker should have. Look at the resume. Look at the record. Parker, former world champion, coming off wins. I think it was a bit of politics that Joyce got the number one position. We didn't argue, but I don't accept that Joyce is A side, Parker is. But rather than have an argument or an ego thing, we just said, you know what? Whatever, don't care, doesn't matter. It's all about who wins on the night. I think that they should have been willing to do the fight without the rematch clause, but they weren't. And it's to your point, it does stuff around the fans a bit.
Yeah, it's like a load of aeroplanes, heavyweights flying around waiting to land until they're clear. There's a load of heavyweights, and maybe we've got this fight because of that. But the rematch is the shunt. If you fight, you move on. The belt's this, and they move on.
Well, we did demand it's quick, so if it is a rematch, it has to happen quick.
Within 90 days.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Something like I can't say exactly.
No, in around that area. Yeah.
So as far as you're concerned,
it's not a year, David. Anyway.
As far as you're concerned, you're beating Joe Joyce twice and sailing on as the WBO interim champion, and maybe get elevated to a world champion. That's the plan.
That would be amazing, and he's got the pedigree. He's done the hard work. With a bit of luck and whatever, that's one of the possibilities. So we're excited to be part of it and grateful for the opportunity.
Pleasure speaking to you, Dave. We're going to have a look at Amanda Serrano now, and I'll see you at the press conference.
Cheers. No problem. Nice to meet you. Cheers. Thank you. Well, we have greatness in the room.
Yes.
Dev?
Yes.
Seven-time world champion.
Yeah.
Can I just repeat that?
Seven-weight world champion. I mean, it's remarkable. How many fighters do you know, Joe, that are in the Guinness Book of World Records? I don't know many. She is.
Unbelievable. And like you say, it was... the fight that everyone remembers this year, anyway, was the huge fight and how it sold out with Katie Taylor. She had Katie hurt. She was nearly gone. She just didn't get that last shot to put her away. And acquitted herself very well. There's talks of a rematch. They've said to her about Katie coming back down to her weight instead of her going up. But
sometimes some sort of catch weight or something.
Yeah, something like that. But Amanda Serrano, here she is again in another huge fight, an undisputed fight, a unification fight. And just to sit here and for the first time seeing her in public, it's just great to sit, watch and observe.
Not just in the Guinness Book of World Records for herself, she's also in there with her sister Cindy Serrano as the only sisters to ever become world champions. So we are in great company, and Amanda Serrano really feeling herself here in Manchester. It's her first fight in the UK, and it may well be one to remember on Saturday night.
I'll tell you what, she's coming in here, and all of a sudden there's huge electricity in the room. A team have gone over and told someone to turn that music up. And like you say, there's an electricity, there's an energy that she's brought into the room here now, and looks very focused, sharp, and what a good fighter! What a good fighter!
Yeah.
We talk about legends when we look back, and we look about Leila Lally and obviously Jane Couch, her own Jane Couch, and Christy Martin and what they've done for the sport. But for people like Amanda Serrano here, do you know what I mean? Clarissa Shields as well, do you understand? Huge ambassadors, our own, like Nicola Adams, Natasha Jonas, Katie Taylor, do you understand? So it's...
I'm actually having a look around to see if I can see Raven Chapman anywhere. I know this... she'd love to have a look at this. I'm not sure if she is, but I think she's gone. Maybe she's going to get her Nando's tomorrow after the weigh-in as she likes. But Amanda Serrano here. I was speaking to Jake Paul on a Zoom last night. The interview you can see on the Queensbury YouTube page, by the way. But I spoke to him, and he said the difference between Amanda Serrano as a lightweight, which is where she fought Katie Taylor, and as a featherweight, which is where she'll be boxing on Saturday, is that she is going to come for a knockout. That's it, plain and simple. That's what she's going to go back to what she knows best, and that's knocking people out.
No, definitely. Like you say, they feel they've had to move up weight to make that fight with Katie, and they were very, very, very close from pulling it off. Full credit to Katie Taylor. She survived the rocky moments and came through. Well, I don't think Katie Taylor's ever made 9 stone for her in her life, and it's a very bit much like what we talked about earlier, having Eubank Jr. having to make a weight he's never made in his life before as a professional. So there's a health hazard to it. I know Jake Paul's new to the game and what an influence he is, but it's not like we can just go up and down the weights. We're very fortunate Amanda Serrano has gone through all them weights and acquitted herself very well, but that's Katie.
listen, only her and her team know, but Katie, as a 9'9" lightweight, doesn't look the biggest of girls anyway, do you understand? So don't think there's much on her at 9'9" to lose any more to get down to 9'4", although she has weighed in sometimes at 9'7", 8'6". Go and see what Jake Paul was saying.
Yeah.
It's just the £2, so I think it's a fair request.
Well, there was a lot of chat in the build-up to her fight with Katie Taylor about doing 3-minute rounds instead of 2-minute rounds. Amanda Serrano wanted to do that, and Katie Taylor didn't go for that idea. I spoke to Jake Paul about that last night, and he said Katie Taylor ducked that. She didn't want to do the 3-minute rounds, and if there had been 3 minutes, then the outcome would have been very different.
Yeah, that's where women's boxing's getting at the moment. Everyone would have thought at first. I'm not necessarily one on the 3 minutes, Dev. I've got to admit myself. But what I would like to see when there's fights of that magnitude of world titles in university, that there are 12 twos. There's 2 extra rounds on it. Rounds 11 and round 12. 12 twos. That's what I would like to see. Not too keen on the 3 minutes myself, but the 12 twos I would like to.
Well, a little wave to the crowd from Amanda Serrano.
So she's a big Natasha Jonas fan as well.
Is she?
She is.
Well, who wouldn't be? Hey, who isn't a big Natasha Jonas fan?
She put a tweet out to Natasha before one of her fights saying there's one girl I like to watch, is Natasha Jonas. So that was a huge compliment that somebody like that. Natasha was made up over it.
It's great to have her in Manchester. Great to have boxing royalty here in Manchester. Manager Nikisa looking on close by from MVP Promotions. Works alongside Jake Paul and worked on that huge fight with Katie Taylor in New York, sold out Madison Square Garden, made a huge impression and really took female boxing forward that night. And a round of applause for Amanda Serrano, who hopefully we're going to pull in for a chat here ahead of her huge unification fight on Saturday night.
Turn that music down, I can't hear anything.
Amanda, great to see you. How are you?
Hi Amanda, good to see you. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
You'll do for me. You're a good Natasha Jonas fan, aren't you?
No, of
yes,
course,
oh
of
yes,
course,
good to see you. She was made up with your tweet, by the way. I'll tell you that anyway.
No, she's a sweetheart.
No problem. Good to see you. You look well. You're happy.
Thank you. I'm excited. I'm super honored to be here in Manchester. My first time. I mean, it's better late than never, and I'm super excited to come and perform in front of you guys. I know the fans here are the best. So I'm going to go out and have a fan-friendly fight like I always do.
Listen, Manchester's had some great nights over the years with Ricky Hatton, Crawler, the heavyweights, everything else. But I think Manchester this weekend, when you're walking around the city, they know the boxing, and I think they'll be quite humbled and privileged to have a legend like yourself,
a 7-time
world champion.
7 divisions.
Seven divisions. Sorry, I keep getting it on. But it's fantastic that you'd come over here and perform Manchester Arena in a good fight as well, and a testing fight. Obviously, everybody has their opinion on what happened way back earlier on in the year in the big fight, but that's gone. This is now, and you're looking to claim another title.
Yes, you know, I've been looking for this fight for a very long time, for years. As in fact, I wanted to become undisputed champion, and I'm super blessed and honored. I have a great team. You know, my fight fell off August 6th, but then we got this fight here in Manchester, unifying. It's just one more step closer to becoming undisputed champion, to making my dream come true. And I'm excited that Sarah Mafoud took the fight, and you know, she's a great champion. And we're just gonna show that women can fight. Champion versus champion is always a great fight. So
you're also back at featherweight.
Yes.
This is where, I mean, how does it feel? Do you feel more comfortable?
I look great.
Yeah, I agree.
No,
you look great.
I feel good. I feel fast. I feel stronger at 130. I 126. You know, I can. It's not a struggle for me to make this weight. It's actually a watch come weigh in. I'm gonna be under 126. I'm always at. It's so easy for me to drop the weight, and it's a lot harder for me to keep the weight on. So by this time, it's gonna be even playing field come Saturday night. Usually, I'm the smaller girl in those fights when I go up.
Have you seen Sarah around?
I've seen her, guys.
What did you think? Could you take anything?
What? No, you know, she's a champion, and that's what I know, and she's undefeated champion, and she's gonna come to keep her record nice and clean, and she's gonna keep her title. She wants my title, so you know, I respect her. She's a fighter, she's a champion, and this is a business, you know. So no disrespect to any of my opponents.
And next up, I believe, I mean, hopefully you're going to come through. You want the WBA champion as well. You want that final belt, Erica.
Yes.
Have you you got eyes on all this, or you're very much just focused?
No, just focus on the task that's in front of me, which is Sarah Mafoud. This is boxing. You just never know. But no, like that, definitely the dream and goal is to become undisputed champion. But it has Sarah Mafoud in front of me come Saturday night.
Well, I spoke to Jake Paul last night on a Zoom, and he said the difference between you as a lightweight and as a featherweight is that you are coming to destroy. It's back to knockouts. Is that right?
Yes. I definitely gonna come at my weight and show that why I belong in this weight at featherweight.
And is that your weight? Sorry, is that your weight now? 126. There's no going up the weights, going down the weights.
No, the only time I will go up in weight is for the rematch with Katie Taylor. But other than that, I'm here at featherweight for good.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, there was talk of a rematch and maybe like a catchweight or something like that. Do you think you'll ever see Katie Taylor again in the ring?
I believe I will see Katie Taylor once again, but I don't know about a catchweight. I think 135 is where it's at for me.
Yeah, it'd be good to get down to 130 though, wouldn't it? She does make 132 now and again for fights, Katie, doesn't she? If she can throw in a sweatsuit for £2 up there in New York, she could make the weight.
It is Katie Taylor.
Yeah, that's right, that's it. Yeah, no problem.
Brilliant. Look, wonderful speaking to you, Amanda, and look, we're looking forward to you lighting up Manchester on Saturday night.
Yes, and I plan to do that.
No problem. Listen, it's a privilege to meet you. You bring so much energy. There's electricity in the room you coming here. Enjoy Manchester, enjoy fight night, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
See you at the press conference. See you then. We'll grab
See you
that.
later, Amanda. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Cheers. Thank you, Jam.
Boxing royalty, Amanda Serrano. Joe, were you a bit starstruck?
I was.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it in your eyes.
How can you? That's a Hall of Famer. That's someone say the Queen of world boxing. She's a fantastic talent, and she doesn't care where she fights, who she fights. She's willing to fight, and you've just got to huge respect. So. Natasha will be jealous that I've met her now and she hasn't.
Well, look, she speaks very well, and look, she's not got an easy fight on Saturday.
No, she hasn't. She hasn't.
Will be, Sarah Mafoud, who we talked about. She hasn't been beaten as an amateur or pro in 10 years, but she hasn't faced anyone called Amanda Serrano.
I don't know really necessarily know Amanda Serrano's power when we stood here and we're looking at her, how she looks, and you say slight, but you think, wow, the power you carry. You wouldn't want to bump into her bar, would you, Dev? Do you know what I mean? You're picking on the wrong person there, wouldn't you, mate? You'd be getting a few wallops off her, wouldn't you?
I wouldn't be looking to pick on her at a bar. I agree. No, it's great.
And how warm and welcoming and how excited she was to be here. Couldn't wait to be at the Manchester Arena and be part of a huge show with the big heavyweights. And she's her and her team are taking it all in, and I'm sure she'll be doing the rounds there for a good while now. She'll be here another hour talking.
She certainly uplifted the energy in the room. She's got a good energy about her.
When are they turning their music off?
We could do with the music being off actually. So if you could do that, but
we'll be doing the calypso in a minute.
Let's talk again about the main event. Joe Joyce, Joseph Parker. There's a bit of a storyline here. Joe Parker told me he started seeing a psychologist for his last few fights. What do you think about that? And
no
have
problem.
You had
Lots of fighters do it, whether they want to talk about it or not want to talk about it. That's nothing uncommon, and I think that's a great thing for him. If it'll add that 1%, 2%, there's fighters that know, there's fighters that I've worked with that have gone and done that. And it's helped them, come fight night. It's helped them, and they have coping techniques, or they have other ways of dealing with things, and I think that's a great thing. And I think in a sport that can be so violent and brutal at times, I always feel professional fighters like people that go out and, I'm not saying fight on the front line, but the trauma that they suffer in a ring can be quite brutal, and when they're getting hurt and knocked out in front of millions of people all around the world, that's quite vulnerable and that's quite hard to deal with sometimes, and you've seen that with fighters over the years suffer with mental health. I think it's great that Joseph has gone and done that. It's not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of confidence, and it's a sign of wanting to improve and add to his game. That's my mindset.
That's good insight, and let's hope we're going to get some insight now from Sarah Mafoud, the IBF World Featherweight Champion, who our producer Jake is just trying to pull into shot. Let's jump in the middle. Sarah Mafoud, how are you?
I'm great, thank you.
I'm so happy you speak English.
I'm doing my best.
Yeah. We saw you up there. You look pretty relaxed. There are a few good moves in there as well. Some of my dance moves, to be honest with you. But how are you feeling this week?
I feel great. I'm so happy to be here, and I really look forward to this fight. And I'm just so excited about everything because this is my first time boxing professional outside Denmark.
Yes.
And
what a great place you've come. I'm sorry it's not Vegas, but Manchester's a great fight city, and you'll experience a great crowd on Saturday night, and I'm sure you'll have a good time here. How has it been for you and your team coming away, defending your world title in a foreign country that you're not used to? Has it had to change the dynamics, the logistics, or get in early?
actually, I think it's pretty nice because when you come here, you have prepared everything from home. So now I'm just here focusing on the fight, doing all these fun things I haven't tried before, like a public workout and press conference tomorrow.
So
and
there's less pressure than there would be at home.
Yeah, because
and
at home
you for tickets and all that stuff.
Yeah, also that. Every time. But yeah, but you can relax here, only think about what is important, and all these things you have to do, laundry and clean at home when you're at home.
It's I'll leave you to that. I'm off. See you in a couple of weeks.
Exactly.
There's been a lot of talk about how Amanda Serrano is a legend, a modern boxing legend. She's in the Guinness Book of World Records. But this is a really, really big opportunity for you to unify the division on Saturday night. How much would it mean to you to pick up her belts?
Oh, that would mean the world. And I'm very grateful for this opportunity also to be on this card and for Amanda's promotion to make this fight happen. This is the greatest opportunity, and this is what I've dreamed of. We were talking about having a fight with Amanda for like 2 years ago before the COVID, but it got cancelled. So when I heard about this fight from Bettina, my promoter, I was like, hell yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
When?
Yeah.
Is she someone that you've looked up to as well? Obviously, a lot of girls do look up to her.
Of course, yeah. She's a legend in female boxing, and I respect her very much. She's a great opponent, she's strong, and she's done very good. She's lifting the female boxing, so I really look forward to being in the ring with her.
And you're a great champion yourself. From what I understand, you're undefeated in the last 10 years. That's some record in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. Of course it is.
And on Saturday night, we've all seen Amanda and Katie's great performance earlier on in the year. Do you take anything from that you think I can do what most of the Katie did that I can do a little bit better to make sure I can get this win?
If I can do better than Katie. Yeah, she's a great boxer, Katie too. I've seen the fight, and it was a very tough fight. I saw what both boxers can do, but I don't know. I think my boxing style, is good to Amanda because I like the movement. I like to dance around in the ring, and I know Amanda is coming a lot forward and aggressive. Yeah. So I think I'm confident that my boxing style will suit her quite good.
Good.
No, not in the good way for her, but
How did she look to you in there? Did you have a look at her? Could you take anything from her workout?
No, I didn't see her workout.
So probably not. Then.
No, I didn't see it.
Do nothing really.
But there's a lot on YouTube. So I've seen some.
Have a look on this stream. Tell us why you win on Saturday night. Why do you beat Amanda Serrano and come away with all those belts?
I win because I've been doing this since I was 14. This is what I do. This is what I'm best at. I had a great training camp and a great team supporting me. And this will be very big for me to take home to Denmark. So I believe in it.
Have you envisaged this? I can see your eyes sort of glaze over when you start thinking about this. Have you dreamt of this moment and beating Amanda Serrano?
Of course I have. Sure, I have. And I'm really excited to also the face-off and everything, to like see her, look at her, and like when the fight starts, the first 30 seconds were, and then you can relax and play around in the ring, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, look, Joe's had plenty of fighters on at the Manchester Arena. Any advice you want to give? I'll go, Sarah.
Enjoy the walkout, enjoy the ring walk. Like I always tell my fighters, don't rush it, soak it all in, smile. And go in there and do the best that you can do, and then just enjoy it. And I know it's an old cliche, but that's the best thing. Relax, enjoy it, and do what you do best.
And
that's it. And good luck on Saturday night. Lovely to meet you.
Yeah, lovely to meet you too.
And quick one, Mikkel Kessler. Any advice? Has he been on touch in such a huge fight? Has there
I
been
haven't
it?
got anything from him, no, sorry.
Well, Mikel, if you're watching, can you like, drop her a DM or something?
He's gone down the box there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, because obviously he's been involved in huge unification fights over here in the UK. I thought they might have seen some type of correspondence, but
No,
he's enjoying
sorry.
retirement. Yeah, exactly.
But a lot of other good advice.
No,
I've got.
brilliant,
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
All right, then. Well, best of luck, and it's lovely
Thank
to meet you and enjoy Manchester.
And you too.
Cheers, thank you.
Perfect. Good luck, Sarah. Nice to meet you. I think BT Sport are going to grab a chat with you now as well. So if you follow that man down there.
Nice to meet you, love. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Sarah Mafoud. I'm glad we got to chat to her. She's got confidence about her, you know.
She's got. Amanda Serrano was very electric, very excited, and very confident. There's a quiet calmness about Sarah. A quiet calmness. She knows the work that she's done. When they asked her, could she take any pointers from Kate? She said, yes. I've watched the fight. I've seen a couple of things, but my style's different, and she's got her own game plan, and she's got to try and come and upset. And she's a huge belief in herself, and that's what you need to be going in this into this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And even just when she was speaking about Amanda Serrano and speaking about the fight, her eyes sort of glazed over a little bit. You can tell this is a moment she's clearly dreamed about. You know, it's a big fight. It's an idols to rivals. It's one of them which you've been a part of so many times as well.
No, like I said, it was a fight that she thought she had lost before COVID. And took the hands off now. It's here on Saturday night. Now, this is what it's all about Saturday night.
This is what it's all about. Joseph Parker
so
now.
What are we doing? Are we doing a few tossing coins, or are we doing some pads here, or
I
what's
don't know
deciding
what we're
to
gonna do.
do?
I mean, there's a couple of chairs in there, but to be fair, I remember Tyson Fury's workout ahead of the Dillian White fight, and he had a couple of chairs in there, and me and John Fury at the time were trying to guess what's he going to do, and he ended up just sort of having his hands wrapped. There was really nothing to it.
I think that's
so,
what these are going to do.
I
I thought for a
that's-
minute they were doing, I think, is it Derek or Dylan? They've done musical chairs.
Yeah.
I thought that might have been going on there
Derek
for a minute.
Chisora's always having some sort of fun in there. Let's see what Joe Parker's got lined up for us. I do think he's just getting his hands wrapped though. But
What's he got to do then? Go outside and punch a few walls?
Come on, mate. I would probably advise against, although that may be good practice for Saturday because Joe Joyce is a bit of a wall. So that's
I
one
want to keep Joe Joyce waiting around outside, would you? He's sat in there.
Absolutely not. Well, it's another fight at Manchester Arena on Saturday for the man they call Morecambe Joe. He's moved over here for camp. He lives in Morecambe. He's very much part of Team Fury. Tyson has taken him in, calls him his brother. They're like brothers. And the last two fights, he's taken on Derek Chisora, the same man, and he's beaten Derek Chisora at the Manchester Arena. Two different kind of performances, though. The first fight, Chisora was much more in it. Gave Parker a harder night, and the second fight, Parker really set himself apart, had Chisora over, and it was a much improved Joseph Parker. This will be his third fight now with Andy Lee, and he says that will make a world of difference because the first one they didn't have too much time. The second one you could see the improvements. Now this is the third one, and arguably the toughest one.
Exactly. You heard what his promoter said before as well. The fact Andy Lee was saying it was good that they managed to get that fight with Derek Chisora, the things that they'd worked on in the gym, and there was a difference between the two fights. He alluded to the right uppercut that he threw a lot more, and Andy Lee said after that fight we'll see an even better Joe. He's learning, he's picking on things, and they're not massive things. We're not asking somebody to turn around and become a Floyd Mayweather or a Ricky Hatton and change the style completely, but it's the little things as well. They hold the feet up on the back foot, they're up on the toes, turning the shoulder on the shots, being a little bit curious. Just the small little things, the way that he throws a shot, putting the shoulder behind the shot, all them type of things. And I think Andy Lee and Joseph Parker will be excited with the camp that they've had, and like we alluded to, it's helped them fights with Chisora to do with Joe Joyce. But Joe Joyce is a big unit, and he's got to come punching, and like I said early on, I had it when Callum Smith fought Canelo. Even when you're getting punched in them biceps, they've got to take a little bit out of you. And it doesn't matter where Joe's landing, he's hurting, whether the shoulders are in effect. So it's up to Joseph Parker to nullify that, whether he's got to stay side on the rope. So when Joe Joyce comes in, which he does come quite square on, you've seen that when Mike Tyson fought Evander Holyfield. Holyfield kept square side on all the time, stepped into him with his shoulder underneath his chin, had his leg in between Tyson's two legs and didn't let him go to work. Joseph Parker, we've seen bits of that when he fought Derek Chisora, as he comes in, stepping into him, claiming him, stopping him work. So it'll be interesting. I think the team believe Joseph Parker can do this. I think the team can. It's just Joseph Parker. I was going to pull his promoter, but I didn't want a bit of a straightener on camera when he said he had a bit of a war with Anthony Joshua. He didn't, did he?
Well, it's a fight that never really got going.
No, it didn't, but he didn't come to win and come away or defend or come away with that belt, do you understand? So he has to with this one. And listen, we all know how he's good. Obviously, he beat Yuri Fury at the arena. He's been there 3 times, and he knows how to win. It might not be the best flashy way. It might not be the way that Tyson's going about doing the business or thinking, but he's got a good boxing brain on him. And this is the potential going 2 ways. This can be an absolutely rock'em sock'em type of a fight, or this could be a technical fight. Everyone keeps talking about Joyce's mental cuteness in the ring and Joseph Parker's boxing skill set. So it's interesting to see which fights. Be interesting early on. Joyce, I feel, has to land a little bit early to gain the respect, to stop him running away with the first 3 or 4 rounds. And then we've got to see the juggernaut kick in. He's got to start coming slow out the train station. That's been in most of his fights.
Yeah, he always starts slow, right?
Slow when the juggernaut comes on. But will the juggernaut be able to get up to speed by round 12 when the fight's gone, lost? Do you understand? He does have to start a little bit quicker, and he'll be a bit like the rabbit in the hare. He'll be gone.
But do you think Joe Parker has the power to get the respect of Joe Joyce? Does Joe Joyce need to do something different, or can he rely on his, as he calls it, juggernautness to maybe get behind in the first few rounds, but then eventually, like he does with everyone, he takes them into deep water and he drowns them, all bar one? That's happened.
He's like we're talking about it now, his career, and everyone knows, he takes a good shot. But you can't keep taking a good shot. It don't matter whether you're a light hitter or a big hitter, it's not good for you. And eventually, they're saying constant tapping eventually cracks the rock. Now, Joseph, I wouldn't say compare this to, but Mike Tyson and Buster Douglas. Tyson was the bigger puncher, but Buster Douglas was a boxer. There's just an example straight away. They're just constant, good jabbing, good right hands eventually. Broke him, do you understand? And it doesn't necessarily have to be power, it can just be, we've seen it for years, Leonard and Hagler, they all fought poor Sugar Ray Leonard, do you know what I mean? And I'm not comparing them to them, but stylistically wise, I'm saying when there's a non-puncher in a fight, but a sharper puncher, they can get the job done against the so-called fighter on the night, do you know what I mean? The bigger puncher on the night. And I think Joseph Parker's got a great skill set to go in there and cause an upset. I really do.
It's a fight that didn't look like was going to happen when, it appeared set, and then a few things happened and Joe Parker ended up being a boxer fighter, and it looked like the fight had gone away. But Joe Parker was absolutely adamant that he still wanted this fight. And hey, Frank and Ben got talking, and we've got this fight. And it's an absolute cracker. And by the way, Joe Joyce is not the sort of fighter that you sort of seek out as, I want to fight him. So credit to Parker for taking it on. And of course, a huge opportunity for Joe Joyce to add to his already growing and very good resume. There's some good names on that resume for Joe Joyce, and it's a winning resume. We're not talking about any losses that he's taken. He's got guys like Takam on there. His first fight, Ian Lewison, British champion at the time. That was no easy fight. He's taken the fast track as he's turned over later.
And it should be as well, Joe Joyce, because he's a GB. He's come from the Olympics, and we spoke about earlier being the GB set up, and now they come over in the fast track. And fair play to Joe Joyce. They don't want 5, 7, 8, 10 fights. Do you know what I mean? They need to be moved fast and at the age as well. And like you said there, the opponents, Daniel Dubois was a great winner. Look at the way Daniel Dubois has come back and won and gone and claimed a version of a world title over in America. So it's like I say, Joe Joyce is saying to himself, well, that's what Daniel's done, I'm ready there, time's kicking on. And Joe Joyce didn't have to fight Joe Parker. Joe Joyce is the number one. He could have he could just sit, what a lot of heavyweights do, sit and just wait for the opportunity. But he thought, no, I need to stay active. Iron sharpens iron, and I'll fight Joseph Parker, and it's a good fight. And this is what I was saying before, and it's a bit of a, I think in boxing at the moment, these rematch clauses is what's killing, especially the heavyweight division at the moment. You feel some of the belts are being held up over the last 2 years or so with rematch clauses and the rematches, when there's people like Joe Joyce, Joseph Parker, Hrgovic, fighters like that are all on the perimeters or just there and thereabouts, and about that want to kick in and go and fight for a version of a world title. And it's great that they decided, well, instead of hanging around, we'll do this. We've just seen Hrgovic fight
Zhang
recently in a good fight.
Yeah.
And this is the same thing again. You've got to give full credit to him instead of just sitting on it and waiting. They thought, right, all right, and in the meantime, we'll have our own little tournament. Do you understand?
Exactly that. It's a bit of a... And again, for Joe Joyce in particular, because he holds that #1 spot. So it's kind of like when Dillian Whyte held a great position with the WBC and then just kept on taking hard fight after hard fight. Joe Joyce has found himself in the same position here where he could sit there, could just wait to get picked as a world champion, as the mandatory, but he's taking on Joe Parker, and it's a good fight for him because a win over Joe Parker adds a lot to his resume, and look, this fight is worthy of a world title fight.
Definitely, and the thing with, well, let's not kid ourselves, Joe Joyce isn't getting no younger, is he, Dev? He can't be sitting
37
around.
this week.
Sorry, he's got to push on, and he's got to kick on and everything else, so he's got to do it. So, like you said, this is an interim belt fight now, and it's against Joseph Parker, a former world champion who had a good win over Andy Ruiz. You understand? He's a good fighter. Joe Joyce wins this, he can think to himself, I beat a former world champion and a good world champion. We're not talking about a Joseph Parker who's 39 in there at the moment. We're talking about Joseph Parker that's coming off 2 good wins over there in Arizona, that is confident, that the tail's up, as they say. Do you understand? Joe Joyce isn't going in against someone that's over the hill. He's fighting a fighter in his prime that's still learning, and he's in a good surrounds. I keep saying he's learning all the time. Andy Lee's very happy with him. He's in there with Tyson Fury. Cannot help by learning stuff, being in around him, Sugar Hill, everything else, and that big stage experience and everything else that you touched on earlier. Taking on now a sports psychiatrist to try and help him mentally. That might be to do with the big stage, having to deal with that. You don't know, but being around Tyson and Wembley and all that, that'll help him. So that'll be good. But like I say, yeah, for Joe Joyce, it's 37 now. He has to win. There's no doubt about Joe Joyce has to win this.
Of course.
I know they were saying there's a rematch that has to happen in however long, but you don't really want to lose, do you?
Listen, at 37 years old, every fight's a must-win, right? Yeah, so it feels like a loss would be more detrimental to Joe Joyce at this stage. Joe Parker still has time, but the stakes are very, very high, and I'm sure Joe Joyce has no intention of losing. He's had no thought about losing. He doesn't know how to lose. I mean...
He'll be aware of it, Dev. There'll be pressure there. He won't talk about it, but they're well aware of it. I don't think they're foolish enough to think, oh, we're not going to lose this. They know. So all the hard work, and the thing with Joe Joyce, he's done it his way. He's not gone out and got a big management company, and he hasn't gone out and got this and then gone that. He's done it his own way, and slowly, like the juggernaut. But his career has gone quite quickly, and he's catching on, and people are talking about him now. Everyone in the UK was talking about Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, Dillian Whyte, Derek Chisora, and Joe was sort of like the forgotten man. All of a sudden, Joe Joyce is on the end of that conversation when you're talking Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury. Do you know what I'm saying? Then it's Joe Joyce. Do you understand? He's leapfrogged, but deservedly so, not through rankings or anything else, but through performances. And we've seen that with Daniel Dubois. That was a great performance.
It was a great performance, and the thing about that performance was there was a lot of talk about if Daniel Dubois hits him like these other guys have hit him, then he's going to go to sleep because Daniel Dubois hits very hard. He's one of the hardest hitting heavyweights in the world. Joe Joyce knew that, and Joe Joyce didn't just trudge on forward like the big juggernaut. He actually boxed differently. He used a jab. He used some of that amateur pedigree, some of the things that led him to all those amateur accolades, including an Olympic silver medal that should have been a gold medal. He's got that in the locker. I think people are perhaps reading a little bit too much into Joe Joyce just walks forward, Joe Parker's going to keep clipping him, because he can box differently.
Yeah. No, exactly. The thing as well is Joe's taken himself away. He's had various trainers. He seems to have settled with Ismail Salas again. He's been out there. Salas is a fantastic coach, had numerous world champions. It's mad to say it out loud there. We've got Joe Joyce, the juggernaut, we were alluding to before, could be the UK's George Foreman of this era, and then he's out there with a Cuban trying to do flair and everything else, and yet the fella does backflips in the ring afterwards.
Yeah. How many heavyweights do that?
It's mad, that, isn't it? Do you understand? So, what sort of tonto over there? Yeah, no, exactly.
But yeah, look, he knocks people out, and then he does a flip in the ring, and he's a very captivating fighter. The press conference was good fun. Tell me, did you watch the face-off that Cole Frampton did with the two Joes?
Do you know what? I haven't yet, Dev.
Watch it.
Because no, I will do.
For me, there's been so many historic moments in face-offs. We've seen a sauna story between Tyson Fury and Klitschko. We've seen Derek Chisora asking Dillian Whyte, who is the donkey now?
Yeah.
And now we've also seen Joe Joyce tickle the knuckle of Joe Parker. So look out for it.
Well, I will do, because the press conference was interesting enough,
Yes.
and you threatened, or they didn't, or they laughed and they chuckled. It's simmering. But that type of thing I like to watch the night before, the day before, to build you up on fight night, do you understand? So that's the reason being not for it, just to get into the fight zone, to watch that the day before. So for people who haven't watched it, do the same thing as me, watch it the night before, get ready for it.
There's a few excellent pieces of content out there across the BT Sport and Queensbury socials, the YouTube channels, to get you in the mood for this fight. I went up to Morecambe the other week, had a sit down with Joe Parker, with Andy Lee as well. I mean, some of the things Andy Lee has said, he said that Joe Joyce, essentially his attributes, or the main ones that he uses to win, are things that people should have anyway, and that he relies on things that he was born with. His chin, his ability to take a punch. He says that if it just goes down to who's the better fighter, that Joe Parker is leagues above Joe Joyce. What do you think of comments like that, Joe?
Well, so when you break it down and you look at skill set wise, of course you'd have to say Joe Parker is the skill set. You can't ignore what Joe Joyce has done as being an Olympic silver medalist. You don't get that for someone that just can walk forward. Do you know what I mean? To get to an Olympic final is a fantastic achievement. But Joe Parker, I think, is tall, is upright, is loose, throws good shots, has good boxing IQ about him. His promoter alluded to before that he was going to come in leaner this time for this fight, so that'd be interesting what the weight will be on the scales tonight. Will Joe put on more weight, Joe Joyce, to impose his presence in the ring on the night? It'd be interesting to see, or will Joseph Parker come in light? That might tell you how I'm going to perform in the night. Light on his feet, quick movement all the time.
Well, he actually came in his career heaviest last time out against Derek Chisora, and it was probably one of the best performances of his career. Maybe Andy Lee has kind of changed him. There's a bit more muscle about. You can see some of his fights when he was world champion looked a bit softer, looked a bit fleshier.
I'm not sure. No disrespect to the team that was around him. Then he's moved himself over to Morecambe. Then that's in a winning stable. We're training alongside the heavyweight champion of the world, and that's very much like a young Larry Holmes years ago that was training alongside Muhammad Ali, and Joe Parker's in there training alongside him, and that can only help but rub off and have an influence on you, and the appetite of the team and the mentality of the team. That chant that they always do, walk into the ring all the time, Tyson, for your Spartans, do you understand? That siege mentality as well. So all that type of stuff is going to have an effect of him. Andy Lee talks very fondly and passionate about the times when he used to go over and stay with Emmanuel Stewart and live with him in the Cronk, and the effect that he had in. And that does happen, and Andy Lee's a very good former world champion, and he's learning his game in the professionals, and he's becoming a very good coach, and he's learned off the best, and he's applying what he's learned now to Joe. So Joseph's surrounded by a lot of people that are ambitious, hungry, full of knowledge, and want to pass that on. So if you can't thrive in that environment, you're not going to thrive, are you?
Yeah, look, it's not very often that you get to just have the best heavyweight in the world as a training partner, laying on all these facilities for you, and laying on himself, because there is no doubt that he would have talked about this fight to Tyson Fury, and Tyson Fury would have given him some words of advice. He's not his trainer. Look, of course he has respect for Andy Lee, who is the trainer, and he probably won't say too much, but in all that time together, Tyson Fury is going to say something that will, in some sense, help Joe Parker in this fight, the biggest fight of his life. And I think, actually, Joe, you might need to slip out for a sec, because I've got David Higgins back, and I've got Adam Morrill, who's going to come in the middle. Adam, welcome.
Hey.
How you doing?
Yeah, good.
Good to see you both. Speaking to Dave Higgins earlier, he said that Parker's going to win by stoppage. Over to you.
I haven't seen David for ages.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
He's in Manchester.
Yeah.
What do you reckon then?
I don't think Parker will win by stoppage. No, I don't think that's going to happen. I think we'll see how the fight pans out. You know, I think we respect Joe Parker enormously. He's elite. He's probably not the first elite level boxer Joe's boxed against, but he's elite, and we're going to learn a lot about Joe Joyce. We know it's going to be tough in there, but I fully expect Joe to show his level, show his class, and I think we'll see what happens on the night.
Do you feel as though maybe Team Parker are underrating Joe Joyce at all? I've heard a lot of talk this week, especially Andy Lee talking about Joe's attributes being stuff that you should just have anyway. Are they giving Joe Joyce the respect that he deserves, the credit?
I think privately they probably think differently to what they're saying publicly. I think privately, if they've got Tyson Fury in camp, David, Andy Lee, they know their boxing. They know how good Joe Joyce is. And I think privately they won't be underestimating Joe. Publicly, people say things for the public, you know. But privately, I don't think they're underestimating Joe.
I was in an interview a minute ago, I was asked a similar question. I think Joyce is probably Parker's toughest fight, even tougher than maybe Anthony Joshua at the time in the unification. But I think it's a much better Joseph Parker stepping in against Joyce on Saturday than the one that fought Joshua back in 2018. So no, we're certainly not underestimating Joe Joyce. He's a formidable matchup that a lot of people have avoided. And I think it's a credit to both guys, Joyce as well, that they're fighting each other. A lot of these heavyweights are avoiding each other, and so it's going to be a cracker of a fight, and we'll see what happens.
One of the talking points that's been raised in this, and I was speaking to David about it earlier, is that rematch clause.
Yeah.
Which is a one-way rematch clause.
Yeah.
If Joe Joyce is to lose, he gets another crack to rectify that loss. And the feeling from Team Parker's side is that shows a slight lack of confidence from Joe Joyce. What do you think?
No, I mean, I think as Joe's manager, it's good practice, I've got an insurance policy. If what I believe is going to happen doesn't happen. If it doesn't happen, we've got a second bite of the cherry. It's good practice. It's not a lack of confidence.
It's funny because before the second Chisora fight, they were quite happy to fight Parker with no rematch clause. And then when Parker dominated Chisora, dropped him 3 times of uppercuts, suddenly the deal changed. Oh no, we won't take the fight without a rematch.
Absolutely nothing to do with it.
They might debate that.
Literally nothing to do with it.
There's another way looking at this rematch thing. I know how long it can take to make fights at this level and how hard. And, a world title fight might be a year away for the winner. So if Parker does win, he could be 9 months in the wilderness with no fight, or fighting bums for no money, taking a risk anyway. So I don't know why everyone thinks it's such a bad thing. If you've beaten Joe Joyce once, why not make another massive payday and another massive fight real quick 3 months later and beat him again, just like he beat Chisora twice? So there's a positive side to the rematch.
Yeah.
You know what the positive side is? It's a guaranteed massive fight, worldwide fight for a big payday before Christmas. That's a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, David, commercial as ever, is pointing out the positives of it for Team Parker, and I agree with it. But we took it, we wanted it as an insurance policy, and Parker Chisora 2 did nothing to change our mind on that.
Because that's the suggestion here. The suggestion here is that Parker looked so good against Eric Chisora, it made you rethink the whole approach to making the fight.
Listen, it's just watch the fight. I mean, it confirmed what we thought. Joe Parker's an elite fighter, but he couldn't get Chisora out there. I mean, he couldn't get Chisora out of there. Why would that change our mind?
Couldn't get Chisora out there, Dave.
Yeah, he came close. And the thing is, he switched trainer not long before that, learning new things, finding his feet. Just got through Chisora second time, dominated Chisora, dropped him 3 times, nearly stopped him. After that fight, Andy Lee said, and he knows his stuff, he said, Joseph Parker will take a lot of confidence from that. He now will back his punch and sit down with him. He said, you watch, he's on the up, like a cricket batter coming into form. So you've got a Joseph Parker that is really on the up, mentally, physically. So, and he's got 20 odd knockouts on his resume. It's not like he can't knock out other heavyweights. So I think that they'd be unwise to underestimate Parker's ability to get a stop. And I'm sure they know this and will be thinking the same thing. So the beauty of it is that you've got both guys have the attributes, and so it's one of those fascinating top-level matchups.
You mentioned something there, Adam, where you said he couldn't get Chisora out of there, and you said it in such a way that suggests he should have got Chisora out of there. Do you feel as though Joseph Parker has enough power to keep Joe Joyce off of him?
I don't think it's about power, actually. I think when you watch that fight back, and we've rewatched it a number of times, perhaps there's an element on Joseph Parker's side of being a bit unwilling to empty the gas tank sometimes because he so wanted to get the win. Chisora was cowering in a corner. He walked over to the corner. So he had the 10 count, then he walked over to the corner. That was another 20 seconds. That was 30 seconds. And perhaps, I'm sure he had the power to get him out of there. Like David said, he's not big heavyweights out. I don't think it's a power question, and we're not underestimating his power.
So is it a killer instinct question?
No, I think it was caution. He was cautious because he didn't want to empty the gas tank too much because he thought Parker would come back. So maybe it's a slight concern there that he had.
Well, it goes back to what I said earlier, that win so emphatically putting Chisora down 3 times, there'll be less caution, there'll be more surety because he's on that upward thing. I mean, the other thing we have to acknowledge is that Parker's also fighting the officials on Saturday.
I'm sure that's not the case.
It's shocker after shocker. When Parker fought Huey Fury, the home referee was selected who done Huey's last 2 fights. Then against Anthony Joshua, whenever Parker engaged, we had the referee under the auspices of the British Boxing Board pulling Parker off. Then you had Dillian White, the headbutts, concussive, was called a knockdown and went against Parker when it should have been for Parker and given time to rest. Then in the last Chisora fight, you had a British judge that had the fight nearly a draw. So we've had shocker
with the knockdowns as well.
Yeah, we've had shocker after shocker in the UK, and so are there close rounds between Parker and Joyce, and who are those rounds going to go to? And that's a concern for us, and a legitimate concern.
But we do have, I mean, the contract was drafted, so we have 1 British judge, 1 Aussie judge, and 1 neutral judge in America.
That's true, and they could have a New Zealand or Australian judge, and there's some good New Zealand judges they could have selected, but they didn't. They selected an Aussie judge who's got a tattoo of the Union Jack on his skin. Seriously.
He's not the judge though, is he?
Yes.
No, he's not the judge on Saturday night.
There was yes.
He's not, is he?
No, I think you're not up to the detail. The first judge was born in British.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and you didn't want him.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah,
but the second one, I'm not joking. The second one has a tattoo of the Union Jack, and if you go to his Facebook page now, it's got the Union Jack, and it says from London. I'm not joking. I'll bet you any amount of money right now. So it's silly stuff like, do the British Boxing Board of Control. I mean, I'm not saying anything against the judge. He might be a very good judge and play straight bat, but I find it unfathomable that the British Boxing Board of Control and the WBO, who should want to present an unbiased look, or at least look like it's unbiased, are quite happy to have our so-called New Zealand Australian judge who's British. Like, you couldn't write.
Yeah, but you turned down the first guy.
He was British.
So he's Australian. That's 2 Australians.
So you couldn't. No, you couldn't make
British.
this up.
Well, let's bring in Joe Gallagher. If we just budge up a little bit.
The panel of judging and officials is slanted British, massive, which we're used to, and we've had 5 shocking. So we genuinely are worried about the officiating here in the UK, and the track record gives us reason to worry.
All right, Joe, anything you want to add? If we
Well, listen, it's hard not to disagree. There has been some shocking scorecards. People used to turn around and say, oh, it was Italy or it was Germany, you need a knockout, but there has been some shocking scorecards, and he's only doing what's right. Obviously, you're saying that there's an Australian, New Zealand. You're saying there's a tattoo in the back. It's just raising the concerns, because there's no point afterwards crying and you find out he's done 116, 112 for Joe Joyce when people are going, what's that all about? But there's a British referee, and as they say, an American judge as well.
Mm-hmm.
Judge, like you say, it'd be interesting who the referee is. It's got to need who's the British ref, do you know?
I forget the name, but
Steve Gray.
Yeah, we got no problem with
Steve Gray.
Mr. Gray's been solid. I mean, these guys, they're not perfect. They do make mistakes. They make mistakes, so they're not perfect. But you don't want to see a trend developing of favouring the home guy over time. And so we'll certainly, and the reason I'm talking about this is I want media scrutiny on those judges. That one of the judges at Chisora had a shocker. He had it nearly a draw, even though Joseph knocked Chisora down, was it twice or 3 times or whatever? How was it nearly a draw? Like, even the British board guys were shaking their head. That's the sort of thing that we would be appalled by, and we'd look at our options if that happened.
And I guess looking at Adam, do you think you even need the judges on Saturday?
First of all, I think as regards the judges, I don't think it's right to put pressure on them from the outside. I echo what Joe said, that there have been some decisions which are questionable, but we go into this and you look at the judge, you look at people like Steve Gray and Phil Edwards, and I've got full confidence in them. Secondly, I don't think it'll go the distance. I don't think it'll be a concern. I don't think it'll go to the distance. But I understand where David's coming from, but I don't think it's right to put pressure on judges at this stage.
Well, let's bring in the big juggernaut himself, creeping up on David Higgins.
I'll hold you back.
How you doing, Joe?
All right. Yeah, good. Pleasure.
He said thought I was going to keep him in, but anyway. Joe Joyce, lovely to see you. Let's grab hold of that mic. Have a look. Joe Parker's in there. What do you reckon?
It looks sweaty.
Looks sweaty. What do you see when you look at that man? To me, he seems pretty calm and composed this week.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess it's same thing over here as well.
Yeah, I mean, you look good. You look ready to go. How's camp gone?
Yeah, camp's gone really good. Yeah, Vegas and back here. So I'm ready to rumble now. So I'm just waiting for Saturday night, and got to do a couple bits beforehand, and fight night.
And you've got Ismail Salas on board?
Yeah, he's around.
Very good, very good trainer, and you've been working over there on certain things with him. How have you found it going back over there, working with Ismail Salas again, coming back ready for this fight?
Yeah, very good. It's he works on the things that I need to work on and brings the best out of me. So
Is he still wearing the platforms to use the pads of you, Joe?
Yeah, no limitations. I'm a big guy. You might need
yeah. No, but I've said to you before, you've been here before. I've said been to the Olympics, the final, everything else. But this is an interim world title. Manchester Arena packed out. You've been there many times, seen many big nights for you. The fact now there's a bit of a change in the WBO and that it is for an interim, has that put that little bit more percentage into it, or added that little bit more petrol, or give you that bit more enthusiasm and energy to go and do a job and make sure you leave that arena with that belt?
Yeah, it definitely gives me more to more like stuff to get me fired up, because it's a must win, and it's a there's a prize at the end of the tunnel. It's not just
just a fight.
Just the fight. It's a big fight, and it's the biggest fight to date with a crowd in Manchester. And I can't wait to put on a show there.
And you didn't have to take this fight,
Joe. The Mancunians. Yes.
No, and you didn't have to take this fight. You're number one. You could have sat on it for a while and waited in for those, but you didn't. So full credit for you for doing that. I was saying to their promoter before, it's just a shame these rematches close in the heavyweight division at the moment. They seem to be holding up the heavyweight division for people like yourself who want to kick on and move on and fight for world titles and win. So it's great that in the meantime, you two guys have decided, well, we'll have it, and it's good now that there is an interim title on the line for it.
Yeah, it just gives it that extra spice.
It ups the ante. Yeah. Joe, I think you've got a workout to do. But first, have a little look at Joe Parker coming out the ring, and we'll probably have a chat with you after you're done. But yeah, thanks very much. Splendid.
Good to meet you, Joe.
Yeah.
Good to see you later, man.
Yeah. Nice spud. Joe Parker now soaking in the cameras.
Paddy, tap him.
His workout's done. Joe Joyce.
Yes.
Man of a few words. Ismail Salas now here.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Joe Gallagher.
Good to see you, my friend. We good? Good, man. Good. Yes, Andy. Good to see you, my friend. How are you? Good to see you.
So many fights over the years, of course. Anthony Crolla, Jorge Linares. They know each other well. Joe Parker. Let's get him in. Let's get the sweat off. Let's get the sweat off. How you doing?
Good.
Do you want me to hold it? Go on. I'll change you. Here we go.
For everyone at home that's just having to tuck into the tea.
Well, there you go. Look, he's had a proper little workout there. He's got a bit of a sweat on.
Yeah.
And now putting on a show for any female viewers. Joe Parker, how you doing?
Good. What's up?
You just moved the needle then, Joe, changing your top, son.
There you go. The views just went right up when you started getting changed on that. So.
Hopefully.
Best camp ever?
Best camp ever.
You said it was going to be, but did it end up being that?
That is the best camp. We put in the work. We've all put in the work, you know. It's not only myself that's in the camp, it's the whole team that gets me prepared for Saturday night. And we've all done the work. We've trained hard, eaten well, rested good. So it's all down to Saturday night now and going out there and having fun. Enjoying the fight, enjoying the challenge, executing the plan, and coming away with the win.
Not a lot of people get to have fun against Joe Joyce. That's quite something you've said there. It's about getting out there and having fun. He doesn't intend for you to have any fun when he keeps walking forward and suffocating you. Yeah. That's what he'll be thinking.
Well, that's
about
what
doing.
we do, though. Boxing is our fun place. And when we put in the work, that's the hard. When you put in the work, that's the hard time in camp. Your body's fatigued, you're tired, sometimes you're sore. But when the fight's here,
That's
It's
what
like-
you want. It's Christmas Day. That's all you want. Whether you're a fighter, whether you're a trainer. Sometimes you can be stuck in the gym too long and you forget what a good night is. And then when you're there, you go, "This is what it's all about."
This is what it's all
and I
about.
say, "This is Joe's. He's in familiar ground. He's fought at the arena 3 times before. It's good hunting ground for him. He's familiar with it. It's not somewhere where he hasn't been somewhere before." And he'll be going in there thinking, "Been here before, walked the walk before, and I'm going to talk again tonight."
I can think that, and I probably will, but I've got a good challenge in front of me.
No,
But
you
that's
have-
the challenge that I love. I love
Exactly.
challenges.
And Joe, listen, as people are saying to him, when you look on the outside from the fight, Joe the Juggernaut, he comes out slow, he comes strong down the straight. But you're in camp there with the world champion, the #1 in the world, Tyson Fury. He's got to have little snippets, bit of words of advice. You've got a fantastic trainer in Andy Lee. You've been around Sugar Hill and everything else. You're having that bit of gold dust rubbed off you, Joe, surely, aren't you?
Just listen, having all those, when you surround yourself with people like that, you don't only just build confidence from their confidence, but you build on yourself, you know. And I'm going into this fight with the confidence because I've been with Andy, because I've had Tyson around. This Sugar Hill has been around before.
Yeah.
And you got the whole team, my parents are here, my brother's here, my manager, everyone. So when you rub shoulders with people like that, going into the fight, you have no nerves, or you have no, especially when they keep giving you positive feedback, you know, after every session.
Yeah. And going into this fight on the back of the 2 Derek Chisora fights, you couldn't have had a better opponent-wise before this type of fight. And the improvements from the first and the second fight, we're not talking, when I say to Dev, when we're talking about, and Andy understand, we're not on about improvements where you become a Floyd Mayweather, but the small improvements in the way that you turn a shot, the way you hold your feet, the way that you stand, and the way you deal things. And there was improvements in them 2 fights between you and Derek Chisora, and that's just building blocks, I'm sure, that's carried on to this camp for this.
Like you said, building blocks. And when you compare the first camp to the second camp, and the first fight to the second fight, there was big improvements. And I think the important thing is just having time with your trainer.
Yeah.
Just having that time, you can cement more things that you're working on into camp, and you can put onto the fight. And so the more time has done me a massive improvement. Yeah, world of good.
You say that there's an advantage, of course, on Joe Joyce's side. He got a fight in. He fought Christian Hammer, so he got to stay active somewhat. You haven't boxed since December last year. Is that an advantage for Joe Joyce that he got that, or are you seeing that because you watched that fight with your brother and you said, ooh, every time he took a right hand?
Listen, it could be an advantage because as a fighter, you want to train and you want to fight, and the more you fight, the better you get. So I've had a long layoff. Like I call it a long layoff. I haven't fought since last year December, and even though you have great sparring, even though you put in all the work, there's nothing that compares to a fight
night. Yeah.
You can't compare to a fight night. So there might be an advantage, but I've done everything right, so I have no worries.
The thing with that when you say that, you could flip the coin and go, it's 37, that's a tough camp that didn't need to have to camp. Less is more.
He was fighting Joe Parker.
For George, it could be less is more. Do you know what I mean? You decided to put into that. That's constant tapping will crack a rock. I've said to you before here, Joe's got the skills. We talk about Joe Joyce as like the UK George Foreman. He's coming, swinging, mumming, throwing his feet. We all see if someone can get up on the toes and box and jab and shoot and nullify things, put the shoulder in. All of a sudden things aren't happening the way that they want to. Tails are up, you see the finishing line, you hang on and there's the win.
Do you feel as though...
There's a good point there.
Yeah, no, it's a good point.
I'm talking the 5 minutes.
Something you mentioned, and I think, Joe, you said it as well, that Derek Chisora's great preparation for this Joe Joyce fight. Tell us why.
Listen, he's not the same height,
no,
and he doesn't have the same, I don't think he's the same volume of punches, but he does throw a lot of punches, Chisora does. But that pressure, the pressure that you put on and just keep coming forward and not backing off, and even though I dropped him 3 times, he still kept coming. So when you have someone like that to fight before the Joyce fight, he's good preparation, like you said, preparing for the pressure.
With that, you had him down 3 times, but ultimately you didn't get him out of there.
No, I didn't. I should have. I could have.
Why didn't you?
Well, I didn't. Probably wasn't fit enough.
Who cares? Who cares? He's fighting for WWE interim title Saturday night on box office. And
I was fit,
cares?
but it just he's got a lot of he's got heart, and he's given boxing a lot, and he didn't want to. I think he didn't want to. He just held on. He just held on.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, you mentioned it there. The interim title's on the line as well. Speaking to Sarah Mafoud earlier, she's on the undercard against Amanda Serrano. She got upgraded once upon a time from an interim to a full world champion. Joe Gallagher's got Paul Butler, who got upgraded from an interim to a full world champion. There is a real significance with this belt on the line, isn't there?
There is. But would you want to get the upgrade, or would you want to?
Well, like every fighter, every fighter wants to win in the ring and be crowned in the new. But sometimes if you can't, there's an opportunity there.
You take the
opportunity. You're not going to walk away from it. Of course, it's a huge
opportunity.
Joe wants to be a 2-time.
You would never walk away from the opportunity to be a world champion.
Joe's got to be assigned to become a 2-time world champion.
Ooh, that would sound good. 2-time world champion.
2-time. Look, that's what you'll do if you get it all your way. One thing I just wanted to ask you, because I was watching it again last night. Your face-off with Carl Frampton in the middle, Joe Joyce on the other side of the table. He tickled your knuckles. I've never seen anything like it before. What happened in your head?
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it before myself. It was...
I don't know where you were going with that tickled for a minute.
It was definitely the knuckles.
It wasn't really... I don't know. I'm still lost for words right now as we speak.
Perfect. Okay. Well, I think we've got to let you go, Joe. Best of luck to you on Saturday, and I'll see you tomorrow at the press conference.
Best of luck, Joe. Good luck. Enjoy Manchester. You're familiar with it.
Oh yeah. I mean, he lives it, doesn't he? Morecambe Joe.
My hometown.
Brilliant.
See you later.
Good luck. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
Well, there's Joe Parker, the former WBO World Heavyweight Champion, building towards becoming a 2-time World Champion. If he gets his way, that's where he's heading. But I'll tell you what, if Joe Joyce gets his way, it won't be Joe Parker victorious on Saturday night. Joe Joyce, the juggernaut, 14-0, will be looking to be crowned the interim champion. He's steamrolling everyone in his way. But how did Parker look to you?
I thought a person that is a happy fighter. He looks a happy fighter. He looks happy with the team. He's happy with his training camp, and he's happy to put on a performance that he thinks will claim him that interim title on Saturday night. He looks a happy fighter, relaxed, confident. Didn't see someone that was nervous or scared, or he's been there before. He's become world champion. In his eyes, he's more everything himself. I fought better than you. Andy Ruiz, maybe one of them. Some would say. He looks a relaxed fighter, happy fighter, and like you say, he's going off to. I had to wait till he moved a little bit. Bloody hell, size of Joe Joyce.
Oh yeah, the size of him.
Size. When I seen Joe stood beside me, and I was like there and then, I thought, wow, size could play a play here.
Parker's like a normal big man.
Yes.
Joe Joyce is a giant.
No, he is. He had that presence, and there'll be some shots being swung by Joe Joyce, and it was Joseph Parker who can get out of the way of them. The size difference is what's I wouldn't say surprised me, but when you've seen him close to close, and the presence that Joe Joyce has, that presence is that what's going to burn the energy and the stamina and the legs out of Joseph Parker, and that's why people are a lot of the tipping him for the stoppage in the late rounds.
So you seeing them up close, standing next to them, has had a bit of an impact on how you see the fight going. Is that what you're saying?
No, you cannot be impressed by the physique of Joe Joyce and the team that he has around him. Joseph Parker, he's got good boxing ability and everything. I think he will do well. It's whether Joe Joyce can land often to win the rounds. You've seen them arguing before over referees, decisions and everything else. He's going to need a strong referee. Steve Gray's in there. He's had his moments in the past, but he's a strong man. He's fair. And then you've got the officials, an Australian, an American and a UK. So Team Parker are complaining about that at the moment. So it's the rounds. Is this fight got to be what are you scoring? Are you scoring for the aggression? Not landing as many, but the aggression. Because when Joe lands, they have an effect.
Joe,
yes.
How
are you doing, Andy? How are you, son?
I'm good. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Looking well, Joe.
Yeah, not bad yourself.
What was your last success?
Well, just had Marcus the other week. Natasha Jonas won the WBC title, talks for unification. I was flattered to meet Amanda Serrano today.
Starstruck. He was.
I was starstruck.
Knees went, everything.
She's 7-time world champion, weight world champion. She's phenomenal. So anyway, enough about that. That's a great fight under the card.
Be a good fight, wouldn't it? Are they around the same, are they?
No, Tasha's gone up to light middleweight now, so she's up there, so that was it.
She's done fantastic.
No, she has, and you're doing well yourself. Now, we've swapped roles tonight. You're usually on the mic and I'm in the corner, so this time it's a pleasant exchange. How's camp gone, first of all? Everyone's got an ask.
Tell us.
It's been the greatest camp in the history of boxing, you know. That's what we all say, isn't it? Listen, it's a good camp, and they put in the work. We had big Martin Bacoli, we had the big Ice Bear from Iceland, and Nick Campbell, all big men walking forward, walking Joe down, punching hard.
Good. I've just said to Joe, the fact that there's a WO interim on the line now just raises the stakes that little bit more. Chance for him to become a 2-time world champion. Obviously, everyone.
What do you think about the interim, though?
Well, listen, like anything,
it's a title. It's a way. I've just
trinket,
had
isn't it?
it's a trinket.
Yeah.
But if anything happens and there's a meeting in an office in Mexico, then you become a world champion. And you're not got. So it just happens to Paul Butler. Paul Butler's world champion now, and he's fighting in Antwi for the undisputed. So that's what happens. So he wins. That's a chance for him to. You've not got to turn it down, like Joe said. Well, I was just saying. So Joseph, the preparations for this fight, you couldn't have got a better opponent beforehand, like Derek Chisora, to bring pressure. And the adjustments that were made from the first Chisora to the second one, you could see. And there were building blocks for you as a coach that you could work with moving on. And Joe doesn't seem a fighter that seems to be, I know it all. He's willing to learn. And that must be very good for you going into this.
Yeah. You might as well step away because this man's taking your job. Joe, he's a pleasure to work with. He's like you see him now. That's how he genuinely is. He's hungry to learn and takes everything on board. And what he does, he reviews all his own stuff. He'll record. He's got GoPro cameras that size and records all these pad sessions, all these sparring. And he'll sit in bed and watch it every day. And he'll come back and say, "I see what you were saying. I see what you meant by that." And that's half the job, isn't it? You know, because
that's what you want.
You can tell them until they recognise it themselves. That's when the true, and
I have that sometimes problem in the gym. I can explain to you the latest Netflix series the best I can, but until you watch it, you've also got to see it or take it in. And that's the same sometimes with fighters. You're asking them to watch stuff, but they don't want to watch it because I'll let you do it. But they're not getting what you're saying. You need to be on the same page. Yeah. And when you've got someone that can work alongside you like that, magic happens.
Yeah.
Have you seen Joe yet? Joe Joyce, have you been around him at all? Because Joe's just sort of seen him up close and didn't realise how big he was.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a few years. I'm sure he's a big fella, yeah. I think they're going to do a face-off in a minute. So
you won't miss him anyway.
Yeah. I know he's a big man. We've had big men training.
Yeah.
And, listen, we know. That's what we're in for, isn't it? It's a big man, comes forward and punches hard and keeps going,
and I said to you, whether it hits you here or here, he's got to have effect. And I've said to you, he's a bit like this era UK George Foreman. Comes forward,
do you agree with that,
swinging a little bit.
Yeah.
It hits. I wouldn't say technically refined, but people say his IQ is very good, and you don't get to an Olympic final without having a bit of boxing IQ. You don't get there walking forward, taking shots in the chin. But I do feel, and I've said all along, I got asked over there if he had a tenner where it'd go. I said I'd put it on Barker, but says because I'm going on over the chin. But what if he gets hit on the temple and his legs are scrambled? There's other areas in the fight, and hit a body, and there's lots of areas to hit in the fight.
One of the things you mentioned, Andy, in our interview the other week, you talked about how Joe Joyce uses the attributes, which he's just sort of got. It's not stuff that he's worked for necessarily. Tell us more about that.
Well, he's blessed with great size, physical size. And
you can have a look at him, you can commentate as he comes in.
He's a big man, yeah.
So we've got Joe Joyce.
And fair play to Joe Joyce. He didn't have to take this fight. He could have sat on the number one. And I was saying before, and the trouble with the heavyweight division this day and age, this mandatories and rematches and all that, it's holding up the belts. And fair play to these two taking the fight on and putting the risk on the line. Joe Joyce, but it's an opportunity for Joseph Parker. And I think Joseph Parker over here with Tyson Fury, with Andy, Sugar Hill, all that, it's just gold dust. And you can only benefit and thrive in that atmosphere. And you cannot be a bad fighter.
It's the third fight in a row for Manchester Arena, third fight in a row for you guys as well. Do you feel as though he's a bit of a home fighter, the fact that he keeps boxing there?
Well, the fact that he's been training in Morecambe, he's up and down, and people know him in the area. So, listen, people know Joseph Parker from the big fights he's had in the past. So, he'll have some support, I'm sure.
Anything you're keeping an eye on there with Joe Joyce? Tell us what you see.
Like when would you see public workouts? Usually people go for the motions, but I like to see a good workout. Joe there did 3 or 4 rounds of good hard pads.
Is that what you want to see?
Yeah. So
it's like taking the car out for a little test drive of Ferrari Formula 1. You're taking it out, get it purring, put it back in, and get ready for the big race. I do think, and I don't know what you think, I do think that there is pressure on Joe Joyce. People won't take about it, but he knows he's at an age where an opportunity might not come around so quick if he loses that, and it's underlying current. He's been over in America, he's brought Salas back on board, who's a very good coach as well, but there is that little pressure when the first few rounds, and I spoke to you before, things aren't happening. He's not where I thought he'd be. I'm getting caught, he can hold his own.
and then you become anxious and then you start throwing things that you're not expected to throw, and you leave yourself open for counter punches. And Joseph Parker has got that very much in the locker to all of a sudden nullify things, and when things aren't going wrong and desperate things, you walk onto more shots that you shouldn't be getting hit.
Joe, you're just giving away the whole game. That's how I'm planning the fight in my brain.
It's got the old the tennis ball on the cap, Andy. I'm sure you can do that as well.
No, I can't do that. I never
not?
did that in my
It's
career.
quite good, isn't it?
Tried it the other day and it was useless.
Yeah.
Parker did it, but it's good.
It's quite a skill, and he can do the flips as well. You know, he's more than just a big
You know
lump.
what Adam Booth said to me, because I trained him for a little while. He said he's a conundrum because he can do capoeira and do the flips and the dancing, but he can't ask him to throw like a 1-2 straight, and it's like there's just a 1-2 hook or whatever. It's just there's.
And how are you, Andy, obviously being a former world champion, how are you adapting to life as a trainer and as a coach? You're building your own little stable of fighters there now and that.
Yeah.
Are you enjoying it? Is it as
second
hard
life.
as what you thought it'd be?
It's hard, yeah, and it's more consuming, Joe, than when you're a fighter, because you're constantly thinking about it, organising it, and you're putting in as much work and time as their fighter is. You know what I mean? They can
Away
switch
from
off
home as well with a newborn.
Yeah, but it's and it's a lot of responsibility. You know, when you got these people and you train them, working with them every day, and you become quite close to them, and then everything's on the line. You know, and I know, and you know, Joe, as much as what's at stake when they go in that ring, and there is a lot of responsibility. So you just try and do your best for them all the time, because.
As I said, when Anthony finished boxing Crawler, and he said he's got to start coaching, I said, Anthony, please don't, you've got a young family, don't. But anyway, he started. Now, he like he says, he's out more than he was when he was a fighter, because he's got to take this one sparring there, that one sparring there. The curse of boxing is sparring, letting you down. Your fighter comes in the gym, you've had a phone call, half an hour comes in, he goes, they've pulled out sparring today. You're just like, oh my God, and you've got to go and tell them they've got to bed the night before early, come in full of it, and you've got to hit them with that bad news. You feel like ducking when you've said it.
Yeah.
Tell me, Andy, I came up to the gym the other week and I sat down with Joe Parker and his brother John, and we watched Joe Joyce against Christian Hammer. And there was a lot of God, if Joe hit him with that, he's going to go. Did you read much into that fight back in July, or are you looking at kind of the best version of Joe Joyce?
Yeah, it was just a fight, wasn't it? You know, he knew it was only a matter. I think Joyce knew it was only a matter of time, so he wasn't being as cautious as he should have been, or as tentative as he should have been. He was just walking in and knew it was only a matter of time before Hammer got tired and Joyce got to him.
And obviously having the influence of Tyson in the camp up there, I'm sure that'll give Joe huge confidence, having someone in around that, being on the big stage. And just being in around the big stage, not participating, but being in around it and helping nerves, helping his own big fight thing when it's coming, and Tyson supporting him.
Yeah, and listen, Joe, it's a gift. Tyson, I know you know him, and it's always boxing. So, in running, we're talking about boxing. Having lunch, we're talking about boxing, and his mindset is just he's a different man with his mindset.
Great then platform Salas has.
Admirable work. I mean, how he keeps his balance despite getting big shots from Joe Joyce.
You can see they're blocking for the right hand over the top. Yeah. See?
They've asked me early on, and I've said, fight week, you're looking for that little bit. These type of public workouts, some people don't do anything, they just do a bit of shadow or a bit of skip. Some do pads. Sometimes they get a little bit carried away with the pad session and sort of start showing things that you picked up on there that they shouldn't. Yeah. And it's just that one little thing that sort of confirms what you've been working on in camp. And like you stood here watching now, you're looking for things, but people to the trained eye don't see that. They just see people knocking holes. But like you said there, the way that they was looking for catching for the right hand and the...
What I can see is that he's got to be kind of standing in one spot to punch. A lot of the time, there's not really much moving when he punches. It's all the pads are always done in they're both standing still. There's no moving in with the punch or. So that's what, like when Joyce walks you down, he likes to get you on the ropes so you can escape, and then he'll punch.
And then as you've seen there with him bringing over what I call a triple G right hand over the top, bringing it over and down in and on top. Also be something they've looked at when Joe was on the ropes against Derek Chisora, blah blah blah.
You can see they train with that Cuban amateur system where each punch, you move the opposite leg with each punch. You know, the opposite leg to the opposite hand when they punch is like, you see?
Yeah.
Now he's stepping down with the right hand.
And that is the benefit of having a trained eye looking at this.
No, but you look at where his right hand is when he finishes the punch all the time. He's wide open for the counter.
Not really smooth when he's moving, but we don't, you know.
Well, like you say, he's more comfortable moving off to his left. You can make him move over to his right.
So Andy, you're looking at this and you're actually taking away stuff. Are you taking away anything that you didn't know already? Or
not really, but it's good to see him in the flesh, isn't it? It's good.
Like you say, up to now, everything was coming off a double jab right hand, double jab right uppercut. So he's trying to, most would think, putting Joseph to the ropes, double jab, big shot, double jab, everything after the jab. But if Joseph isn't there after the first jab, the second jab's not landing. Little things. That's not a pads where you're just doing regular pads like I was saying to you, Dev. Everyone must think I'm terrible on the pads because I just do basic stuff.
Because you're not giving anything away.
Nothing away. But sometimes trainers can get caught up in the moment and go practicing things too much. And it's that little thing. I remember Callum Smith going fighting Rocky Fielding, and I seen Rocky Fielding's public workout with Oliver Harrison, and they just got carried away a little bit with it. And I pulled Callum Smith in the gym that night and went, we need to work on this and this. And there were only little adjustments, but that's what made the difference. And I just thought, wow, that far out, you could see all of a sudden he got too involved with the presser and working and come on. And I have to give it away then, do you know what I mean?
Well, that is the juggernaut, Joe Joyce. I think we'll probably grab him for a chat very shortly.
Salas did well not to get thrown out of the ring there, didn't he?
Yeah.
I thought he was going to hit him, he was going through in that wall.
Salas is doing a remarkable job here.
Yes, Ismail, good to see you, my friend.
Ismail Salas and Joe Gallagher. Rivalry over the years, a bit of Crollo Linares, eh? Yes. I think the
great, man.
Big man's going back in. Get a few snaps in.
Don't do a cartwheel now and injure yourself, God's sake.
What are you expecting weight-wise from Parker? I think it was at his career heaviest last time against Chisora.
The same, about 250 odd.
And that was a great performance, a strong performance from Parker.
He's much bigger now than him. When he came, he was about, when we started, he was only 233.
Mm-hmm.
So he's improved in every aspect in terms of his strength and fitness and that. So.
You can tell both fighters there in the little warm-up there. Both got a good sweat on, both focused, both in the zone. Both can't wait for Saturday night.
Okay, Andy.
Thank you, lads.
Thank you very much,
nice
Andy.
To see you, my
Pleasure.
Friend. All the best Saturday
Very
night.
insightful. Very insightful stuff. How interesting was that, having Andy Lee watching a Joe Joyce workout and seeing things in there that maybe the untrained eye wouldn't see. He's looking at things in there and he's saying, oh, he's blocking this, he's doing that. Fascinating stuff, Joe.
Yeah, it is, and like I said to you before, some people stay around and watch it and some don't. And well schooled, well educated, and he's sitting there and just looking for everything that's could be an advantage to him on the night. And like I said to you before, it's them little things. He might have just seen one thing there that they've been practicing, that they've unveiled or lifted the skirt up and shown that really they shouldn't had no need to.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if we can grab a word with Joe Joyce. I think he's going to come in, and Salas as well.
Yes, my friend.
Ismail Salas.
How are you?
Yeah,
How's family? Family all good?
Yeah, all good.
Good.
What about your family?
Yeah, family's all good, my friend. Good
nice.
to see you.
Yeah,
good to see you, my friend.
You as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Good to see you out the platforms. How do you do it? How do you do it?
You know, I've been working with many heavyweight for a long time, and I've been using this for more than 30 years, maybe.
Wow.
Since Felix Savon.
Felix Savon?
Yeah.
Wow.
He was my fighter from day one, no? And we work we were like actually he's animal. huge guy, and look my size.
Yes.
And then I made in Cuba my shoes, and I started to work with him and a few others.
Wow. Well, Felix Savon is a legend of the sport, isn't he? And fantastic job you did with him.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
How's it all gone? Your time in Vegas with Joe Joyce ahead of the biggest fight of his career now?
Right.
Happy with how it's all gone? Happy with how he's looking?
Yeah, so far so good. You know, Joe Joyce is very dedicated boy, very, the discipline. Some fight hard to guide, no?
Yeah.
But Joe is very easy. Yeah. He's a mellow guy. He's a mellow guy and hardworking, no? We did a great training camp. We have like 6 sparring partners. Also, we had Carl Takam.
Yes.
He was with us. Amazing sparring we did there. It's like a war,
Yeah.
Because they fought and Joe stopped him once. And, everything have a backfire, no?
Yes.
But finally we did 88 sparring round.
88 rounds of sparring?
Yeah.
Good.
Yes, and then so satisfied because we did, for example, we have a fighter who coming forward like Carlos Takam, another fighter to move.
Yes.
So we mixed out all the work because we had to prepare for Parker. Parker is a guy, is skillful, and he been in big fight for many times.
Yes.
So we not take this very easy, no?
No. I feel, sorry.
Yes.
I feel with fighting Joseph Parker, with Joe Joyce, Joseph Parker, he's not got to stand in front. He's going to move. He's going to move left and he's going to move right.
Yes.
You're going to use what Joe Joyce is good at. He's got a presence. He's got a good boxing mind.
Yes.
And you need the size difference when you see the two of them together. He has to impose that in the fight.
Right.
Yes?
Right. One thing very clear, very, very, very clear. Joe Joyce is no doubt is the front-footed guy.
Yes.
He coming forward.
Yes.
I really admire Parker, but one thing I saw with Parker, he can hold the pressure.
Yes.
He can hold the pressure.
He can or he can't?
No, he can hold the pressure. It's proof with Dillian White.
Yeah.
It's proof with Chisora twice. And Joe Joyce worse.
Yeah.
Nightmare than Dillian White and Chisora.
Yeah.
So we go for it. Joe Joyce, the guy is only one-dimension guy.
Wind him up and off he goes.
Yeah, and then we're moving forward with pressure all way long. Because the Joe Joyce engine, after 6 rounds, Joe Joyce start to warming up.
Yeah.
Well, they mentioned there, Team Parker have said because they've just boxed Derek Chisora twice, they said that is excellent preparation for Joe Joyce.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But remember, Chisora is the same size Parker.
Yes.
Joe Joyce is something else. You can see with Fa there in New Zealand back in Junior Fa, and you saw with AJ.
Yes, AJ,
bigger guy, and then he started to get some situation there.
Yeah.
So, I believe he worked to win.
Yeah.
If you ask his team, they're working for win, as we do.
Yeah.
Do you think he's got enough power to keep Joe Joyce from coming forward?
He doesn't have that much power. The last knockout was a C-class fighter in 2020.
Right, how he levels an ABC fighter is a good one.
No, really. But I respect. No, never disrespect. Am I looking for many sides? Something I can tell you right now. The holds, the good. He got a very good footwork, very, very good footwork. But remember one thing, Joe Joyce is a silver medal in Olympics.
Yes, that's what I said.
Do you think they're overlooking that? Do you think they're underestimating how good Joe Joyce could be? We've seen him box differently against Daniel Dubois.
But I can tell you, if you look the old Joe Joyce in his 15 fight, opponent is different level than.
100%.
You know what I mean?
No, definitely.
Since he pro debut, you remember he did with me the pro debut. And after that, I had to pull out because of my injury. You know, he's too big guy, and I need to hold. I am only 69 kilo. You know
when you got in the ring, then I went to the back of the hall ready to catch you.
Yes. Yeah, but it's fun, you know. It also will be a good thing for me to have a heavyweight world champion. You know, it's I don't say dream, it's target. Yeah. My target. And we've been working so hard for this point. Also, everybody knows when he fought with Dubois, I got the COVID one day before the fight.
Oh, that's right. Remember, you came over then.
Yeah. So I had to pull out it was a COVID test, and then I got positive, and I had to pull out. But everybody seeing Joe losing with Dubois. Yeah. And Dubois is a great fighter. Everybody knows Dubois is the bigger punch.
Yeah, big punch, yeah.
After, I can say to you, after Wilder, Dubois is the bigger punch now.
Would you say so? Would you say outside Wilder, Dubois is the bigger puncher?
Yes, Wilder number one, bigger punch, and then follow with Dubois.
Wow. And that's why you had to box him with more respect, with more caution. You couldn't just trudge forward like that.
Yeah, of course. We've been doing the homework. Yeah. I kind of trainer. I like to see it. I like to watch daily. Yes. You know, I never look under anyone. I always very focused, and I see different sides of the style. What is good? What is bad? What my boy is good? What my boy is not good? Yeah. And I think a good luck for us is the last fight with the Hammer.
Mm-hmm.
Hammer.
Yeah, the last fight it was because Joe Joyce 18 months. He didn't fight for all situations, the COVID, the injured, everything.
Yes, that's right.
And then it was a good warm up for Joe Joyce.
Yeah.
What do you think of the Tyson Fury effect that Joe Parker is benefiting from being around the number one heavyweight in the world? He's living with him or close to him. He's part of the camp. They call him Morecambe Joe up there. They're like brothers. What do you think of Parker having access to Fury?
I'm telling you, I've been 47 years in Boston. I've been with the top fighter, amateur and professional. And because they are so good, I no need to be the good that they are.
Yeah.
So to be with Tyson Fury, yeah. But remember, Parker will be Parker whole life. You know that.
Yes.
This something you can improve. Something you can improve, but you will be the same guy.
Yeah.
Same guy. That's why he got to go doctor, psychology or something.
Yeah. That's correct. He's seeing a psychologist.
Yeah. But remember, the top fighter never need to go psychology doctor. He got there because he had some hold and confidence on, you know. Yeah. Anyway, I don't care about that.
Yeah.
I care for Saturday night. Joe do the best display.
It sounds to me, no matter what Joseph brings to the table, Joseph Parker, movement or whatever, sooner or later the ring will be cut down. Joe Joyce will start landing, and once he starts feeling the power, that'll be it.
And then that's it. Man, I believe Dubois is much better fighter than
Parker.
Yes.
No doubt.
See, a lot of people are seeing this as the toughest test of Joe Joyce's career, but you're not so sure.
No, of course. For me, every end is a new beginning.
Yes.
Every end is a new beginning. So, what is good of this fight? Because of Joseph Parker's name is bigger than Joe Joyce, no doubt. Mm-hmm. So we go for his name.
Yeah.
So that's the plan, and then walk away with the WBO interim title Saturday night. Tell us exactly how you see the fight playing out.
No, man, I can tell a lie like we have the master plan and Joe Joyce will be the same. Same Joe Joyce. The juggernauts.
Destructive.
If Parker don't have the power to bring down Joe Joyce, it's hasta la vista.
Yes.
Nicely said. Well, let's get the juggernaut back in himself. Let's give you the mic.
How you doing, my friend?
Oh, yeah.
How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, good.
All right, all good. Enjoy that. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh no, I've got an awkward Joe Joyce moment here of a handshake and a smile. I thought you were going to tickle it. You tickled Joe Parker's knuckle in the face-off. Just talk us through that.
I don't know. I had to leave him hanging, but then I thought I had to give him something.
Oh no, you certainly gave him something. He's seeing a psychologist for this fight. Ismail Salas has sort of been like, he's seeing a psychologist. What do you think about all of this? Yeah, tell us your thoughts, Joe.
Well, I think it's a good idea if you need it. Maybe there's a little bit of weakness he needs to work on.
Well, that type of thing was part of Team GB in their time for Olympics, and people have gone there to World Olympics. They usually have them type of people on board to go in and chat to and speak to and visualise and that type of thing. So
you must have had access to
that type of stuff in the past.
I mean, over the years, I remember actually when I was in swimming, in the swimming.
You weren't drowning, were you, Joe?
No, wait, I'm a swimmer teacher. I was a swimmer teacher. But when they said, saying about visualization of races and stuff, and also on GB as well, they did. There was a little bit more, and I also have extensive research and stuff in it myself, so I'm quite strong-minded.
Yeah.
Have you visualised this fight, Joe? Yeah, could you give me anything? Give me anything.
I've experience in this game and I know what I'm doing, so that's what I do.
Is the plan?
I do what I do.
Oh, I know you do.
You look very good up there.
I'm not giving anything away.
You look very good up there, Joe. Moving around, doing your pads, learning set combinations, slipping right uppercut, right hooks over the top. Not unveiling too much, just warming up, as I say, warming the Ferrari up before you go for the big race, Grand Prix race. The general consensus is Joe leaves the station, the juggernaut, and by round 6 he's in full flow.
Yeah.
How Joseph Parker deals with it is that of Joseph Parker, but Joe Joyce is coming. You're not really concerned with what he's got to do. He's got to be concerned about what you do.
Yeah,
is
exactly.
that right?
Yeah,
Is that the mindset?
I agree.
That's your mindset?
Wholeheartedly agree, yeah.
That's it. Do you not care about his game plan, whether he's going to move, whether he's going to come forward? It's
well, there's them split seconds when the fight starts, the first rounds, and as we warm into the fight, then I'll see. But then obviously with the stuff that I've been learning from this man is definitely going to help me, and the game plan that we've worked on will be key and implemented. And in between rounds, he'll be telling me what I need to do, and maybe there might be some strong language. So.
Oh well. You are warned.
There's always strong language in the corner.
So be warned.
Be warned. Look, I saw you doing a little bit of underwater shadow boxing and all of that. You planning on taking
a little bit Muhammad Ali-esque?
It was the first thing I thought.
It's pretty fun actually. Punching underwater.
You're going to take him to deep water?
Definitely, yeah.
Is that the plan?
So
Drown him?
Hopefully he can swim. Or hopefully he can't swim actually.
Yeah. Hopefully he can't swim.
I want it over sooner than later. Yeah.
Brilliant, Joe. Any final words? Actually, do you know what? Let's have a bit of fun. Why don't you tell them all why they should be watching on Saturday night?
Because, mate, it's the two Joes, and the big Joe against little Joe. We're both great fighters, and it's what an event. It's it's in arena, and you have to be there if you can make it, or if not, tune in, because there's going to be fireworks, and it's a great fight. It's the best fight out there, and this is, Joe's trying to get his next shot at the world title. I'm trying to get my first shot at the title, so this is one not to be missed.
One not to be missed. Joe, pleasure. Ismail, pleasure. Other Joe, middle Joe. You're big Joe and he's little Joe. What's Joe Gallagher?
Listen, full credit. You could have sat in your number one stake. Full credit. You decided to fight the number 2. Full credit to you. Enjoy Manchester. Enjoy the ring walk. And good luck Saturday night.
Oh, thanks very much.
Cheers. No problem,
Good
Joe.
luck, Juggernaut. Nice to. Oh, God's sake! Again.
Cheers, Joe.
Well, there he is.
Cheers, Ishmael. Lovely
Joe
to see you, my
Joyce.
friend. See you soon.
I gave him 2 or 3 awkward handshakes, fist bumps. I expect nothing less at this point when it comes to my engagements with Joe Joyce. But he looks good. Looks ready to go, doesn't he?
Joe, both fighters, you wouldn't think they were fighting for a version of an interim world title on Saturday night. Both relaxed, both very calm. Both haven't lost a sense of humour. The trainers are very relaxed. We had Andy Lee, we had Ismail Salas there. It's
it just feels good. It feels something good's got to happen Saturday night. There's a bit of magic in the air. I think we've got to see something special on Saturday night.
Well, there you go.
However long it may last, Dev.
Well, yeah, there you go. So we've had Joe Joyce, we've had Joe Parker, we've had Joe Gallagher. But I'll tell you what, there's no average Joes here, and there'll be no average Joe on Saturday night. BT Sport Box Office, two of the very best heavyweights in the world collide for the WBO Interim Heavyweight Championship. Joe Joyce, Joe Parker, it's been in the making for a long time, plus a stellar undercard. Do not miss this on BT Box Office. We'll see you Saturday.
Joe Joyce, Joe Parker. Why are these two giants with us here?
Because these two giants are going to fight each other and see who's the best giant.
Listen, I'm very excited to be signing with Boxer and you know, Sky.
You know, Joe Parker's not the ranked #1. He's not the mandatory. Joe Joyce is. This is the Joe Joyce business. You want to get that spot, you've got to beat Joe Joyce.
Look, taking the lead, we don't follow. We need it now, not tomorrow. Don't care what they say.
Why don't we just make the fight happen? Just because he's on BBC Sports and I'm on Sky doesn't mean we can't make it happen.
It's hard to be one of the greats, whatever it takes. Put that on the plate. Life is a gamble, we raising the stakes. Moving the bar up so high. Been on our grind for life. Bringing the light, you just so bright. We shining.
Edging closer to the inner circle. Just got Joe Parker to beat.
Changing the world with this rhyme and this price.
A lot of people don't want to fight Joe Joyce because he's got an engine on him and he can take a punch and he can do a lot of damage.
We're gonna chase to the sun up. What's up, leading